A person runs very fast on the road. He is breathing heavily and swearing, as it is very difficult for him to run. He was sweating all over. A man runs down a dark street, reaching a warehouse, near which a red crane and a cargo ship can be seen. He swears again and remembers about the informant who framed him. It was because of him that the man got into a difficult situation. He's still running and breathing hard. He recalls that he was confident in his informant and the agreement between them. The man was waiting for his target to come alone, as the informant told him. He was greeted by a huge crowd of men in formal suits. The man recalls how one of the bandits smiled, and then gave a command to his men, and they dealt with 4 of his guys. They were all standing behind the blonde man and didn't expect to be shot at. The man was terrified. For a second, he is too long immersed in the memories that he falls to the ground on his face. The man rises from the ground and sits on his knees. He notices that his white pants are covered in blood. Apparently, he has a wound in the shin area. The man tries to touch the wound and sighs heavily. Then a loud cry of pain is heard throughout the warehouse. Someone approaches the man, and he falls silent. A thug in a business suit and a gun in his hand asks why the man is crying. The blonde guy makes a long sound and turns to the bandit. The bandit asks if the Yakuza should not be harsh and dangerous. The bandit grabs the man by the head. He only turns his attention to his hand. He does not have time to do anything, so his head is tilted directly to the ground. The man tries to say something, but he only manages to make some sounds like a cough. The bandit lifts him by the head and asks if the man is ready to leave the world of the living. The Yakuza have no place in Japan anymore. The blonde guy is silent all this time, as he is in a serious condition. He's conscious, but he can't do anything. The bandit says that he and his men came to Japan to fight, and they are ready for any fight. But they met only weak people who are nothing of themselves. The bandit speaks negatively about the man and his people, and then abruptly tilts his head to the ground again. The man makes a sound and falls silent. He's lying face down. The bandit comes out of the warehouse and says that his men tied the man to a stone, but they haven't taken his life yet, because the others will come for him. He's going to use the man as bait. The bandits obey him. A blonde man rises and speaks negatively about the bandits, which attracts their attention. He feels terrible, so he doesn't have long left, but he can't betray his comrades. Then the man opens his eyes wide as he notices a familiar personality. He sees a dark-haired boy whose half of his face is not visible because of his bangs. He asks what the boy is doing in this place. The bandit with a cigarette turns around and, smiling, asks if the man really recognized the boy. The bandit thought that the boy was one of his comrades, so he grabbed him just in case. His men tied the boy's hands. One of the bandits starts to get angry. He grabs the boy by the head and asks why he sat down on the ground. The bandit orders the boy to get up from the ground. He stands up and looks menacingly at the man who is holding his head. The bandit does not let go of the boy. The thug with the cigarette looks at the boy in silence at first, and then decides that he is just an ordinary thief. He feels a little sorry for him. The bandit slowly approaches the boy and orders his men to deal with him. They don't need witnesses. The bandit is still holding the boy by the head, and he lowers his gaze and looks at the floor distantly. The bandit looks attentively at the young man. He is surprised, since at first glance the boy is an ordinary waif. He had nothing to eat, so he climbed into their warehouse. If the boy is filled up with building materials, then no one will say anything about it, since this is a common thing for this city. The bandit lowers his gaze and notices that the guy has shoes without laces. It seems to be nothing unusual for a street kid. But for some reason, this moment scares the bandit very much. The bandit immediately turns to the man who is holding the young man by the head and tells him to do something with the young man. Immediately, the next second, the guy breaks out of the bandit's hands and turns out to be behind him. He looks at him seriously and swings for a punch. The thug crosses his arms to cover himself while the guy tries to stab him. But then the young man hits the man right on the leg. A crunch is heard, and the man begins to tremble. The bandit with the cigarette is straining. He pulls out his gun and starts shooting, but the young man is too fast. He manages to dodge all the bullets. The young man turns out to be behind the bandit who was holding his head. He grabbed him from behind. The bandit is surprised by the speed of the young man. The guy at this moment pulls a gun out of the bandit's jacket and starts shooting, hitting the bandit's people with a cigarette. The thug with the cigarette raises the gun again and points it in the direction of the young man. He shoots and hits his man. The guy managed to jump off the man and get behind the gunman with a gun. They're both pointing guns at each other. The sound of a gunshot occurs. A blonde guy with wide open eyes looks at the young man and cannot believe that he alone coped with the mafia. The guy again points his gun in the direction of the bandit, trying to shoot. But he realizes that he has run out of bullets, so he throws the gun directly at the bandit. The man throws the gun away and starts to get angry. He points his gun in the direction of the young man, but notices that he has disappeared somewhere again. The guy turns out to be inches away from the bandit with a gun, who does not even suspect about it. The guy looks menacingly at the bandit. He's preparing to launch an attack, but the bandit notices him and points his gun at the young man again. The guy manages to dodge. He is behind the man in 2 jumps. The bandit only manages to be surprised by the speed of the young man. The guy swings and in a jump strikes under the man's knee. He swears and starts shouting very loudly. The man fell to his knees. The young man was standing behind him. Then a cord fell on the man's head, which tightened around his neck. The man coughed as he tightened his grip on his neck. The guy did not spare the bandit. He only pulled harder at the ends of the cord while the man was choking. The man looks at the cord with which he was tied and notices traces of burns. He recognizes the Kevlar cord. The man is horrified when he realizes that the guy used a Kevlar cord instead of shoelaces, and he understands that the guy did not accidentally end up in this place. The bandit realizes that he and his men were originally the guy's target. The man begins to move his legs, trying to free himself. Before falling to the ground, the man was visited by the last thought that the guy turned out to be a murderer. The blonde guy looks with wariness at the guy who single-handedly dealt with the mafia. The guy comes up to him and stretches out his hand, asking if he can get up. The man looks at him with horror and gets up on his own. The blonde man turns around and looks at the mafia with horror, thinking that it is impossible for one boy to cope with a whole crowd of people with weapons. The man turns to the guy and asks who he is. The guy turns around and says he can't tell, but he says that the old man of the blonde man asked the boy to come for him. The boy says that he is not an enemy for the blonde man. They leave the warehouse together. 12 years later, a car stops near a large building, in which a young man was sitting with his hands behind his head and his legs crossed. Someone called the young man and asked him to wake up. It turned out to be a blonde man who told him that it was time to start working. The guy yawns and asks if it's really the right time. He asks who their target is. A blonde man gets behind the wheel and points his hand at the target. At this time, the guy turns his back and says he doesn't see anything. The blonde man gets angry and tells the young man to look ahead. The guy turns forward, holding his cap and jacket in front of him. The man points his hand at the target again. The guy looks at teenagers in school uniforms and understands that their goal is to study at school. The blonde man confirms his words and says that the contract is concluded for a year. The man turns to the young man and asks if he can handle it for sure. He's worried about him. The guy opens the packaging of the bar and says that he is no longer a child, so there is no need to worry about him. A blonde man looks at the guy with wariness while he eats a chocolate bar. The man decides to have a snack too and opens the package of exactly the same bar. The blonde man says he wouldn't worry if it was some other place, but it's hard to call this high school safe. The man put his elbows on the steering wheel and began to tell that he had heard a lot of rumors that there were a lot of juvenile delinquents studying at this school. The guy, looking out the window, asks if this is really the case. He is silent for a while until he notices the students, who are talking about something. One of them throws the jar to the ground, which begins to spin. The guy looks at the jar with horror while the blonde guy says that everything has changed. But it does not seem to him that peacetime has come to Japan. The man says that there are only more juvenile delinquents. Even the police can't do anything with them anymore. The man throws a package of a candy bar out the window and says that, in his opinion, it has only gotten worse. The guy catches the package with one hand. He looks angrily at the man and says that it is impossible to scatter garbage. The man gets scared. He looks at the young man and asks him to excuse him. The guy says that garbage should be thrown into the trash can. The man is amazed that the young man is still the same correct. It is for this reason that he is worried about the young man. The young man is not ready to be led by other people. The blonde guy puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and, smiling, asks him not to start a fight at school. The guy gets out of the car, putting on a cap and jacket, and says that he will try not to fight. The guy puts on a cap and jacket. All things have the logo of the company cleaning Yamada. All this time, schoolgirls were looking at the guy, who were amazed by the beauty of the young man. The guy did not pay attention to them and walked towards the school. Also on the guy's jacket was an embroidery with his name, Taiga Banjo. The blonde guy was quietly driving behind the young man in a car, where the company's logo was also present. The guy was standing right in front of the school. When he went inside the school, he noticed a blonde schoolboy who was smoking on the stairs of the school. Taiga Banjo turned around to take a closer look at the student and noticed that there were a lot of cigarette butts under his feet. Taiga Banjo got very angry and immediately headed straight towards the students who were smoking cigarettes on the stairs. The students were scared and immediately got up from the stairs. Taiga Banjo picked up a cigarette, but while the student could not understand what was going on, he raises his fist and asks what the janitor is going to do. There were other students standing behind him. One of them says that he sees this cleaner for the first time and asks if he really works at school. Another student tells him that he has no idea. The blonde student who asked about the janitor notices the girls admiring Taiga Banjo. They don't know who he is either, but the guy seems very handsome and extraordinary to them. A blonde guy walks down the stairs and approaches Taiga Banjo. He looks straight into the guy's eyes and asks who he is. The guy first stares intently into the eyes of the student, deciding to remain silent. But after a second he says that he will tell them now. He tells the students that he now works at their school as a janitor. He gives his name and says that he has come to clean up their dirty school, which alarms all school children. All the students look at the janitor in amazement, and he lifts his cap in greeting and says that he is glad to meet everyone. A vein on the forehead begins to throb in one of the school children. He gets angry and repeats Taiga Banjo's greeting phrase, only in an angry tone. He asks if the guy is joking. Taiga Banjo looks at the guy and reaches for his pocket, from where he abruptly pulls something out. It turns out to be a purple capsule in which Banjo puts a cigarette butt. The guy is happy that he cleaned up the garbage and, leaving the room in which the students smoked, says that they should remember that the school needs to be kept clean. The student clenches his fist in anger. He swings a banjo at Taiga and says he's definitely laughing at them. Taiga Banjo is wondering if he should answer or not. While the student is swinging at him, he thinks about whether he should immediately deal with the student. It's day outside. In a huge estate, someone's voice is heard calling the boss. The boss was sitting with his hands folded. He had glasses on the bridge of his nose. The boss says that other criminal gangs think they don't understand anything about murder. It seems to him that his group is underestimated. Someone's photo is passed into his hands while he thinks about what if there was such a genius in their society as the young man in the photo. The young man in the photo was Taiga Banjo, who was inhuman, cold-blooded, and antisocial. A man with glasses swears. He says that people born in unfavorable conditions are always rejected by society. They can't find a place for themselves in the ordinary world. That is why Taiga Banjo perfectly adapted to life in the criminal world from an early age. Taiga Banjo knows how to deal with people like no other. Thanks to his hands, he will always be able to get food for himself. The boss thinks that Taiga Banjo will always have a job. He apologizes and says that he is forced to disband their criminal gang. While the man was sitting on his knees, a blonde man and Taiga Banjo came into the office. The boss says that society has changed, so they live in a new world in which there are no more places for murders. He asks if Taiga Banjo and the blonde man understood this. Taiga Banjo recalled this conversation during a fight with a schoolboy. The schoolboy tried to hit him, but the guy dodged and avoided the blow. The schoolboy looks dumbfounded at the janitor. His friends ask him what's wrong with him and advise him to aim better. Tanabe turns around and demands that they shut up. He believes that the cleaner was just lucky to avoid the blow. Tanabe tried to hit Taiga with the banjo again, but it didn't work out as the guy dodged once again. The series of blows continued, but Tanabe could not touch the young man, which made him angry. While all the students are dumbfounded at the fight, Tanabe decides not to give up trying to hurt the janitor. The blonde student stares at them intently. Everyone else is hesitant to intervene. At some point, Tanabe's shortness of breath is heard. He is tired from trying to strike. The guy bent down and put his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes fell out of Tanabe's pocket. Taiga Banjo came up to her to pick her up. Picking up a pack of cigarettes from the floor, the guy decided to ask the student if it was garbage. He says the trash belongs in the trash can. Tanabe starts to get more angry. The others make a fuss, saying that Taiga Banjo is extraordinary. School children can't believe he's a janitor. A blonde guy appears behind his classmates. He speaks negatively about them and asks if they were scared. The guy smiles rapaciously and approaches Taiga Banjo. He grabs him by the collar of his shirt and lifts him up. Taiga Banjo did not expect that the blonde schoolboy would be able to grab him by the collar of his shirt. This student definitely has experience in martial arts. A blonde schoolboy says that Taiga Banjo does not need to be arrogant just because he was able to dodge Tanabe's punches. The student points out that Taiga Banjo is new, so the guy considers it necessary to tell him the local rules. The blonde schoolboy says he doesn't care that Taiga Banjo is an adult. He says that if the cleaner dares to say something to them, then he will not leave it just like that. Therefore, Taiga Banjo just need to hide and not approach them. Taiga Banjo asks what will happen next if the blonde schoolboy is going to arrange a fight. The guy doesn't understand what it's about. Taiga Banjo stares into the eyes of a blonde schoolboy and says that he let him grab him and he will just leave. A blonde schoolboy begins to get angry at the provocation from Taiga Banjo. At this time, a girl was walking along the school corridor with books in her hands. She was wearing a white sweater and a brown skirt. Suddenly she heard someone talking about some extraordinary guy. The schoolgirls discussed the age, voice and beautiful appearance of one of the newcomers and wondered if he would stay at their school. The girl puts her finger to her lips, thinking about the guy that the girls could discuss. After hearing about the age, the girl assumed that their new cleaner was already at school. One of the girls asks if everything will be fine. After all, the janitor contacted Jojima and his gang. Another girl is sure that in this case the guy will not stay long at their school. One of the schoolgirls runs up to the girl, calling her Amichka, and asks her to help them. The girl demands that the girl should address her teacher properly. She asks the girls to stop talking and go to class. The girls do not argue with the teacher and run away, shouting that they will think about it. And the teacher continues her way along the school corridor. The teacher thinks that Jojima has gone too far. He treats other students badly and adults can't do anything about it, so they prefer to pretend that they don't notice anything. The girl is also scared. Suddenly, the girl hears one of the students shouting to the other to go and look at the fight that is happening on the stairs. The girl breaks places and runs to the place of the fight, as she must gain courage and stop the fight. The girl breaks through the crowd of school children and shouts to Jojima to stop the fight. Suddenly, the girl falls silent and covers her mouth with her hand, as she does not understand how the students were defeated. They were lying on the floor unconscious, and Taiga Banjo was standing next to them. Taiga Banjo adjusts her cap and looks at the girl. He asks if she is a teacher. Taiga Banjo says that he decided to play a little with the teacher's students. He asks her forgiveness for this incident. The students just lay there and tried to catch their breath. Taiga Banjo says that he did not swing his fists and did not hit any of them. He asks if everything is fine in this case. The girl is silent because she is thinking about what is happening. And then he says that the guy is fired. Taiga Banjo does not understand why he is being fired. Then the girl exhales and says she was joking. She's going to tell you the details later. The guy and the girl walk down the school corridor and enter the room for the janitor. The girl shows where the guy will take the necessary inventory. The guy puts his hand to his face and says that now this room will be his refuge. The girl doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Taiga Banjo scratches the back of his head and apologizes for the fact that the girl had to show him everything. The guy says that when he got a job, he was told that they would tell him about everything at school, so he knows absolutely nothing. The teacher starts waving her hand, smiling. She asks the young man not to worry, since he is new. It seems strange to the girl that on the first day, the school did not provide the guy with a guide who would help him navigate. The girl remembers that she needs to explain to the guy how to use special equipment. The girl begins to explain, and the guy thinks that if the information about the object is not provided in advance, then he needs to use someone who can provide him with all the necessary information. It is the teacher who will be able to become an insider. While the girl shows how to use the burner, the guy thinks that the door is locked, which means the girl has nowhere to run. But she still behaves very carelessly. The guy notices that the girl has excellent physical fitness, but she definitely doesn't have combat skills. The teacher is very kind to the person she met for the first time. The girl smiles kindly at the guy. The guy decides that he needs to check if she will turn out to be an informant. In this case, he should build a friendly relationship with her. The girl hears the guy introduce himself by calling his name. He comes closer and says that he wanted to introduce himself. The girl remembers that she hasn't introduced herself yet either. She apologizes and gives her name Ami Hashino. She is the homeroom teacher of class 2B. The guy is silent. Then he repeats the name. The girl once again says that this is her name and is amazed that the guy immediately began to address her by name. Taiga Banjo smiles and thanks the girl for her kindness. He says he will now owe her for the rest of his life. The girl blushes with surprise. She says it wasn't difficult for her to help the young man. Then she opens her mouth in surprise and asks the guy to tell about what happened on the stairs with Jojima and the rest of the students. It seems that the girl realized that the guy did not use an illegal action, so everyone remained alive and without injuries. The guy puts his hand on his chest and says he was just picking up garbage. He has nothing more to tell. The girl asks what kind of garbage. The guy takes out a blue capsule and shows the cigarette butts that were stored in it. The girl was surprised, as well as the guy, when he found out that school children smoke on school grounds. The girl bends down and apologizes to the janitor. The guy asks why the girl is apologizing. The teacher doesn't know what to say. She looks away and falls silent. She doesn't want to be rude, but she still decides to inform the new janitor that it's best not to stand out in this school once again. The girl says that this time the guy was lucky, but there are much more dangerous guys among the high school students. The guy looks gloomily at the girl and is silent. Then the girl says that she already needs to leave, as the lesson will begin soon. The guy does not interfere with her. When the girl runs away, Taiga Banjo thinks, apparently, making friends with everyone will not be as easy as he thought. It was very noisy in the office where the lesson was supposed to take place. Everyone was discussing the fight between Taiga Banjo and Jajima. The guy with red hair asks Jajim if it's true that he lost to the new cleaner. The guy's name is Yusei Kakawa, and he's from class 2B. The whole school already knows about this fight. Jajim is very angry, but he only asks the guy to shut up and not say anything about the janitor. The blonde guy's full name is Takuya Jajim. He also studied with Kakawa in class 2B. Kakawa puts his hand on Jajim's shoulder and says that the guy doesn't have to worry, because he is the strongest second-year student. If he gets so upset, they might come up with a nickname for him. The guy asks why they are mocking him. The girl, whose name is Shoko Heroes, says that guys are always fighting for some kind of title of the strongest. She compares boys to barbarians. It is for this reason that they are unpopular. Kakawa tells the girl to shut up, as it will be difficult for girls to understand guys. The class is still discussing the new janitor. One of the girls heard that he really knows how to fight. Another saw the cleaner with her own eyes and considered him very handsome. The girl agrees with her interlocutor. The second girl continues and says that the cleaner won without hitting once. She asks if the boys have a chance to beat the janitor in this case. One of the gossips approaches a blonde girl. She addresses her as Anna and asks if she has seen the janitor. Anna says she hasn't seen it. She asks if the janitor is really that extraordinary. The girl says he looks like a real idol. The girl thinks about it as she begins to imagine his appearance. She smiles and says that in this case they will meet very soon. All the girls in the class are looking at Anna. One of the girls suddenly says that they have been discussing the new cleaner too often. Another girl is amazed at Anna's endurance. She behaves very much like an adult. The girl assumes that she is used to walking with beautiful guys. Jajim gets angry. Tanabe says the girls talk too much. And Kakawa asks who else is a cleaner with a beautiful appearance. He imagined the janitor as an elderly man. The guy turns to Jajim and asks how long he is going to let the cleaner do whatever he wants. He asks if Jajim understands that at this rate he will lose all his reputation. Jajim answers and says he understands everything. The guy understands everything, but he also realizes that the cleaner is really a very dangerous person. Jajim doesn't think anyone can beat the janitor, especially on the condition that it will be a one-on-one battle. A man appears behind the students, who is amazed by the guy's words. Jajim does not have time to turn around, as he is grabbed by the head and tilted to face the desk. The schoolboy who holds Jajim by the head demands that he does not say such nonsense. Midorikakai will not allow the cleaner to continue to be impudent. Tanabe cries out in surprise as he recognizes Midorikakaya performer Alex Goda from class 3D. Jajim apologizes to Godoy and says that the cleaner is really very strong. Goda asks why the guy is so stupid. Goda approaches Jajim and says that if the cleaner is really strong, then you need to find his weak spot and hit him. He asks if he is saying everything correctly. Goda asks Jajim if the newcomers should know the rules. One of these rules is that there are no rules in fights. The teacher is walking down the school corridor. Suddenly she hears someone calling her. She stops. The girl turns around and sees that a huge number of students with bats have gathered behind her. At this time, the guy was reading information about the object. He closes the book and puts it on his lap. Taiga Banjo has roughly figured out the rules for cleaning the school grounds. He thinks he did a perfect job. The guy decides to follow the instructions and do his job. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. Taiga Banjo grunts and decides to leave the office to check what the noise is and why it is heard. The guy comes out of the office and looks around without noticing anyone. He notices that someone's phone is lying under his feet. He picks it up and examines it. Taiga Banjo hears someone's voice asking what is going on and where he is. The guy is stunned, because on the smartphone screen he sees a bound teacher who asks for help. Her hands were tied with a rope, and her eyes were covered with a cloth. The guy looks at the screen and asks if the smartphone belongs to the teacher. The girl responds positively. Taiga Banjo asks where the girl is now. Ami says she doesn't know. She says that second-year students are involved in this case. Suddenly someone interrupts her, demanding that the girl be silent. The second-year student closed his mouth to the teacher and began talking about the fact that time has gone. They decided to arrange a game, find the kidnapped teacher. While Taiga Banjo is gloomily looking at the phone screen, The second-year students say that if the guy hurries up, the teacher can get badly hurt. The phone screen turns off. The guy stares at the phone screen for a few more seconds. He can't say anything because he doesn't understand how things could turn out like this. Somewhere in the warehouse there was a bound teacher and second-year students who decided to grab her. Some guy turns to his classmates and asks why they are standing so close to her. He says he already has plans for her. The guys recognize Masuda. They all bow and greet the elder. The guy stands right in front of the teacher and then goes down and says that it is important to present himself correctly. Kakashi Masuda is the second strongest among third-year students. He is also the right hand of the years, and also, in his opinion, he is a real gentleman. He is studying in the 3rd grade. The guy removes the blindfold from the teacher's eyes and asks her to listen to him. He says she's beautiful. Then he asks why he hasn't met her yet. The girl is very worried. She doesn't know what else to expect from 2nd and 3rd-year students. Jajum intervenes. He asks Masuda to stop. Takashi turns around. Jajum tells him that the hostages cannot be touched. Moreover, the girl is completely defenseless. Masuda stands right in front of Jajum to show that he is stronger than him. He didn't understand why the guy was telling him what to do, especially for a strong man like him. Masuda says he doesn't care. He can do anything with Ami. Jajum can't answer anything. He pauses. Then a bang is heard behind him. Everyone turns around and sees someone entering the room. Masuda smiles maliciously, glad that Taiga Banjo has come after all. He grabs Ami and says that the janitor came just in time. The guy says that he was told about how the janitor taught their second-year students a lesson. Masuda says that Taiga Banjo will make at least one wrong step for him and then Ami will not be well. Taiga Banjo looks gloomily at the students. He says the guys didn't understand anything. He doesn't care about the teacher. Masuda, Jajum and Ami are shocked. They cannot utter a single word, because they do not understand why in this case the young man came to them. Taiga Banjo shows a smartphone and asks if he can throw it away. The teacher still looks at the janitor in the same dumbfounded way. The guy turns the smartphone, showing a photo. He says he realized from the photo that the phone belongs to Ami. The guy picked it up, but was not sure that he could throw this phone away. Therefore, Taiga Banjo came to them with a phone to find out from the owner. Masuda grabs the teacher harder, which makes her scream. The guy asks Taiga Banjo if he understands what's going on. All the students in the warehouse begin to stretch their arms and surround Taiga Banjo. Masuda asks the guy to be obedient and prepare his face. Taiga Banjo doesn't like everything going on. All the students at once try to jump on him and attack. The guy manages to dodge all the blows so that the students attack each other. The guy rises from the squat only when all the students fall unconscious at once. Tanabe is going to attack Taiga Banjo from behind. He swings, but misses as the guy manages to dodge. The guy can't stop anymore and, as a result, accidentally strikes Masuda. Masuda starts to get angry. He asks where the guy was aiming. Tanabe apologizes. At this moment, Akakawa manages to strike Taiga Banjo right on the leg and he eventually falls back. Akakawa thinks this is the end for Taiga Banjo, so he runs towards him, intending to attack again. Akakawa kicks and says that the guy is going to feel like a soccer ball. But when he lowers his gaze, he notices that he has struck Masuda. Masuda covers his nose with his hand as he is bleeding. He asks how Taiga Banjo does it. He asks why he doesn't care what happens to the hostage. Taiga Banjo rises from the floor with one jerk. He says he never laid a finger on them. Masuda demands that the guy shut up and stop dodging. Taiga Banjo looks gloomily from under the cap at the schoolchildren. Jajum runs to him, who swings for a blow. Taiga Banjo notices Jajum's tremendous strength and speed. He understands that it will be harder to dodge his blow. It seems that Jajum managed to strike after all. Taiga Banjo started to fall back. Masuda is glad of a direct hit. He praises Jajum. Masuda then notices that Taiga Banjo is flying straight at him. Taiga Banjo lands on Masuda. The guy wipes the blood from his face and angrily asks what Taiga Banjo just did. Did he fly into Masuda on purpose? Taiga Banjo turns around and says she doesn't understand what Masuda is talking about. He is sure that they are trying to defeat him. Masuda demands that the guy shut up and get off him. Taiga Banjo says he doesn't need to be a punching bag anymore. After all, the hostage is safe now. The teacher was right behind Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo smiles and says that he has only to escape. Masuda is shocked. When he begins to understand what has happened, he begins to scream loudly in anger. Taiga Banjo says that he would like to ask the teacher a few questions, and she will have to answer them. He asks whether kidnapping, imprisonment is a crime in this country. It turns out that Masuda says that it was all self-defense. He needs his shoulder and says that even though the guy did all this with the hands and feet of second-year students, he still has to answer him in the same way. This is their rule. Taiga Banjo strikes Masuda's face. He only manages to scream and lose consciousness. Masuda was lying on the floor unconscious and with a huge mark on his face from a fist. All the students frowned when they saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. Taiga Banjo says he was banned from fighting. But since they have such a rule at school, there's nothing you can do about it. The guy looks at his fist and says it was all self-defense. When Ami was in high school, suddenly, terrible things began to happen to her. Ami's classmates were ruining all her things. They mocked her every day. She didn't know the reason. The consequences just piled on her. It was difficult for Ami to tolerate the fact that she was just being mocked day in and day out. There was no one on her side who could help her. She was desperate. No one knew about what Ami had to go through. She couldn't talk to her parents about it. She thought that at least the teachers would be able to help her, but they just either ignored or rolled their eyes. For Ami, school time was torture, and there was no hope on the horizon. No matter how much she dreamed, she could not imagine a future in which she would finally be happy. The girl did not understand why she was living. This thought often crossed her mind, but one thing made her get up and move on. Her dream is to become a teacher, and the girl achieved her goal. Ami dreamed of being a good teacher who is always close to the students. She had to help them so that the children would not suffer. But in reality, it was much worse than she had imagined. From her position, she couldn't see everything. In addition, teachers also suffered from particularly problematic students. It was very difficult to maintain discipline. Ami's hands were tied. Her own helplessness weighed on her every day, until Taiga Banjo appeared before her eyes. After Masuda was defeated in self-defense, all the other troublemakers simply ran away. Taiga Banjo took Ami's hand and quickly led her away from this place. Then another teacher found Masuda unconscious. Masuda didn't say anything because he didn't want anyone to know that the janitor had defeated him. No rumors about this incident were spread. Third-year students who wanted to cope with the Taiga Banjo are not doing anything yet and remain silent. For a year it seems that their new cleaner is still capable of something. He smiles grimly, thinking that they will have to declare a temporary truce. Taiga Banjo is going to go on a date with Ami after everything that happened. He dresses up in front of his mirror. The guy thinks that if he dresses too brightly, he will be too conspicuous. He believes that it is always better to look solid, but not flashy. The blonde guy standing next to the young man says that he recently got a job, and is already going on a date with a girl. The man turns to the young man and asks why he called him. The guy shows his outfit and asks what the man thinks about him. The blonde man is silent for a few minutes, and then says that the guy has no sense of style. Taiga Banjo says that he has collected all the information about the latest fashion trends. The man gives up and says that Taiga Banjo has a sense of style like a schoolboy. The man puts his hand on his forehead and sighs. He says the guy doesn't understand what a woman wants at all. The blonde man turns to the young man and asks him to listen to him. He says that adult women need a strong shoulder. In his opinion, they fall in love only with a reliable and respectable man. The man points to the hairstyle, perfume, costume, facial expression. He asks the young man to look at him and notice that everything should radiate solidity. The guy turns away and says he heard a man. The blonde man tries to attract his attention because he understands that the guy was not listening to him. Suddenly the guy says he needs to go and is going to the exit. The man asks if the guy is serious about going like this, but Taiga Banjo doesn't listen to him and goes to the exit. The man is amazed. He wonders if the guy will definitely cope. Taiga Banjo meets Ami late at night near a huge building. The girl greets him. The guy notices that she is also dressed up for a date. The girl asks if the guy has been waiting for her for a long time. Taiga Banjo replies that he has just arrived. The girl stares at him. He notices the girl's look and asks what's the matter. Ami asks why the guy didn't put a chain around his neck. Taiga Banjo says that hanging a chain around your neck is dangerous and not practical in a fight. The girl decides not to comment on anything else and falls silent. The girl heads towards the entrance to the building and asks the guy if he drinks alcohol. Taiga Banjo responds positively. The girl smiles and says that in this case everything is just fine. She's going to show him a restaurant. Taiga Banjo and Ami go to the same restaurant. They order themselves various snacks and mugs of beer, which they clink. The girl spreads her arms, pointing at the table with food, and says that in gratitude she treats Taiga Banjo. The girl is going to fry the meat. The guy tries to stop the girl and says that she shouldn't do it at all. The guy is going to fry the meat himself. The girl is embarrassed because this phrase sounded ambiguous. The guy gets gloomy. Abruptly, the guy opens his eyes and starts frying meat. The girl looks at all this cooking in amazement. She turns to the guy and asks if he is a professional by chance. The guy mentions that thick chunks of marbled beef can be tough and not particularly edible when cooked incorrectly. Then the guy continues and says that if you understand the very nature of meat and take into account the directions of the fibers, then the meat will be soft. Thus, the girl will be able to enjoy the richness of the flavors of marbled beef. Taiga Banjo grabs the meat with tongs and brings it to the girl, offering her a taste. The girl is surprised because the guy knows a lot about cooking meat. He just looks at her seriously, waiting for further reaction. But still the guy decides to break the silence and tells that he had to understand meat at his last job. Only the guy was cutting, not eating. The girl takes the meat with the help of chopsticks and brings it to her mouth when the guy wishes her a pleasant appetite. The girl tastes the meat and opens her eyes wide. She didn't expect it to be so delicious. She puts her hands to her cheeks and says that she really likes the taste of meat. The girl is almost crying with happiness. The guy at this time says that the cooking method can completely change the taste. Then the girl takes a sip of beer and says that it tastes even better with it. The guy says that if she liked it so much, then she should continue to eat. Then the girl remembers and asks if she can drink more this evening. The guy stares into her eyes. Then he agrees and says he will take her home. Ami pulls Taiga Banjo's name and asks him if he's dating a girl. The girl was already more relaxed. The guy responds negatively. At this moment, the girl hits the table with her hands and rises from her seat. She leans over to him and asks if it's true. Taiga Banjo looks at Ami suspiciously and repeats once again that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Ami returns to her seat and exhales. It seems strange to her since she thought that the guy has a girlfriend. Then the guy says that it seems to him that Ami should be popular among men. The girl asks what kind of nonsense the guy is saying. There are only students and other teachers around. The guy asks if the girl is interested in younger or older men. The girl screams that in this case there is too much age difference. Then the girl calms down a little and becomes more serious. She asks if she has time for love, considering that she works as a teacher. I don't have time for this. The guy is wondering if now is the right time to ask about the situation at school. He starts talking about how he would like to talk about school. The girl immediately becomes gloomy. She says that nothing special happens at school, and that the school is the same as any other. She says that there are those who mock and there are those who are mocked. And irresponsible adults turn a blind eye to this and do nothing. The girl doesn't say what should stay, but she absolutely can't do anything about it. She begins to speak negatively about herself. The girl squeezes her hands on the dress because of the tension. Then she lets out a laugh and, banging her glass on the table, asks why everything is not going the way she wants. The guy attracts Ami's attention and says he's no better either. He had recently started working as a cleaner and didn't even know about the self-defense rule. This time the girl attracts the guy's attention by mentioning self-defense. She says that it's not worth going too far either. The guy was alarmed. He asks if he really went overboard. The girl relents and says that she is still grateful to Taiga Banjo for saving them. As a result, the guy practically did not use force and subdued the students without resorting to a bad action. The girl says that she sincerely admires the guy. Taiga Banjo is amazed, so for a while he just looks at the girl. Then the girl again squeezes the fabric of the dress in her fists and says that if she were as strong, she would be able to change everything, in particular the situation at school. Suddenly, the girl asks Taiga Banjo how he learned all this. The guy does not tell in detail, saying that this is just an experience gained at a previous job. The guy puts his hand to his chin and says that in their time, many companies do not welcome a bad attitude, so it was difficult to look for a new job. The girl is wondering where, in this case, Taiga Banjo worked. Ami remembers something. She sits down next to the guy. Blushing, she says that she has a request for him. The guy is interested in what the girl needs. Ami puts her hand to the guy's chest and asks if he can teach her the same thing. The guy just grunts, and the girl at this time tightens her grip on his t-shirt in her hand. She becomes more serious and already demands that he teach her the ability to force students to obey without illegal actions. The guy at first, silently, looks at the girl, and then brings his hand to his chin and says that everything is clear to him. Taiga Banjo thinks that even he may need it in the future. He will be able to receive information more efficiently. Thus, the informant will always be next to the guy. The guy agrees to teach the girl to subordinate the students. Ami is very happy about this news. Then the guy says that there is one condition and the girl gets gloomy for a moment. The girl is confused and asks what condition she will need to fulfill. Taiga Banjo says that the girl will have to tell him everything that happens at school. The girl hesitates a little. She asks if that's really all the guy needs. The guy says it's very important to him. The girl is more embarrassed. Then she puts her hand to her chest and says that she will do everything in her power. Ami picks up her phone. He points him out to the young man and says that they need to exchange contacts. The guy stares at the girl. Taiga Banjo and Ami were still sitting in a warm room. The girl is happy that the Taiga Banjo number has been received. The guy is also looking through his contacts, watching Ami Hoshino's number, which is now added. The guy looks gloomy because now he has 2 contacts. The girl blushes and asks if she is the second. She is interested in who is the first contact, whether this person is from the family. The guy puts his finger to his face and thinks about the word family. He remembers Tatsuo Yamada and says that he may well fit the description of the family. The girl asks if Tatsuo is Taiga Banjo's brother. She thinks that the guy has a difficult situation in the family. The girl suddenly thanks the guy and says that she will count on him. The guy replies that it's all mutual for him. Taiga Banjo and Ami come out of the restaurant. The guy asks if the girl can approach him. Ami asks what happened. The guy suddenly grabs her hand and holds it under her waist. He stares intently into the girl's eyes, and Ami is very confused and asks what is going on. The guy touches the girl's stomach and thinks that it's not bad. The girl begins to struggle and asks to be released. Taiga Banjo lets go and starts apologizing to the girl. Ami stands up straight and folds her hands in front of her. Taiga Banjo says that the girl has a good abs. Ami is more confused. The guy continues and asks if the girl is engaged in sports. The girl flashes and says that she is at an age when it is very easy to gain weight, so she does fitness and goes to the gym. The girl falls silent, and everything becomes clear to the guy. He thinks that there is nothing unusual in this. Then the girl turns around and says it's time for them to go. Moreover, she does not want to attract a lot of attention. The guy agrees, and they head towards the house. Suddenly, the guy and the girl stop because they notice something on the street. The teacher sees a girl with a man. Ami recognizes her student, whose name is Soma. Taiga Banjo asks if the girl is her friend. Ami replies that the girl is a student from her class. The guy makes the assumption that the girl is walking with her father. Soma looks very tense. A girl and a guy take a closer look and notice that the man is smiling terribly. Soma, on the contrary, is very overshadowed by something. Ami gets suspicious. She believes that they still need to follow up and check whether her student got involved in something immoral. Ami offers the guy to follow Soma and the man a little. The guy agrees and says he doesn't mind. It is very dark outside. Only the bright lighting of the building is visible. Ami, along with Taiga Banjo, watches over her student. She hides behind the wall while the guy is standing right behind her. The guy tells the girl that it's not worth trying so hard to hide. They can just go quietly. The girl does not understand why everything is so simple. The guy asks the girl to look at the fact that the street is filled with people. In that case, it would be better if they just blend in with the crowd. Also, the Taiga Banjo compliments the fact that unnatural behavior stands out too much. The girl says that the guy is right. Taiga Banjo says that there is no need to go straight after Soyo and the man. They need to go a little diagonally. The guy says another piece of advice again. If possible, it is better to walk along the sidewalk on the other side of the street. Taiga Banjo says that they must do everything so that the persecuted do not find out about their intentions. Their target is a student. Soma can recognize Ami, but if anything, they will just pretend that they are going about their business and did not notice them. The girl is shocked that the guy knows a lot of information about harassment and surveillance. Taiga Banjo replies that he had to do something similar at a previous job. The girl assumes that the guy worked as a detective. Then Ami thinks that they better not be distracted, otherwise they will lose Soma in the crowd and won't see where she went. The guy asks the girl not to worry, so he closely follows her student and the man. The man puts his hand on Soma's shoulder. The teacher screams and says that it does not look like a father's embrace at all. The guy puts his hand on his chin and assumes that Soma and the man are dating. Ami doesn't think that Soma is interested in a man in this regard. I don't want to tell her this, but it looks like he's just using her. The guy asks what it means. Ami says that he is a man with whom a girl meets only for the sake of monetary gain. The guy thinks about it. He asks if this is a side job. He says that in this case, Soma is well done. The girl starts to get angry. She says Soma has nothing to praise. The teacher considered Soma a diligent student with excellent grades. The guy asks what the situation is in the girl's family. Ami replies that the girl has an ordinary average family. Taiga Banjo says that people are not always what they seem. The girl replies that it may be so. They interrupt the dialogue, as they see that the man took Soma into the alley. The guy and the girl immediately followed them to make sure Soma was safe. The teacher is trying to figure out where the man took her student. They turn the corner and realize that they have lost a man with a catfish. But then someone's screams can be heard from the side, asking them to let go. Taiga Banjo and Ami quickly find Soma and the man who holds her hand. The girl shouts to the man that they did not agree. The man asks if this is true. The girl was convinced that the man would just have dinner with her. The man thought that everything was clear. The man continues to hold her hand and says that they need to act very quickly. Soma shouts that she will not do this with him. The man asks what she is saying. He asks what Soma wants. The teacher intervenes in the conflict. Ami runs forward and asks what the man is going to do. At this time, the man gets scared because of the surprise and the catfish manages to escape from his grasp. Soma turns around and sees her teacher. They both stare at each other intently. The man asks Soma who the girl is to her, who got into their conflict. He wonders if this is Soma's acquaintance. Soma pushes the man away and runs away from him. The man shouts and looks angrily at the girl and the guy who intervened, so at the wrong time. Taiga Banjo comes forward and covers Ami with her hand. He asks what the man was going to do with Soma. The man goes on shouting and asks what this has to do with them. He demands that they leave. The teacher intervenes in the conversation and says that she is responsible for Soma. The man asks if she is really a teacher. He asks if Soma was a high school student. Suddenly, someone from the outside comments on the whole situation, calling it all nonsense. Teenagers come around the corner. A girl with pink hair stands out among them, who is dissatisfied with the outcome of events. She straightens her hair and says that Soma ran away with the client. Then the pink-haired girl stares at the teacher and asks her if the girl will take responsibility for her student. The pink-haired girl adjusts her hair again while she is surrounded by other schoolchildren. The teacher recognizes Kusumoto. The girl disrespects her teacher, calling her an incomplete name, but only an abbreviation. Ami asks what the girl is doing in the alley at night. At some point, the teacher begins to guess. She asks everyone to stop and says in a serious tone that she will not be able to close her eyes to what is happening. There is a strange man in the same place. He says they all need to calm down while laughing. He says there is no point in discussing this topic. The teacher asks who the guy is. He calls his name Noriyuki Sanzo. He says that he works in a service that brings wealthy adult men together with young, energetic girls. The man gets up and says with a smile that there are all kinds of dating apps. He does about the same thing. The teacher begins to be indignant since Soma is a minor. She says that Sanzo is engaged in criminal activities. The man continues to smile and says that this situation is not their fault. Then he looks at the man and reminds him of his presence. The man tenses up. Sanzo approaches the man and puts his hand on his shoulder, looking menacingly into his eyes. He says the man tried to take Soma to the hotel. He considers him a bad customer. The man does not understand why he is being made guilty. He says that Sanzo himself didn't tell him anything about Soma's age. He thought that Soma was no longer a child. Sanzo approaches the man and warns that he is like a Buddha, so he forgives only 3 times. He asks the man to think and remember. Sanzo spreads his hands and claims what he said, that Soma is studying in high school. The man stands his ground and says that he has not heard anything like this. Sanzo assumes that the man just didn't hear. The man assures him that no one said anything like that. Sanzo asks if the man is sure about this. The man tries to say something, but he is interrupted by the blow that Sanzo inflicted on him. The man flies off and crashes into the wall. He lies unconscious for a while, and Sanzo is very angry and, showing his fist, shouts that he warned the man about the girl's age. Ami looked at all this with frightened eyes. Taiga Banjo narrowed his eyes and looked suspiciously at the man. Sanzo lifts the man by the collar. He turns to Ami with a Taiga Banjo and asks for forgiveness, and then he adds that he will take the client to the police. Ami tries to stop the man, but Taiga Banjo says they need to leave. He puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and says that no matter how suspicious it all seems, they have no proof, so they can't do anything. The girl agrees with the guy and as a result they leave the scene together. Kusumoto has been examining them all this time. The girl was very angry. The next day, there was a noise in Class 2B. Someone could not believe in the incident, about which there were rumors all over the school. The girls had already gathered around Anna's desk and were discussing the incident. Anna was sitting at her desk and asked if it was true that the janitor and Ami Hashino were involved in the incident. One of the students says that she understood everything. Taiga Banjo and Ami Hashino were just looking for a love hotel to spend time together. The student shouted that it was a complete horror. She doesn't like talking about it. Anna doesn't think that Hashino's teacher is such a person. One of the students says that she watched the broadcast on the video hosting a day ago. She says that he really liked it and she wants to try the cosmetics that were in the video. One of the students says sarcastic comments. Another girl says it sounded very cruel. Anna smiled, and a second later she said that different cosmetics suit different people. Also, the girl began to give out advice about taking care of her appearance. She said it's better to use what suits the person. Her classmate exclaims, saying that Anna looks beautiful with any makeup. The girl is convinced that there is no justice in the world, since Anna does not even need to try. Kusumoto makes another sarcastic comment, remembering Soma. She approaches her. Soma immediately tenses up and tries not to look the girl in the eye. Kusumoto asks Soma why the teacher called her to her after school. She bends down lower and warns her classmate not to say anything. Soma is silent. Soma's reaction makes Kusumoto very angry. She tusks and, turning away from her, hopes that her classmate has heard her. Kusumoto treats Soma badly. A blonde guy was watching all this. The school bell rang for the big break. During the break, Taiga Banjo placed yellow signs with the inscription, "Cleaning is underway in those places where the floor was wet after cleaning." He was carrying another warning sign. During the big break, there are a lot of people in the corridors of the school, so he decides to start cleaning from places away from the offices. The guy stops by the toilets and is about to start cleaning. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice demanding to give money. The guy turns around at the noise. He realizes that the sounds are coming from the women's restroom. Someone said that he already gave everything he had, but the demanding person does not believe. The guy puts up a sign with a warning and goes to the toilet. He sees a crowd of Class 2B students surrounding Soma. Kusumoto stood in front of Soma and said that a classmate gave her little money. She asks why there are so few. She wonders why the girl did not go to the hotel with the man, because then she would have had money. Soma says that's not what they agreed on. The girl is trembling all over, but this does not bother her classmate, who says that the client's desire is the law. Soma presses her hand to her chest, even though Kusumoto says so, but in Soma's opinion, it's still wrong. Soma looked up at Anna. Anna asks a classmate who she looks at like that. The girl was very worried and expected at least someone to help. Anna folds her arms over her chest and says that Soma got involved in this business together with Erika on her own. She says that if Soma has something to say, then she should not be silent. Anna says she is not Soma's assistant. She was only asked to act as an intermediary, so Soma should not look at her with a plaintive look, hoping for help and support. Soma breaks down and says she can't do anything. Kusumoto won't let her say a word. Anna is silent. After a second, she sighs heavily. Anna says she can't stand people like Soma, non-professionals who can't finish what they started. She just doesn't like people like that. The girls behind Anna's back begin to whisper. They think Anna is ruthless. Anna asks Soma to listen to her and says that her job is to date stupid but rich adults. It is for this work that she receives a lot of money. Kusumoto smiles rapaciously and says that it's her turn next. She talks about blackmailing their rich client for dating Soma, who is underage. She says that they are professionals, so Soma should work hard and do her job to become a professional. She smiles wider and asks if they have a deal. The girl is silent for several seconds. Then she finally agrees and nods. Kusumoto smiles rapaciously. The girl decides to take a hose and water the catfish before leaving. She says there's something else they need to do. This is very important, as Soma must bear responsibility. Soma understands what Kusumoto is going to do. She asks the girl to stop and covers herself with her hands. Kusumoto points the hose at the girl and tells her not to move. And then there is a loud scream. Soma is standing in the women's bathroom. She's all wet. The girl feels terrible, but she can't do anything about it. Water is dripping from her clothes, and her hair is tangled. Anna looks at Kusumoto and says that she went too far. The girl says it was necessary. Erika says if Soma catches a cold and leaves school earlier, then she won't have to meet with the teacher. Someone's voice is heard saying that Soma does not have to go to the teacher. Kusumoto turns around and asks who says such things. The guy shows the screen of his phone and the video he took while the girl was watering her classmate with water from a hose. Taiga Banjo says he filmed everything that happened. He's going to hand over this video. All the girls are silent and stare at the janitor. Kusumoto goes into a scream and asks why the guy allowed himself to enter the women's restroom. She considers it a disgrace. The guy asks why he should be ashamed of going into the women's bathroom. All the girls are tense. Taiga Banjo says that he came to the women's toilet in order to do his job as a cleaner. Kusumoto says that the guy is behaving very strangely. The rest of the classmates say that it's better for them to leave the women's restroom. Kusumoto tusks because he's angry. She runs away with other classmates and says that she remembered this moment. The guy lowers his cap. Kusumoto looks at the man from behind the wall and says that if someone finds out about what happened in the toilet, she will ask for help from the Yakuza. Taiga Banjo thinks for a second as soon as he hears something about the Yakuza. He wonders if there are any Yakuza left in his country. Meanwhile, the boss was in his residence. The man says that Yakuza as bodyguards for the stars sounds too strange. The man is the boss of the Yamada clan, the current president of the Yamada cleaning company. He can't even imagine that the Yakuza will suddenly become the bodyguards of popular stars. The man asks what is in fashion now. The guy sitting across from him says that revelations are a very popular topic. The man says that this is exactly what he was trying to remember. In their time there was no internet and it was easy to hide all the dark deeds. At the moment, it is possible to incite hatred and fierce debate with the slightest throw. Without the information that is known to the former Yakuza, there would not be so many revelations on the video hosting. The boss starts laughing and says that he thinks it's funny that they didn't even have time to follow how Japan became a peaceful country. The guy says that the smile is a real proof that the Yakuza are now living peacefully. He turns to Mr. Yamada and thanks him for telling him a lot of interesting information. Yamada says that they are now an officially registered company that works honestly. He doesn't think there are many Yakuza left at the moment. The guy adjusts his glasses and says that everything is clear to him. He thanks Yamada for his cooperation. Taiga Banjo was still at school. He was mopping the floors in the school bathroom. The guy was thinking about the incident he saw in the afternoon. He recalled the girl's words that she would ask for help from the Yakuza. He had thoughts that the Yakuza still existed, although he believes that it's too early to say, especially since it doesn't matter yet. The guy turns around and thinks that now the most important thing is to look after the catfish. The girl was sitting on the floor. A jacket was draped over her shoulders. Soma tried to start a conversation while Taiga Banjo was mopping the floors. She thanked the guy for giving her a jacket. The guy says you shouldn't thank him. Taiga Banjo asks what grade Soma is in. He says he can bring her a change of clothes. Soma says she doesn't have a change of clothes with her and she has nowhere to go either. The girl in despair puts her head on her knees, trying to close herself off from the outside world. Taiga Banjo says Soma can stay in the women's bathroom until he finishes cleaning. He assures that no one will enter the room. The girl raises her head and, blushing, asks if the guy is angry with her. The guy asks why he should be angry if he doesn't know anything. Soma says Taiga Banjo saw her with that man. The guy says he has no reason to be mad at her anyway. He didn't even fully understand everything. The girl looks at the guy in shock for a while. After a few seconds, she starts laughing. She says the guy is very strange. Taiga Banjo turns around and stares at the girl. They are still in the women's bathroom. Soma tells that she tried to earn dirty money. The guy asks if Soma needs money. The girl lowers her head and says that she was beckoned by the possibility of an easy way to earn money. Previously, a girl was paid only for dating. She didn't think it could come to this. The guy hits the floor with a mop and says that if she wants to share problems, she should tell him everything. The girl gets scared. She starts waving her hands and asks since when consultation is a janitor's job. Taiga Banjo says that the safety of students is directly related to the cleanliness of the educational institution. Taiga Banjo's job is to maintain cleanliness in an educational institution. It can be said that his duties include creating an environment in which it will be easier to maintain cleanliness. The girl purses her lips and falls silent. She's been thinking about what to do for a long time, but in the end he gives up and still tells that he is in an art circle. After graduating from high school, Soma wanted to go to art college, but she needed money for that. Soma's family will have a hard time paying for their studies. Therefore, her parents were against it, and she decided to earn money on her own. Taiga Banjo praises the girl. At first she doesn't understand what the guy just said to her and just keeps silent. A few seconds later, he says that since his birth, he has constantly done what his parents told him. He never decided anything on his own. She believes that there is nothing to praise her for. She has done nothing to deserve praise. Taiga Banjo says that the girl chose a disgusting way to make money, but she should not give up her dream. She must find another way to fulfill it. There are many other ways to make money. The girl raises her head sharply. She looks straight into the guy's eyes and thanks him for his help. Then she asks what she should do now. If Soma quits this job, Kusumoto will call his friends from Midorikikai. The girl is afraid that they might do something dangerous to her. Taiga Banjo tightens her grip on the mop and grunts. He picks up his mop and says that now that he has listened to Soma, he will be able to sort out this business and at the same time with Midorikikai. Taiga Banjo heads to Ami's office. He sits down opposite the girl, pours tea and tells about what happened in the toilet. He also shows her a video that he managed to shoot on his phone. The girl immediately becomes serious. She starts apologizing to the guy for what happened. Ami says she should have listened to Soma. The guy asks Ami not to worry. He thinks it's even better this way. He doesn't think Soma would have told her teacher everything. The girl agrees with this. Ami asks if Soma has decided to leave. Taiga Banjo says that her student decided to find a decent part-time job. The girl is very happy for her. Taiga Banjo says they need to do something about Kusumoto's business at the moment. If they sit and do nothing, then other victims may appear in the educational institution. The girl looks gloomy. She puts her hand to her head and says that the guy is right. Taiga Banjo asks Ami if she has talked to Kusumoto. The girl planned to call her after school. Ami says that the girl did not come at the end. It is unknown what happened to her. Ami asks if she should call Kusumoto in a day and talk about everything directly. Perhaps this option will be more suitable for solving their problem. The guy asks the girl to give up this idea since it will definitely not work out to change something. The girl agrees with the guy again. Taiga Banjo says that besides, if they deal with Kusumoto, then Midorikakai will put another student in her place. Such organizations are like insects or spiders. If they tear off one paw, they will still be able to move. The guy thinks that to end them forever, you need to hit the body. That's his theory. The girl says that this is a very strange comparison, which upsets the guy. Taiga Banjo asks how they can get to the very center of the organization in this case. A thought comes to the girl. She remembers that Sanzo then mentioned that their organization is something like dating apps. The guy understands what the girl is leading to. Together they decide to search for them on third-party dating sites or apps. The girl shows her phone and starts looking for various dating sites. At this time, the man also holds his phone in his hand and is also looking for a girl through a dating site. The man turns out to be Yamada. Someone thanks him for waiting. A girl looks out of his shoulder and says that the man seems extraordinary to her. He's clearly her type. The man is glad to hear it. He's going to show the girl how real adult dating goes. The girl is pleasantly surprised. She asks if it's true. She thinks it sounds like a lot of fun. The girl says that she is very glad that she came on a date. The man rejoices that she is innocent and does not understand anything. The man believes that modern girls are not very smart. It's already evening outside. A man takes a shower at the hotel. He stands under the pressure of water. Drops of water run down his back, on which a dragon tattoo is visible. A man comes out of the shower and sees a girl drinking a drink from a cup. He asks how she likes the hotel. The girl turns and looks at the man. She agrees with him and says that this is the first time she is in such a place. The man opens the menu and asks if his girlfriend has watched it. He convinces her that the hotel has a chic kitchen, and the service does not make you wait long. The girl laughs and is surprised at how much the man knows. The girl asks if the man is sure. She is embarrassed because he gives her a huge amount of money just like that. The man is getting dressed. He asks the girl not to worry and says that she can take all the money. The man was still told to spend the money on whatever he wanted, so he asks her not to worry. The girl is very happy. She thanks the man and asks when he will call her again. The man asks if there was not enough money. He says he'll think about it. Yamada leaves the money on the table and tells the girl to pay for the hotel. It's time for him to go. The man puts on his jacket and leaves, and the girl waves goodbye to him and says that they will see each other again. The man says goodbye little by little. Yamada leaves the hotel and is greeted by a crowd of men. They look at the man and smile. Yamada rubs his cheek and says he doesn't remember asking Sanzo to meet him. A man shows a photo on his phone showing a man and a girl who was at the hotel with him and asks if it's Yamada. Yamada begins to scream, as he did not think that he could be so easily deceived, especially at this age. The man falls to his knees and says that he is very sad, so sad that he might cry. The men grab Yamada and Sanzo tells him to stop arranging concerts. He offers the man to go and take a walk. Yamada pulls down his clothes and, turning around, says that he understood everything. He promises he won't run away. While the men are walking to the designated place, Taiga Banjo is watching them. He sees Yamada asking one of the bandits to shut up, to the request to go faster. Taiga Banjo adjusts his cap and realizes that everything is going according to plan. He knows that Yamada is very good at playing terrible people. The guy enters the hotel and is stopped at the entrance by the working staff. The guy looks menacingly at the man and says that he came to clean up. A man from the working staff asks who the young man is and what company he works for. He doesn't remember such a cleaning working in Midorikakai. Taiga Banjo thinks for a second about what to do. Then a thought comes to him. He looks at the shirt collar of a male employee while the man waits for an answer. Then the man begins to get angry as he notices the look of the young man. Taiga Banjo copes with a man from the working staff and leaves him lying on the floor unconscious. He takes the man's uniform. The guy decides that he needs to first determine how many enemies and where they are all located. Taiga Banjo hears the music and follows the sound. He goes to number 201 and realizes that there are ordinary customers there. Then the guy hears strange noises from room 202 and realizes that there are also simple customers there. In the 203rd room, the sounds of a man and a woman can be heard. The guy realizes that this is not the number he needs. Taiga Banjo hears a door close. He immediately pays attention to her and notices a girl walking down the corridor. The guy recognizes Soma. She's clearly not in the mood. She just drags along the corridor of the hotel, not noticing anyone. Taiga Banjo is wondering what the girl is doing at the hotel. Someone approaches Taiga Banjo and calls out to him. A man comes out of a dark corner and asks if Taiga Banjo will have free time to discuss something important. Taiga Banjo is tense because she feels that the man who adjusted his glasses is very dangerous. His predatory smile scared the guy. Sanzo and his gang were sitting in one of the rooms directly opposite Yamada, who was sitting on the sofa. The man asks the Yamada how much he can pay. Yamada says he has said more than once that he has no money. The man asks if Yamada is joking. There were girls behind the sofa. One of them was Kusimoto. She asked the man if he understood the situation he was in. The second girl, Anna, says that the man is not very smart. Anna speaks negatively about the man and tells him to stop pretending. At this time, Soma comes into the room. Everyone immediately pays attention to her. Kusimoto runs up to Soma and asks what the girl is doing at the hotel. She asks if the girl really came to earn more. Soma says that she did not come for additional earnings at all. She came to tell everyone that she was leaving their business. The sound of a pop is heard and glasses fall to the floor. Kusimoto dealt Soma a blow. The girl did not have time to react. Kusimoto demands that the girl listen to her. She says the girl is their accomplice. She is about to strike another blow and tells Soma not to behave as if she has decided to become righteous. The catfish falls backwards, uttering a cry. At that moment, one of Sanzo's men catches her. Kusimoto tells them to make it so that Soma no longer thinks that she can leave the business. The man who caught the girl grabbed her hand and said he would have to do something with her. Soma starts screaming and begging to be released. Sanzo is sitting on the couch and smiling. Sanzo then apologizes to Yamada and, smiling, asks him not to pay attention to this incident. Yamada expresses his concern. He touches his head and says that he was forbidden to join the fight, but he cannot ignore what is happening in the room. Sanzo doesn't understand what's going on with a man. Then the man who was trying to calm Soma and demanded to stop twitching noticed that Yamada was watching him. The girl also shifted her gaze to the man. Yamada swung and grabbed the man by the face with one grip. The girl was shocked. Yamada pushed the man aside, covering Soma, who was just standing to the side. The man flew away and let out a scream, losing consciousness. The girls were amazed at what was happening. Soma was also shocked. All this time she was standing and looking at the man who a few seconds ago did not let her escape from the grip. Yamada asks Soma if she is safe. He picks up his glasses and tells the girl to take them away. Soma waves her hands and says that everything is fine with her and thanks the man for his help. Sanzo was still sitting on the couch. He started to get angry because Sanzo didn't give money and tore up the room twice. The guy says he's like a Buddha, so he forgives 3 times. Sanzo frowns and, addressing the man, demands that he pay and leave. He asks the man if they have agreed. Yamada agrees and apologizes. He tosses a coin, which flew straight into Sanzo's hands. Yamada says that this is all the money he has for a weak person like him. He asks if that's enough. Sanzo screams in anger. He asks how Yamada dares to laugh at him. He speaks negatively about the man. At this time, a man in glasses and an expensive suit was standing right in front of Taiga Banjo. He was smiling rapaciously. Taiga Banjo realized that this man with glasses was one of the Midorikikai. He asks what the man wanted. The man with glasses asks the guy not to pretend, as it is not necessary. He says that as soon as he saw the guy, he immediately revealed him. The man pulls out a dagger and moves towards the guy. He says that such strong guys don't work at the hotel reception. The man apologizes and says that he will have to deal with the young man. The man is going to attack and says that he has such a job. He brings the dagger forward and stands in a fighting stance. Taiga Banjo looks menacingly at the man and says that he has not had a serious fight for a long time. Yamada is also preparing for a serious fight with Sanzo. He smiles, getting into a fighting stance. A man with glasses stands in front of a young man. He points a dagger at him and, smiling, adjusts his glasses. The man realizes that he did not scare the guy with a dagger at all. Ordinary people would have reflexively tensed their muscles long ago, but Taiga Banjo is completely calm. The man concludes that the guy is used to fights, but he himself is used to coping with such people. No matter how good the Taiga Banjo is, one hit will be enough. The man twists his dagger in his hand and squeezes it tightly again. He demands that the guy look at what a man is capable of. Then the man makes a dash forward, pointing the dagger straight at the guy. Taiga Banjo opens her eyes wide and pulls the dagger point away from her face with one hand. He looks unimpressed. The man misses and falls forward. At this time, Taiga Banjo steps aside. The man with glasses smiles and puts his foot, which is going to hit the guy. Taiga Banjo blocks the blow with his hand. Then the man stops and moves away to a certain distance. He wonders who the young man is. Taiga Banjo asks the man if he won't attack anymore. He says that in this case it's his turn. The guy thinks that in a fight with an opponent who has a knife in his hands, you need to aim at the joints of the hand holding the knife. Taiga Banjo prepare to attack. After a second, he makes a dash forward. The man manages to note the high speed of the guy. The man shouts as he gets angry because Taiga Banjo very quickly reduces the distance between them. But he will have time to block the blow with the back of his hand. A man thinks that it's better this way than to lose his fingers. Neither block nor evade otherwise will not work. The man thinks that the guy is still strong. Then the man with glasses takes a step back and breaks into a run. The guy runs after the man, hoping to catch up with him. Taiga Banjo says that a man with glasses is different from those with whom he used to fight. He's accelerating. The guy runs to the end of the wall and turns the corner. He examines the corridor and realizes that the man managed to escape and hide. But still, the guy feels something is wrong. He stands still and continues to inspect the corridor. At this time, a hand with a knife appears behind his back. A man with glasses smiles grimly and raises a knife to stab a young man who does not seem to see him. But the knife does not have time to reach its target, as the guy manages to dodge and strike first. The man with glasses flies back. The knife falls out of his hands. The guy is still standing in place, defending himself. And the man gets up from the floor and says that Taiga Banjo brings him a lot of problems. The man rubs the back of his head and says that he mistook Taiga Banjo for an ordinary guy. The man with glasses smiles and gets up. He asks if the guy has military training. Taiga Banjo is silent. The man with glasses says that no one will help him, and in addition he has lost a knife, which he will not return. In this case, nothing can be done. The man puts a glove on his hand and says that he will have to seriously approach the fight with Taiga Banjo. Sounds of fighting can be heard from the room. Someone speaks negatively about Yamada. Sanzo and Yamada are holding bottles in their hands, with which they are going to fight. They are both screaming and about to attack each other. During the impact of the bottles, they break and all the liquid that was stored in them splashes. Yamada is surprised that the bottles were not empty. A man appears behind the Yamada, who is clutching a heavy object in his hand. He screams and is about to strike from the back. Yamada feels someone appear behind him. He turns around and sees a man flying at him. He dodges and avoids the blow. Yamada then grabs the man by the head and bends him to the ground. The man loses consciousness. Sanzo shouts that Yamada has ruined his jacket and starts getting angrier. Yamada shouts back that it was Sanzo who ruined his costume. He says it's Sanzo's alcohol splashed on his clothes. Both men remain in the same pants. They glare at each other. Sanzo takes the same heavy object that the man who was going to attack Yamada from behind had. Yamada asks if Sanzo is sure that he can lift an iron object with his weak hands. He says that a man will only move slower. Sanzo makes a dash forward, demanding that the man be silent. Yamada does not have time to react and gets hit right on the chest. The man begins to breathe heavily and fall back. Yamada starts coughing. He falls to the floor. Sanzo says that it can be a heavy object and would slow down an ordinary person, but he knows how to use it so he can fight. Yamada gets up from the floor and says that he has learned the art of bujutsu. He hadn't expected this. Sanzo is surprised when he sees a dragon tattoo on Yamada's back. He understands that the man is a Yakuza. Yamada says he is already a former Yakuza. Sanzo spreads his hands and says it's obvious. Sanzo says that all Yakuza are now a thing of the past, as the underworld has turned away from them. The man mocks them. Yamada asks what it means, but Sanzo decides to interrupt the conversations and hits the man with an iron rod. Yamada coughs up blood and falls backwards. Sanzo laughs and says that he is very lucky. He didn't expect to see a real Yakuza. Sanzo lands a few more Yamada punches. He says that the man really turned out to be a weak opponent, but he's not even against it. The iron rod hits the man once again. He screams in pain. Sanzo smiles at this time and says that he is already tired of fighting with ordinary people. Sanzo really likes the sight of a Yakuza crying in pain, begging on his knees. He imagines it and admires it. Yamada returns to Sanzo, grinning at him, and calling him a netabutta. Sanzo puts an iron rod right on the man's chest and asks what he called him. Yamada asks the man if he really likes to sneer at people. He asks if the man gets pleasure from it. Yamada says that Sanzo is only playing the role of a terrible psychopath, but in fact he is not anyone. Sanzo is very angry, so much so that a vein throbs on his forehead. He swings furiously for a punch and hits Yamada right on the head. The man stopped the blow with his head. Everyone watching is shocked. Someone opened his mouth in shock, and someone turned away so as not to see such a scene. Sanzo was in no hurry to lift his iron rod that was on Yamada's head. The man grunts and says this is the end. Sanzo then notices that the rod is starting to shake in his hands. Yamada returns to Sanzo and says that he has no idea how many times he had to go through hell. Yamada grabs an iron rod with his hand, looks up at Sanzo and, smiling, says that he can be considered a regular customer of hell. Sanzo is shocked. Yamada lifts Sanzo in one motion, holding an iron rod in his hand. He asks if the man knows the name of the pose they are in now. Yamada smiles wider and says it's called a home run announcement. Taiga Banjo was standing in front of a man with glasses. They both stared into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Sanzo's body flies into the corridor through the door. The man with glasses and Taiga Banjo turn around, looking at him. Sanzo falls to the floor under their supervision. Yamada comes out of the room and addresses the young man. Yamada rubs the back of his head and asks the guy how long his fight with the man in glasses will last. He asks if the man with glasses is a friend of Sanzo. Taiga Banjo replies that he has no idea. Yamada doesn't understand. Sanzo is trying to raise his head at this time. A man with glasses looks at the man who flew into the corridor and recognizes him as Noriyuki Sanzo from Midorikakai. The man with glasses guesses that Taiga Banjo and Yamada are not from the Midorikakai group. Taiga Banjo folds her arms on her chest and asks Yamada what's wrong with his clothes. The man answers the question with a question. He asks what the guy put on himself. Taiga Banjo gets serious and says that it was the clothes of the reception staff that were necessary for penetration. Yamada looks at the guy, not understanding why he needed a disguise to enter the hotel. The man is amazed and asks why they didn't tell him right away. Taiga Banjo draws attention to a man with glasses. His hostility was gone. The man adjusts his glasses and says that the fact that Taiga Banjo and Yamada are not from Midorikakai changes everything. The man with glasses points at Sanzo and asks if he is the boss here. He's wondering if he can talk to him. Yamada heads towards Sanzo and asks the man with glasses to wait a bit, and then do with him whatever the man wants. Yamada is going to do something first. He turns around and looks at the man with glasses. The man adjusts his glasses again and says as Yamada pleases. He says a man can do whatever he wants with Sanzo. Yamada apologizes and then strikes Sanzo with a running kick. The man coughs up blood and his head jerks to the side. Sanzo crashes into the wall. He looks viciously from under his brows at the Yamada who dared to strike him. Yamada bends down and demands that Sanzo tell him everything, starting with who he works for. Sanzo clenches his teeth and says he won't betray his own. Yamada says that everything is clear to him and strikes again, but with his hand. Sounds of blows and coughing can be heard. It seems that something is wrong with Sanzo. He doesn't understand why a man doesn't tell him everything. Swinging once again, the man asked if Sanzo had changed his mind. The man notices that there is no doubt, hesitation in Yamada. He's cold-blooded, as if such a thing was a normal job for him. He behaves very calmly and without emotion. With the same frequency, he strikes blow after blow. This is a common thing for him. Sanzo is lying unconscious on the floor, and Yamada is standing in front of him and tells him to make a choice. Yamada asks what Sanzo would prefer, the fingers on his right hand or on his right foot. Sanzo opens his eyes wide and now understands what the Yakuza really are. He is amazed. It's already dawn outside. Yamada and the others are still at the hotel. The man says that everything is clear to him. All the bandits and the students who were with them gathered in the room. Yamada, along with Soma and Taiga Banjo, stands in front of Sanzo and asks where Midorikakai is hiding. Sanzo starts to worry. He cries out that he can't say anything, or it will simply be eliminated. Yamada smiles and says that in this case they will start with one finger. He says that the man should choose which finger will suffer. The man immediately changes his mind and, raising his hands, says that he understood everything. He says that they are based outside the city on a farm. Yamada asks which farm. The man says that it only looks like an ordinary farm. Yamada says it's a working way of not attracting attention. Yamada asks Taiga Banjo what they would do. The guy replies that his goal is to cover up a business with rich men who are dating minors. Yamada says they'll have to stop there. Taiga Banjo says that most likely this should be done. A man with glasses attracts the attention of Yamada and Taiga Banjo. He asks if they're done. The man with glasses then heads towards Sanzo and asks to be allowed to take care of the rest now. Yamada asks who the man with glasses works for. The man smiles and says that at the moment he is definitely not their enemy. He asks if that's not enough. Yamada recalls the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The man with glasses confirms his words. The man puts something on Yamada's shoulder and asks if he will stick it in a prominent place. Yamada notices an orange sticker with a pattern of bandnotes and a handprint in the middle. Then the man with glasses gives the same sticker to Soma, offering her to stick it in a prominent place too. A man with glasses hands the same sticker to Taiga Banjo and asks them all to leave through the main entrance. They can't leave through the back door. Soma looks at the sticker and chuckles. They all leave, and Yamada waves goodbye and asks the man in glasses to clean up before leaving. Suddenly, one of the bandits says that the man with glasses is immortal, since he allowed Yamada, Taiga Banjo, and Soma to leave. He asks what a man can do alone. A man with glasses smiles and speaks negatively about the bandits. He says the bandits aren't that smart. On the contrary, a huge number of people in black jackets gather at the hotel. They immediately notice Yamada, Taiga Banjo, and Soma coming out of the hotel. Taiga Banjo says that everything is clear to him. They pass by men in dark clothes who look at them suspiciously. The man who came to the hotel noticed the stickers on Taiga Banjo, Soma, and Yamada. Taiga Banjo understands that these stickers were needed so that they could safely leave. All the Midorikikai bandits were lying bound and unconscious on the floor. Anna was sitting on her knees and anxiously looking at the man with glasses. Kusumoto got hit and rolled on the floor. She gritted her teeth and started asking what the man with glasses was doing. The girl is convinced that they did not interfere with anyone. The man with glasses asks if the girl knows Midorikikai, then she knows cats and chips. He asks if the girl has heard of them. Kusumoto says this is the first time he has heard of such a group. The man says it's obvious since she started it all herself. The man with glasses is the executive director of the Cats organization and Chips. His name is Masudu Hasu. The girl starts screaming and says that she didn't start all this at all. Anna was telling Kusumoto what she should do. She asks a man with glasses to help her. Kusumoto points to Anna and says that she is to blame for everything. Anna grins darkly, and the man with glasses gets up and asks if it's true. Anna speaks negatively about the girl. Kusumoto smiles. Then Kusumoto gets hit again and flies to the floor. She lies almost unconscious and asks why they do this to her. Masudu takes the girl by the hair and asks if she is lying. He says it was Kusumoto who started the whole business. The girl starts crying and says it's really not her. She points to Anna, continuing to shift responsibility to her. Masudu chuckles and says that he doesn't care which one of them decided to start this business. The man decided from the very beginning that he would deal with Kusumoto. The girl cries and asks why. Masudu points to Anna and asks Kusumoto to look at her. He thinks the girl is beautiful, but he doesn't think Kusumoto is beautiful. The man strikes again, and he says that the girl is really beautiful. Kusumoto flies away and loses consciousness. He says something else is waiting for her. Masudu looks at Anna and says that she will become one of the best products. He believes that it needs to be handled much more carefully, since he does not want to break it. He asks if he said everything correctly. The girl just frowns. Teacher Ami walks through the corridors of the school. She thinks about the situation with rich men dating minors, in which Soma was involved. It was solved by the forces of Taiga Banjo and his older relative. The police raided the hotel where the business was based. Many say that several people were arrested. There were no students from their school among those arrested. But Ami remembers Erika Kusumoto, who was involved in this case, and Anna Shiraishi, who went missing. The school has put the girls on the wanted list and the police are now looking for them. But the girl is still worried about their safety. In addition, Soma, who decided to find a safer part-time job, apparently found friends. One of the girls shows her phone and says that she has tickets to a concert by the band Spade. Her classmate is amazed and asks where the girl was able to get tickets. Soma asks what kind of group it is. The girls are surprised because Soma doesn't know this group. Spade are the most popular idol group. The girl says that Shin from Spade is studying in their class. She points to the desk where the group member should sit. She also says that he rarely comes. Soma asks again if this is true. The girl confirms her own words and asks if Soma really didn't know about it. The girl shows a photo of a Spade participant. Soma says she saw him recently at school. Soma's classmate says that even though the guy studies with them, it's still hard to approach him since he is unsociable. One of the girls thinks that this is good, because in this case he does not start a relationship with his fans. The second classmate confirms her words. Then the blonde girl is asked who she likes from the spade participants. She says it's definitely Picasso, as he has an extraordinary tattoo. The girl asks her if she really likes tattoos. The blonde girl is trying to convince everyone that tattoos are very interesting. She then turns to Yuki and asks if she agrees with her. Soma thought about it. Soma blushes, takes out a notebook and begins to draw something. She shows the drawing and asks if the tattoos she drew count. The girls are silent, and then they look at the drawing and see a man with a dragon on his back. One of the classmates says it's a tattoo, but usually dragons are beaten by Yakuza, and they are not in fashion. The girl turns to a classmate and asks if there are Yakuza in their time. The fair-haired classmate replies that even if there are, it is only the elderly and the old. Soma blushes and says she doesn't care about the age of the Yakuza. The blonde girl did not understand what Soma was talking about. And another classmate, on the contrary, says that she realized what kind of guys Yuki likes, calm and adult men, so it's safe with them. The red-haired guy heard all these conversations. He asks Tanabe what they are talking about. Tanabe asks if the guy is interested in listening to the girl's conversation. He thinks they are planning to capture someone's heart. The red-haired guy says he doesn't understand anything. Tanabe says that girls think about how to win the heart of an adult man. The red-haired guy is in shock. Tanabe then adds that it could be their janitor. The red-haired guy asks what it means. Tanabe asks him to relax and says that he, as a master of love, will now give the guy advice. Jajima asks Tanabe if he has ever had a girlfriend. The red-haired man supports Jajim. Tanabe starts to get angry. He demands that the guys shut up. He says he has something that guys don't have: dating experience. Tanabe loudly declares that he had a girlfriend in elementary school. The guys look at Tanabe in silence. He asks them not to look at him like that. The guy continues and says that the secret of love is very simple. Love is a permanent contract, constant walks and constant communication. Jajima says Tanabe is telling the obvious things. The red-haired guy is thinking. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rings through the school. The dark-haired girl realizes that the lesson is already beginning. Soma asks what their next lesson is. The red-haired guy looks at the girls and then grunts and says he doesn't care. At lunch break, all the students gathered in the dining room. A red-haired guy turns to Shoko and, showing his lunch, says that they can take a walk together after school. For the first time in a long time, Shoko becomes serious and refuses to take a walk. The guy looks gloomy as he notices that the girl refused him without a doubt. Shoko says that the tournament is coming soon and there is a lot of work in the circle, so she does not have time to take a walk. The red-haired guy forgot about the athletics club. He asks if they can take a walk after the mug. The girl suddenly asks the guy why he decided to leave the football club. The red-haired guy asks what this has to do with it. Shoko falls silent at first, but after a second, he demands that the guy stop communicating with all sorts of offenders. She says that he is her childhood friend and because of him, they look at her strangely. The guy asks if the girl doesn't care who he communicates with. He demands that she stop lecturing. Shoko gets up and tells the guy to do whatever he wants. Then the girl leaves the dining room. The guy stands there and doesn't know what to say. He begins to feel rage and kicks the chair that was standing next to him. The sun was shining on the playground. Shoko was running around the track. She was breathing hard, but she kept running. When she reached the finish line, she met a man who told her that she had shown an excellent result. The girl raises her hand and says that next time she will be the last to run. All this time she was being watched by a guy who was waiting for her near the fence. He wonders if the girl will finish soon. The red-haired guy thinks that if he waits for the girl, he will be able to spend time with her. The guy passes near the fence and hears someone's voice. He looks around the corner and notices Taiga Banjo and Ami. The guy can't understand the essence of the conversation, since he heard only part of it. Ami says they're at school. The guy replies that he lacks morning and evening. Taiga Banjo asks if this is the first time for a girl. Ami says that she had practice, but for a very long time, so her body no longer remembers. The red-haired guy blushes and covers his mouth with his hand. He is interested in what the teacher is doing with the janitor at school. Suddenly Taiga Banjo gets on a motorcycle and lifts her legs, and Ami blushes and asks what will happen if someone sees what they are doing. A red-haired guy comes around the corner and asks what the teacher and the janitor are doing. The girl blushes. She turns to Akikawa and says that this is not what he thought. He asks what it all means and says he has no ideas about it at all. Taiga Banjo is still on a motorcycle. He says they are training and asks if the guy wants to join. Akikawa says he will never join. Taiga Banjo says that the guy has a good punch, which means there is potential. He claims that it will be useful for the young man. Akikawa reminds the janitor that he tried to beat him in a fight. He asks why suddenly Taiga Banjo has become so friendly. Taiga Banjo says it's never too late to start making friends. The master taught him to get along with people and not to get into a fight right away. The guy says the man is lying. The man raises his leg and arm, saying that he uses force only when necessary, and he doesn't need to fight at the moment. Taiga Banjo asks if he is right. Akikawa blushes and asks the janitor not to talk as if he knows everything. Taiga Banjo crosses his legs behind his head and asks what he is doing near the fence of the playground. The guy tries to say something, but then he looks at the janitor, who performs various poses on a unicycle, and he begins to wonder what he is doing in this place. Akikawa turns around and says he's not doing anything anymore and leaves. The janitor doesn't keep it. Anami, joining Taiga Banjo, waves goodbye and asks him to be careful. As Akikawa walks across the court, he replays in his head the phrase Taiga Banjo about the fact that he has a good punch. The guy remembers playing football. Various unpleasant memories began to pop up in his head. Akikawa gets angry and decides that he'd rather stay free with his new friends Jajima and Tanabe, and be friends with the senior members of the Midorikakai. This is the best option. Then the guy takes out his phone and looks at the screen carefully. He sees that the year is calling him and remembers about his place in this group. The guy says that he listens to the interlocutor. Goda turns to the guy and says that there will be a party on the weekend. He asks if Akikawa is coming. The guy agrees. Goda continues and mentions that Akikawa is friends with a beautiful girl. He calls her name, asking if he said it right. He demands that the guy call her too. Akikawa becomes very anxious. At this time of the year, he sits with the girls. He says he needs a new woman since the old ones are all broken. Goda asks if Akikawa is against it. He asks if they are still friends. The guy is in a stupor. Someone's screams are heard on the sports field. Akikawa holds the boy by the collar and asks why he couldn't give him a pass. The boy asks Akikawa to shut up. He says that the boy himself does not come to class, so he sees no point in giving him a pass. Akikawa laughs grimly and says that he trains himself. The boy says that you will not learn much in this way. Akikawa should understand that himself. The boy asks why it is so important for Akikawa that he scores. He asks if the boy is aware that the main thing on the field is not his personal result. The boy turns away from Akikawa and leaves. He apologizes to him and says that he cannot consider him his comrade. Akikawa tries to shout to his friends, but he does not succeed. Everyone pulled away from him. It was because of the conflict in the team that the guy quit the football club. He decided that it would be better with his new friends. It's much easier for him that way. But then he met Goda. A year ago, Akikawa and his friends were playing rock, paper, scissors. Tanabe shouted that he would not lose and that he would drink free soda because he would win. All the guys tensed and threw up their hands. Jajim and Akikawa had a stone, and Tanabe had paper. Akikawa screamed because he had lost. Jajima said that Tanabe had won after all, and Tanabe rejoiced in his victory. Suddenly, a huge guy appeared behind Jajima. He turned to the guys and, flexing his arms, asked if they were the strongest among the first-year students. Jajima asks what the guy needs. The guy puts his hands on Akikawa and Jajima's shoulders and says that they could go and have fun since he likes strong guys. Jajima looked at him suspiciously. Akikawa immediately realized that Goda was a dangerous guy. The guy wonders if they will have to fight with him. The bowling ball knocks down all the pins. Goda has shown that he is very strong in sports. He stood up and gave a thumbs up. Tanabe screamed with joy. Then they all sat together in karaoke and sang songs. Then the guys went to the playground and played basketball. Akikawa was holding the ball. He noticed that he had been running for years on the side, so he decided to give him a pass. The guy grabbed the ball and scored in a jump. All the guys were very happy. Akikawa sighed. He looked at the year and thought that it was a lot of fun with him. Tanabe says that the year turned out to be completely different, not the way he was imagined. Jajim wipes the sweat from his face and says he would never have thought he was such a person. Goda turns to the red-haired guy and asks what his name is. The guy calls his name, and Goda gives him a thumbs up and says he gave him a great pass. The guy was very happy. They all cheered together. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and thought that there were things more fun than circles. From that moment on, they all spent time together constantly for a year. One summer day of the year I was sitting on a bench and drinking soda. He thought he was missing something. Lately, everything seemed somehow boring to him. Jajim asked why everything seemed somehow boring to him. Goda smiled and asked if they were really friends. He says he can show them something. The year brings all the guys to the garage. He opens the door and says he'll show you a great place. When the door is fully opened, all the guys are in shock. They see a lot of people who are not in a stable condition. Syringes and bottles of alcoholic beverages are everywhere. Akikawa is not feeling well. Everyone else is also in shock because of what they saw. Gota smiles and says that, although it's probably too early for the guys to show this, since they are still first-year students. He added that they will be able to get used to this. All the guys are shocked. Years to sit on the sofa with the girls and says that when they get used to it, they will understand how many new and unusual sensations can be obtained. Ikikawa looked on in horror, but in my mind I tried to convince myself that everything was fine. The guy was thinking that if you close your eyes to all this, you can consider the year as a good person. Ikikawa clenches his hand into a fist and thinks that if he just pretends that he didn't see any of this, then his life will remain just as beautiful. The guy did that for a while. He believed that Shoko should not get involved with such a thing. On a dark night, the guy was sitting in his room and making phone calls. He called Tanabe and Jojima. Jojima asked Ikikawa why Gota needed Shoko. The red-haired guy says he has no idea. He thinks he just wants to have fun for a year. Tanabe says there's nothing you can do about it. He decides that it's time for the Love Master Tanabe to step into the game. Ikikawa asks a question. Tanabe asks if Gota just needs a beautiful girl. He decides to meet some girl and persuade her to go with him. Ikikawa doesn't think it will help them in any way. Tanabe asks the guy not to worry, as he will find someone. Ikikawa asks Tanabe to listen to him. Tanabe is happy that it's time to apply seduction techniques. Ikikawa gets angry and asks to stop ignoring him. Jojima says that it is useless since Tanabe is lost. The next day, Soma walks down the school corridor and enters the office where Taiga Banjo is located. She apologizes before she comes in. Taiga Banjo recognizes her immediately. The girl shakes her head from side to side and asks if Yamada is in the room with them. The guy says Yamada doesn't work at the school. He asks why a man should be at school at all. The girl says it's logical. Taiga Banjo asks what Soma wanted. The girl says that Heroes wanted to consult with him. The guy remembers what Heroes Shoko looks like. He says he is a regular janitor. Shoko comes forward and says that Yuki told her that it was Taiga Banjo who closed the business office with rich men who were dating minors. The guy asks if the new situation is related to the offenders. The girl says that it really is. He is thinking about how best to start the story. The girl says that Ikikawa and the other boys from their class have been behaving very strangely lately. The guy asks what it means to behave very strangely. Shoko says that they haven't talked for a long time, and then suddenly Ikikawa calls her for a walk. Taiga Banjo asks the girl to continue the story. Shoko says that Tanabe also began to constantly communicate with girls. The girl takes out her phone and asks the guy to look at the screen. She says that a friend sent her a message in which Tanabe is trying to persuade her to go out with him to have fun. The girl anxiously asks if the guy knows who the year is. Taiga Banjo says he hasn't heard of this guy. Shoko says that this is a high school student, from whom there are always a lot of problems. 3 guys of their class are just talking to him. Soma says that Gota is one of the Midorikikai performers. She had heard others talking about it. The guy thinks after hearing about Midorikikai. He recalls that this is the same organization that dealt with rich men who dated minors. The girl confirms his words. Shoko thinks that if they don't intervene, it may be too late and the boys or someone else will get hurt. The guy listens to the girl and asks what she wants from him. The girl clenches her hand into a fist and says she wants Taiga Banjo to clean up the school. Taiga Banjo agrees and says he will help. Shoko didn't expect the guy to agree so quickly. Taiga Banjo says that he cannot refuse, since the situation at the school directly affects its cleanliness. Soma and Shoko bow to the guy and thank him for his help in this dangerous matter. Shoko asks what the guy is going to do. He says he already has an idea. Taiga Banjo appears in front of them in a female outfit. He has long hair, full lips, a short skirt and painted eyes. The girls are shocked by the guy's reincarnation. The guy is serious. He says that his disguise is complete and he is ready to start the task. Shoko asks if it was too unusual. Soma thinks Taiga Banjo looks cute. Taiga Banjo says that in his last job he never had to change into a woman. Shoko thinks that the guy worked as a hostess. Taiga Banjo is about to leave the office and says that all he has to do is contact Tanabe. Shoko stops the guy and says that she will go with him. The guy turns around, and the girl confidently declares that she wants to see with her own eyes what is going on with them. Taiga Banjo is silent for a while, and then agrees. He says this case can be dangerous. He respects the girl's determination. Next week, Taiga Banjo and Shoko come to the designated place together. There are a lot of people in the room and loud music is heard everywhere. The room is a Midorikikai party venue. A girl in a pink dress appears next to Shoko, who shouts that she is having a lot of fun. The girl tries to support her and raises her hand, thinking that she is playing along badly. Some guy approaches Taiga Banjo, mistaking him for a woman. He puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to have a drink with his company. Shoko is excited. She can't figure out if it's bad or if it will ruin their plan. Outwardly, the disguise looks good, but the guy can still give himself away. The man who had his hand on Taiga Banjo's shoulders noticed some strange feeling. He shouted that he had exposed a man who had disguised himself as a woman. A man in the audience shouted that he had exposed a man who had disguised himself as a woman. This greatly alarmed Shoko and Taiga Banjo. A group of guys pushed a man to the floor. Shoko and Taiga Banjo immediately noticed this. A man was hitting a guy who was pretending to be a woman. He asked him who brought him to this place. One of the guys in the audience started apologizing and says it was him. The man asks him what he was thinking. The guy says he had a very feminine voice. He's as surprised as they are. A man approaches him and swings, saying that he can't even bring a woman. Suddenly, the year appears behind the man's back. He puts his hand on the man's shoulder and asks him to stop. The man immediately recognizes the year. Dota smiles and says that people just have different tastes. He asks if the others agree with him. The guy grunts questioningly, and Gota says that he dragged another guy to the club because he thought he was a beautiful girl. The guy says it wasn't like that at all. The year grabs the collar of the guy who changed into a woman, and asks another guy to show what he did with him. The guy shouts that he won't do it. Everyone looks at this scene with horror. Tanabe decides to speak first. He is amazed that the guy decided to bring a guy dressed as a woman to the party. The guy is older than Tanabe, and he made such a stupid mistake. Akikawa says Tanabe brought two beautiful girls. He hadn't expected this. Jajim asks where these beautiful girls are. He didn't see Tanabe talking to them, even though he brought them. Tanabe pretends that he is also confused because the girls are not with him. Jajim asks if Tanabe has even heard a voice. Tanabe says the girls texted him that they were interested in the Midorikikai party. Akikawa asks Tanabe not to say that he believed these girls. Tanabe demands that the guy shut up. He says he's sad now. Tanabe says those girls just wanted to meet someone from Midorikikai. He's sure of it that they like dangerous guys. He asks how, in this case, he could refuse. Shoko thinks it's too cruel. The guy who was leading Taiga Banjo to the company raised his hand and said that the girls don't have to worry about it. He asks to forget about the guys and go have fun with them. The guy offers Shoko a drink. He hands her a bottle with an alcoholic drink. The girl says she is underage. The guy asks if it's true. He wonders if even minors are really allowed to attend this party. Shoko asks if there is juice. The guy puts a glass of liquid on the table and asks if an orange one will suit her. Shoko and Taiga Banjo take drinks. Shoko thanks the guy for the drink. They're trying it out. Suddenly someone screams. Shoko gets up from his seat, turns around and sees someone being mocked again. It seems to the girl that this is too cruel. She is glad that at least the locals are kind to the girl. She thinks that if she intervenes, then everyone will stop mocking the guys. Suddenly the girl feels bad. Everything becomes blurry. She doesn't understand what's going on. My head is spinning. The girl hears the voice of a guy who is surprised that the drink worked very quickly. He thinks he overdosed on the dosage. Shoko feels that she is very cold. She notices that the place where she is very dark. The girl is interested in where she got to. All this time the girl was lying behind bars. The girl looks around and notices that her hands are handcuffed. A huge collar with a chain is also visible on the neck. The arms and neck cannot move. The girl remembers drinking a drink offered by a guy who brought them to his company. She understands that he mixed something in the drink. The girl remembers that she came to the party with Taiga Banjo. She turns her head from side to side to find the young man. Shoko does not notice Taiga Banjo and squeezes his hands, which are handcuffed. She's trying to figure out how it could have turned out like this. The girl begins to tremble with fear and tension. She thinks that all this happened because of Yusei. The girl believes that she should not have meddled in other people's affairs and tried to help Yusei. Then she wouldn't be in a similar situation. Someone calls out to the girl, calling her number 3. A man approaches the cage in which the girl was sitting and says that it is the girl's turn. Then Shoko finally notices the patch on his clothes with the number 3. There are a lot of unfamiliar men in the room. One of them takes the chain on which the girl is planted and leads Shoko somewhere. The girl thinks about what will happen to her now. She's handcuffed and can't get out. Shoko is being led along a strange corridor, and when they bring you to the gym, the girl looks around and sees a bright stage on which there are teenagers like her in handcuffs. There are a lot of people in the hall who are shouting while there are people on stage with numbers on their clothes. Dota looks at people with numbers on their clothes and says that this time they have gathered a lot of beautiful girls. The year is located at the very top of the stone structure. The girl sees him sitting on a throne-like chair. The girls are sitting with him. Then the year falls silent and realizes that one girl they grabbed is missing. I definitely remembered the girl, as she had a good physique and a beautiful face. One of the men in the green uniform turns to the year and says that the person who was supposed to take her out is not coming back. Goda tusks and says that this is the girl he liked the most. Then he finally resigned himself, because among the assembled people, there are beautiful girls. Goda looks at Shoko and thinks that there will be enough people gathered. Shoko looks into the eyes of the year. The girl understands that she cannot stay in this place. She's going to wait for an opportunity and escape as quickly as possible. Goda snaps his fingers and says it's time for them to start. A fence began to descend around people with numbers, like in an arena. The girl became nervous. All the people with numbers began to loosen up and look at the checkered fence with surprise. When the fence was completely lowered, the hall became very quiet. The girl looked at the cage with horror, realizing that now she definitely could not escape. Goda smiles and tells them not to just stand there. The guy shouts for people with numbers to fight each other. They will have to fight until there is only one left. Shoko doesn't understand why she has to fight. Goda says he is not interested in weak women. He believes that subjugating a strong woman is a real pleasure. Then Goda continues and says that they will get rid of the losers, and the winner will be the woman of the year. The year is very excited. Then the guy turns to his subordinate and, when he responds, he demands that he bring a girl to him, who is not in the arena until the fight is over. Goda says she'll get rid of the guy if he doesn't make it. The guy immediately takes off. The chains around the necks of the arena participants are removed and fall to the floor with a clang. Goda says that now they can start a fight. At that time, Akikawa and his friends were at a party. Jajam asks everyone to stop and asks if it seems to the guys that there are fewer people at the party. Tanabe says that these parties take place very often, so many could just leave. Tanabe thinks about it, and then says that in general it is logical that some come for just a few hours. Jajam agrees with Tanabe's suggestion and asks if they can go home in that case. He notices that the years are nowhere to be seen. Tanabe says that the two girls he brought are also nowhere to be seen. As a result, they never met with them. Then Akikawa notices something on the floor. He picks up the subject and realizes that it is a student's. He says that they have similar students at school. Then the guy looks at the student's data and opens his eyes wide in surprise, and thinks that this is someone's joke, since he understands that the student has lost shock. Godot excitedly shouts that now the people in the arena can start a fight. He shouts for them to fight for the right to be with him. He turns to the girls and looks at them with a smile. One of the participants of the arena smiles and knocks fist on fist, saying that everything is very simple. She thinks about what if she can beat everyone in the arena. She is engaged in wrestling. One of the participants looks at the guy, mocking. She says Alex should pay attention to her. The girl says she can handle everyone. She has the second number. Shoko is thinking about what she should do. She is engaged in athletics, so she has no idea how to get out of the arena. Someone yawns loudly. It was a girl who was sitting with her hands behind her head. She says it's unfair because she's not in her weight class. The girl's number is 4. Another participant says that she is not interested in what kind of reward. She says that if the participants want to fight, then let them attack. The girl's number is 5. She does karate. There was a girl standing to the side who was trembling because of fear. She was thinking about why things had turned out this way. Her number is 6. She does ballet. Number 1 goes to the middle of the arena, examining the other participants. She is glad that she has to fight. Number 1 asks why he doesn't start with the strongest one. The girl turns to number 5. Number 5 asks what she wants from her. She asks if the girl is doing something. She assumes martial arts. Number 5 says that he is engaged in karate, which is an unusual art. The girl asks if it tempers the spirit. She says it will suit her and points her finger at the girl, indicating that she will be the first. Number 1 is set to fight. She prepares to attack, demanding that the girl amuse her a little. The girl manages to react and dodge. Number 1 runs past her and notices that she is fast. Number 1 understands that she can't compete with her in pure strength, but she can easily read her movements. While number 1 is about to attack the girl again, she stands in a fighting stance at this time, bringing forward her hand, clenched into a fist. Number 1 thinks that if he makes it in time, he will win with one blow. The girl swings and tries to strike, but number 1 dodges. The girl does not understand how she could have missed number 1. Number 1 grabs the girl and puts her on the floor, clutching her head with his hands. The girl in the capture thinks about how she could get caught. She doesn't understand how number 1 moved her center of gravity so quickly. Number 1 says she has a lot of titles. She was a finalist in the World Junior Wrestling Championship, a 3-time Japanese junior wrestling champion, as well as many more victories and awards from this girl. Also the number 1 ranked 4th in the wrestling competition among men and women. The girl smiles madly and tells number 5 to cry, because even all these awards were not enough for her. The rules of the fight limited the girl. She was tired of this pampered world, and so plunged into the world of brutal street fighting. The girl used a wrestling technique to grab the opponent, and then she used suffocating techniques, which are prohibited in normal wrestling. Number 1 says that within the walls of her dojo number 5, she learned to live by the rules. She thinks the girl is good and well-mannered. Therefore, she will not win number 1. Shoko runs up to numbers 1 and 5. She tries to stop number 1 and says that the girl can hurt her. Number 1 asks if it's not obvious. She's trying to get rid of one of the contestants. Shoko grabs number 1's hand and tries to dissuade her. When Shoko puts his hand on the girl's arm, she bounces off and still lets go of the number 5 grip. All the girls are shocked. They're trying to figure out what's going on. Number 6 asks what happened. Number 1 wonders what Shoko wanted to do. She assumes that the girl tried to break her fingers. There are various ways to free yourself from the grip with your hands, and the easiest, but forbidden way is to break the finger of the hand that holds in the grip. Number 1 is scared that the girl wanted to do it without hesitation. She understands that Shoko is not so simple. Number 4 is smiling insanely. She starts laughing because number 1 got scared and ran away. Number 1 doesn't understand why the girl is laughing. Number 2 shouts that she is tired of the girl number 4. She asks why the girl is laughing. Girl number 4 spreads her arms and asks number 2 not to get mad. She says she's not interested in winning or losing, and she's certainly not interested in the prospect of being in the middle of a battle. She is inferior to number 2. Number 2 thanks number 4 and asks the girl to listen to her. She asks how number 4 dares to talk to her like that. She demands that the girl stop speaking negatively about Alex. The men who were standing behind the cage turned to the participants and asked if they were going to fight. They wonder if the girls understand what will happen to them if they don't start a fight. Men say they'll have fun anyway. Then they ask what the girls will do and start laughing madly. Number 4 rubs the back of his head and says he doesn't want to be near Alex. But she doesn't want to fight either. The girl at number 2 is tired of the girl at number 4. She headed in her direction. Number 4 raised her hands in a defensive gesture and asked the girl to calm down. She says she doesn't like pain. Number 2 swings to strike and demands that number 4 be silent. She's going to kill the girl, but suddenly number 2 gets hit and falls backwards, falling to the floor unconscious. In front of the fallen girl was number 4, who was still holding her hand after being hit. Number 4 stood in a fighting stance. She says that she has already mentioned earlier that she does not like fighting, because her hands hurt after blows, but she tried to do without fighting. Number 4 scared Shoko. The girl noticed that number 4 was very strong. Number 4 looks adequate, so Shoko thinks she can come to an agreement with her. Then number 4 speaks negatively about number 1 and calls her to him, offering to start a fight. Number 1 is shocked by the girl's boldness. Number 4 breaks from his seat and prepares to attack. Number 4 says she's used to wearing gloves, but she doesn't think she'll need them, since number 1 is probably as soft as a punching bag. Number 4 is already practically hitting number 1, saying that he will deal with her quickly. Number 1 is slowing down because she was confused, but she starts blocking punches, surprised that number 4 turned out to be a boxer. Number 1 dodges, noticing that the blows are fast but weak. No matter how many blows number 4 will strike number 1, the girl's body will withstand in any case. As long as number 1 protects her chin, she can just break through. Number 4 can't win with weak punches alone. Number 1 is approaching number 4 and is about to attack her. Suddenly, number 4 says she's lucky and strikes at number 1's open spot. Number 1 falls to the floor, holding his stomach, and number 4 was just smiling. Number 1 can't believe that such a small body can have such a force of impact. Number 4 smiles and speaks negatively about number 1. She raises her fist and says that you also need to hit correctly. Shoko is shocked that number 4 was able to defeat number 1, who is many times bigger than her. Shoko is glad that number 1 lost. Now she can try to talk to number 4. Shoko turns to number 4. She smiles and offers to discuss everything together. Blows are heard. Shoko opens her eyes and sees that number 4 has defeated everyone. Everyone was lying unconscious in the arena. Number 4 says there's only girl number 3 left. Shoko asks what the girl is doing. Number 4 does not understand at first, and then says that she cannot leave the arena until she wins, so she will have to fight. Number 4 gets into a fighting stance and demands that Shoko attack her. The girl does not understand what to do. She wonders if there is no other way. She remembers Taiga Banjo. Akikawa shouts to be let through. Masudu says he can't miss the guys, as he's having fun at the moment. Akikawa shouts that there may be a shock in the arena. He says she's a typical smart girl. He convinces the guy that she doesn't know how to fight. Masudu demands that the guy shut up. He reminds me that he is the right hand of the years. He asks how the guys dare to contradict him. Masudu gets hit right in the face and falls on his back, losing consciousness. Jajima stands in front of him with his hand raised. The guys who were standing near the entrance are amazed that Masuda was forced to lose consciousness. One of the guys speaks negatively about Jajima. Jajima says that elders should be respected, but he also mentions that Ikikawa was his friend. The guy says that if they don't let them in, then he will deal with everyone personally. Number 4 was standing in a fighting stance right in front of Shoko. She demanded that the girl attack her. Shoko asks what number 4 is saying. There was no one left who wanted to fight. She tries to convince number 4 to calm down and figure out how to get out of the arena together. Number 4 asks if the girl understands that there is no way out. She says there is only one way out, to join the fight. Shoko says that's why she offers to unite. Number 4 requires the girl to fight. This is the only way she has a chance to leave. Shoko says she has never fought. Number 4 grins, and in the next second he takes off and swings for a punch. The fist almost touches Shoko's face, but number 4 stops. The girl steps back. Number 4 asks Shoko not to think badly of her. Shoko looks at the girl in surprise. Number 4 says that Shoko has perfectly calculated the reach of her punch. Number 4 is convinced that a person who has never fought would not be able to dodge a blow so perfectly. Shoko presses her hand to her chest and says that she really has never fought with anyone in her life. Then Shoko presses her finger to her chin and remembers that she was taught how to defend herself after all. Before the party, Taiga Banjo met with Shoko to talk. He decided that before they went on a mission, the guy would have to teach the girl something. Taiga Banjo raises her index finger and explains what will need to be done if the girl gets into a dangerous situation. Shoko listened attentively to the guy. Taiga Banjo decided to consider several options when the enemy has a weapon and when there is none. The guy says that in both cases, the enemy's attack radius is limited. With a long arm or a long arm, in the case of a weapon, a long arm and the size of the weapon, everything has a limit. The guy says that if the girl keeps her distance, she won't get hurt. Shoko notices that the guy says all this as if it's easy. Taiga Banjo says that if a girl has a good reaction and dynamic visual acuity, then this will not be a problem for Shoko. Shoko asks what he does if the opponent has a firearm. The guy folds his hands and says that in this case the girl just gave up. The guy adds that if there is no choice, then Shoko will have to try to stay away. The guy explains that the further away the girls are, the harder it will be to get in. But whether the enemy is armed or not is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to keep calm. The girl recalled this conversation with the guy right during the time when number 4 tried to strike her. Shoko noticed that number 4 really couldn't hit her. If Shoko stays calm and watches number 4's punches, then she won't get hit. Number 4 doesn't understand what's going on with Shoko. Without a doubt, the girl shows that she is not used to fighting. Shoko just dodges and is not going to counterattack. Number 4 is trying to figure out if it's not by chance that the girl comes out. The girl thinks that it is impossible that one talent can help win. But then she sees Shoko crashing into the cage and rejoices that they are in the ring. Number 4 says that the girl won't be able to run away for a long time. She says that as soon as Shoko hits the wall, it marks her end. Number 4 is convinced that Shoko has seen a boxing match at least once in her life. She says that when someone is pinned in a corner, a hail of blows falls on him. Number 4 is about to strike and says it will be the last one. Shoko remembers the words of Taiga Banjo that will teach her how to avoid a situation when there is nowhere else to run. The girl crosses her arms in front of her and makes a dash forward. Number 4 is lost, as Shoko decided to rush forward. And very quickly, Shoko is heading straight for number 4. The girl understands that with her weight, she definitely can't stop her. Shoko falls at the feet of number 4. The girl is happy that she managed to do what Taiga Banjo taught her. Before the party, Taiga Banjo said that Shoko's opponent would surely understand what the girl was trying to achieve. Most likely, she will think that Shoko is trying to evade. Then the enemy will simply drive her into a corner, into a dead end, against a wall or on a cliff. In this case, there will be nowhere to retreat. Shoko asked what she should do in this case. The guy raised his index finger up and said that a dash forward would help. He explained that a kick or an arm becomes powerful at speed, and when the arm or leg is fully extended. Thus, speed will cover the lack of strength. The girl assumed that she would have to aim, and this is difficult. But the guy said that there is an option when it is not necessary to aim. After the breakthrough, the enemy will be stunned. In this case, there will be a slight difference in weight between her and the opponent. After the push, you will need to grab the opponent by the legs and put your hand where the joints are. and then lay it on the floor, so she will definitely get there. Number 4 looks at his opponent in horror. She doesn't understand why the girl climbed on top of her. Shoko swings, but suddenly thinks about how to strike her. The guy said it was very easy. The girl remembers that the guy showed her and told the girl to strike with her elbow. Thus, she will definitely make the opponent lose consciousness. Number 4 swears, realizing that she underestimated the girl. No one has ever climbed on it like that. The girl thinks that unlike boxing competitions, there are no rules and a ring on the streets. It was hard to lower the girl to the ground, because due to the lack of a ring it is hard to clamp. The girl always worked well with her feet. She honed her speed so that no one would ever underestimate her. As a result, she contributed to her own loss. She underestimated her opponent, and that's what it all led to. The girl is expecting a blow and thinks it will hurt terribly. But time passes and nothing happens. She's trying to figure out if she was hit or not, because she doesn't feel pain. Number 4 stops and thinks it can't be that easy. She opens her eyes and sees Shoko standing in front of her in a fighting stance. Number 4 is just lying on the floor and doesn't understand why Shoko has moved so far away from her. Shoko looks intently at the girl and remembers how she asked Taiga Banjo about how she should strike better. The guy then replied that everything was very simple. She must strike with her elbow and the opponent will lose consciousness. This is an ideal option, but with the strength of the girl, she is unlikely to be able to knock out the opponent. The guy told Shoko to break the distance and run until the opponent regained consciousness. He asked if the girl was from the athletics club. Shoko remembers Taiga Banjo and thinks about what she should do now, if she has nowhere else to run. Number 4 gets up from his seat and says he doesn't understand the girl. She resolutely says she won't give Shoko a second chance. Goda laughs, looking at the fight. He says that the ending is always the most interesting. Suddenly someone shouts because some strangers have entered the hall. Goda turns around to see who it is. Goda turns to his people and demands that they shut up as he enjoys the performance. The guy apologizes and says that Jojima's guys came to the gym. Shoko turns around after hearing about Jojima. Akikawa, Tanabe and Jojima entered the hall. They dealt with everyone who stood in their way. Goda looks at them angrily. Akikawa approaches the cage and calls Shoko. The girl is shocked by his appearance. She asks what the guy is doing in the gym. The guy says he will explain everything later. He promises her that he will pull her out of the arena. Goda turns to the guys and they all turn around. Goda asks what they are all up to. Akikawa says that up to now he has tried to ignore everything that is happening and the actions of the year. The fact that he ignored it for so long no longer gives him the right to speak. But he is a man, so he can't just watch in silence when he wants to hurt Shoko. Goda asks what the others will say. He looks at the guys. Jojima sarcastically apologizes to the guy and says that he is a friend of Akikawa. And Tanabe rubs the back of his head and says that he convinced the guys not to do it. Jojima grabs Tanabe by the collar of his shirt and asks whose side he is on. Tanabe says it will be very difficult for them to go against the years. Goda grins and is amazed at the courage of the guys. The guys say that it was God who taught them to live freely, get out of the way those they don't like. But at the moment, the one they don't like is the year. Akikawa says that at the moment, the one they don't like is the year. The guy goes downstairs, flexing his arms. He asks since when the guys decided they were stronger than him. Goda says that now they will see who is stronger. He swings and strikes Jojima. The guy starts coughing. Goda continues to strike and says that he wonders if the guys have really become stronger. The next one gets hit by Tanabe. Akikawa attacks Goda from behind, trying to kick him, but he didn't even feel the blow. Akikawa is shocked. Then Goda swings and with a smile asks the guys to entertain him. Akikawa gets hit in the stomach and falls on his back. Goda strikes Akikawa several times. At this time, Shoko is standing right next to the cage and, addressing Yusei, asks him if the guy is safe. The guy does not say anything, but replies that he is whole. The girl asks why the guy came to save Shoko. She asks if Godot is not his friend. Akikawa raises his head and says that he came to this place not to save the girl, but only to return what she dropped. He passes the item to Shoko, and she accepts it, recognizing her students. Akikawa gets up and says that he has sorted out the student. Now he's going to beat the year, but he's a real monster. Taiga Banjo is standing in some strange room. He sees grass plantations in front of him and understands what Midori Kakai is really doing. The guy did not think that he would be able to find such a thing. His infiltration strategy worked perfectly. Taiga Banjo must free Akikawa and the rest of the guys. He must destroy the organization before its foundation. For complete destruction, he needs proof of crimes. The distribution of strange plants prohibited on the territory is punishable by law. The guy takes pictures of everything and, looking at the defeated opponents, thinks that security was tight around the plantation. The guy takes everything he needs on his phone and puts it in his pocket. Now he decides to come back. Heroes has already been waiting for him for too long. Suddenly, a man runs into the plantation and, pointing his finger at the Taiga Banjo, says that he has found it. He swears, realizing how far the guy has gone. Then he notices the bodies of his colleagues and tries to figure out what happened. The guy realizes with horror that Taiga Banjo alone coped with everyone. Taiga Banjo stands right in front of the guy and demands that he get out of the way and not interfere with him. He asks if the guy wants to be on the floor. The guy falls and crashes into his back. He turns around and sees a man who asks how Taiga Banjo disguised as a woman could defeat everyone. He says it's a shame. Then the man bites broccoli and says that he will not eat vegetables alone. This man is the performer of Midori Kakaya, Miguel Greenwood. The guy who fell to the floor started laughing and tells Taiga Banjo to start praying. He is sure that the guy will not defeat Mr. Miguel. Miguel is an amazing person, as he is a former boss of the overseas mafia. He was sentenced to about 50 years in prison. He escaped and hid in Japan. Miguel is a real devil. The guy asks if Taiga is afraid of Banjo now. The next second, he was gagged with broccoli. Miguel demanded that the guy shut up. Miguel says the guy described him as if he was a coward who ran away and hid. The guy tries to apologize, but he doesn't really succeed because of the broccoli in his mouth. Miguel turns to Taiga Banjo and says that he has already heard everything. Of the locals, he is second only to Alex in strength. Miguel asks Taiga Banjo to think that old people become mafia bosses, and he is still young. He asks if Taiga understands Banjo. Taiga Banjo is silent for a while. Then he says he didn't understand. Miguel lowers his hat and says that in that case he will try to explain. The man pulls out a gun. Jajima strikes right in the face of the year, thinking that he was able to get it. But the guy stands still and smiles. Jajima looks at the guy in horror. Then Goda grabs the guy by the shoulders and throws him away from her with all her might. Jajima gets angry thinking about what's wrong with Godoy. He doesn't understand why he's so strong. The Kakawa hits from the back of the year again. But his blows again do not work. In this case, the guy accelerates and is going to try to kick again. He strikes, but nothing comes out, and he falls to the floor, pressing his leg to him because of the intense pain. The guy thinks it's some kind of madness. He wonders what kind of body the year has, since it is impossible to injure it. Goda turns around and says that the guy has learned something after all. Kakawa has already been through a lot of fights and realized that against strong guys, you need to aim at the legs. It was because of this that the guy thought that legs would be a weak spot for years. The guy says he doesn't understand anatomy, and he didn't study any martial arts. The guy asks if he wants to say that he only has physical strength. Goda asks if something else is needed. Goda says that more than one fighting technique has not helped anyone defeat him. In that case, why learn from weak opponents? Goda says Ikikawa is just like him. The guy freezes because he doesn't want to admit it. Goda grabs Ikikawa by the collar of his hoodie and says that no one understands him better than him. He swings and strikes. Goda believes that the strongest do not need any techniques. Shoko looks at the fight with horror and shouts to Ikikawa. Number 4 approaches her and, throwing his hands behind his head, asks if the guy can survive such a strong blow. Shoko turns around, thinking that they want to attack her. But the 4th number asks the girl to calm down. Number 4 folds his arms over his chest and says that so far everyone doesn't care about their presence. She offers Shoko to see how the fight ends. Shoko asks how a girl can offer, just stand and watch. Number 4 asks the girl what she can do in this case. She has no ideas. Shoko says that if her friends lose, they will have problems again. Number 4 says that's how it will be. Then she asks the girl to believe in her friends. Number 4 watches the fight and says that the guys have a chance to beat him in the fight. Shoko also watches the fight and sees Jajima pick up an iron rod and hit the ground with it. He leans on an iron rod and swears. The guy speaks negatively about the year. He says that the second time will not be so easy for him. Number 4 says that if the guys can't break through the years with their own fists, then they can try to do it with weapons. Also, the girl smiles and asks Shoko to look at the guy. It seems to her that Jajima looks much more confident with a weapon. Goda asks if Jajima is serious about using an iron rod. The guy says he saw something similar in the textbook. Takuya Jajima practiced martial arts. There was no use for his skills in a fist fight. His friends didn't know anything about it either. Then the guy turns to Goda and, pointing an iron rod at him, says that he has been practicing Kendo for a very long time and hard. Now the guy won't lose. Takuya Jajima is the son of a famous dojo master. In the past, he admired his father, so he devoted himself to Kendo. But because of one incident, he lost trust in the dojo. I gave up my hobby and went my own way. Now the guy is determined to fight seriously. Dota smiles and says that the guy just likes to talk nonsense. He gets into a fighting stance and tells the guy to attack him. The ear is going to seriously fight. Jojima recalls that the basis of Kendo is the competent preservation of distance. He remembers how his father trained him. I told him to take a step forward, to attack, or step back, step back. The father told his son that he should be able to attack and retreat in an instant. The guy is going to attack the ear. He attacks with the lightning sword technique. The guy remembers again how his father told him that the opponent would not stand still. Therefore, the guy should not focus on individual parts of the opponent's body. The guy has to follow the movements of his body, and then whoever his opponent is, he will not be able to escape from the sword. In this case, even the strongest opponents can be defeated. The guy remembers how his father told him to find a weak spot on the opponent's body and work with his feet, and then attack, managing to defend in time. Jojima should not have forgotten that when attacking an enemy, you need to fill your lungs and shout. This way, he will become even stronger. The guy was shouting while running straight at him to attack him. I have been thinking for years that an opponent with a weapon is very predictable. He doesn't care what style of combat the opponent uses. According to him, all this is complete nonsense. Dota tries to grab Jojima. He decides to hold the blow and then just break the weapon. Thus, the fight will end. Dota smiles rapaciously and asks the guy to attack him. The guy strikes the body of the ear and stands behind him. Dota doesn't understand what just happened. He is shocked that the guy struck very quickly. The ear clenches his jaw from tension. He didn't even see Jojima swing the iron bar. The average strike speed in Kendo is only 0.2 of a second. If the blow is struck by a professional, the impact speed can reach 1/10 of a second. Jojima gets into a fighting stance, pointing the iron rod directly at the ear. The ear turns around and tisks. He says he was in pain. Akikawa rejoices that Jojima got and was able to strike the ear. The guy starts supporting Jojima, shouting to him that he can win. Jojima understands that anyone else would have fallen with one blow, but he survived for a year. The guy wonders why the ear has such a strong body. Apparently, the guy is serious. Jojima says that Kendo is a variation of fencing. It was originally created to get rid of people. He asks me not to forget about it for a year. In Kendo, they don't just wear armor, but even they can't always protect. During duels, there are cases when the opponent has left the world of the living. This is a deadly martial art. Shoko is amazed. She is happy that Jojima has a chance to win. Number 4 chuckles discreetly. She says they will hope. Jojima exhales. He swears because he understands that the guy is going to attack him now. Jojima moved, and he smiled rapaciously, because he knew that it was worth waiting for an attack. Jojima is moving very fast towards the ear. The ear understands that it will not be possible to catch him. The guy strikes right in the face. The ear collapses and almost falls on his back. Meanwhile, Jojima is standing behind him. The guy exhales. He fell to the floor and lost consciousness for a while. Akikawa ran up to him, startled. He began to shout with joy. He did not believe that they would be able to defeat the ear. At that time, he was lying on the floor with his mouth open and his eyes rolled up. At this time, Miguel was holding a pistol in his hand and firing it. The man smiled every time he fired a bullet. At this time, Taiga Banjo was moving very quickly throughout the plantation, trying to avoid being hit by a bullet. Miguel was running after him, holding his hat, and trying to hit the guy. But Taiga Banjo deftly dodged all the bullets that flew at him. Miguel stops for a minute and realizes that he has lost his grip. At this time, Taiga Banjo was hiding behind one of the grass racks. The guy who had broccoli is amazed that Taiga Banjo can dodge. It's easy to dodge bullets from a distance. At the moment of the shot, the main thing is to move away from the line of fire. Miguel shoots again, but the bullet flies past Taiga Banjo. He just looks discontentedly at the place where she flew. Miguel says that Taiga Banjo is lucky for a reason. He's pointing a gun at him, and he doesn't even freeze in fear. He says that Taiga Banjo is not an ordinary person. He turns to him and asks if the guy is connected with the underworld. Taiga Banjo turns up next to Miguel and replies that this is not the case at all. Then the guy moves quickly again and is behind the man's back. The guy knocked out the gun with one hand, leaving Miguel unarmed. Miguel looks at him anxiously. At this time, Taiga Banjo says that he is currently a janitor. The guy with broccoli in his mouth is surprised that the guy was able to break the distance in an instant. A gun won't help Miguel anymore. Miguel waves his hand and says that he has lost. Taiga Banjo is standing next to him, waiting for further action. Then Miguel smiles and says he was just joking. He took out his second gun and pointed it at the guy. The gun stuck right into the crowbar of the Taiga Banjo. Miguel says he has a second gun. Now a man can shoot at point-blank range. The man has fun because he is convinced that the guy can't dodge. The guy with broccoli in his mouth gets up from his seat and enthusiastically says that Miguel is extraordinary. A second later, Miguel looks in shock at the hand in which he held the gun. The man notices that there is no gun in his hand anymore and he looks at an empty place. Taiga Banjo starts talking. He asks if Miguel is looking for the gun that the guy is holding in his hands. Miguel is shocked. He doesn't understand when the guy managed to grab the gun from him. In a second, Taiga Banjo very quickly grabs Miguel's hand and presses on it, trying to turn it around. Miguel involuntarily turns around and looks at the guy with displeasure. Taiga Banjo puts Miguel on the floor and presses the gun to his temple. The guy looks menacingly at the man and says that this is his end. The man starts yelling and swearing. Then the deafening sound of a gunshot is heard. The guy with broccoli in his mouth is shocked. Miguel looks with fright at the place near his face. There was a bullet that almost hit him. Taiga Banjo raises his gun and says that he is currently a janitor. He raises the gun and says that this time he will spare the man. Miguel realizes that the shot was fired at a very close distance, which is why he was stunned. The guy with broccoli in his mouth looks at Miguel in shock and can't believe that the man has lost. The guy looks at Taiga Banjo, who threw the gun out of his hands. Then the guy thinks about the fact that Taiga Banjo's face seems familiar to him. Taiga Banjo looks menacingly at the guy with broccoli and then is about to leave the room. Miguel can't believe that Taiga Banjo is the guy who destroyed their organization. Taiga Banjo says she doesn't understand what the man is talking about. Miguel points at the young man again and asks if the guy was just pretending to be a woman. Taiga Banjo asks Miguel to be quiet. Then the sounds of a struggle are heard. Taiga Banjo stands and shakes off her hands, and then he says that he has spent too much time, now he needs to hurry. The guy runs out of the room at speed. Suddenly, a voice stops him and it seems to him that he heard Hiro's voice. The guy runs into the hall and sees Shoko with tears in his eyes asking for a year to stop. She says that the guy will not leave her friends alive. Ikikawa was lying unconscious on the floor. Jajima was also unconscious. For years I dragged him along the floor with me. He was very angry. At this time, a guy on a motorcycle drove up to the room where the party was taking place. The guy on the motorcycle took off his helmet. It turned out that it was Shoko's classmate. He arrived at the place using the map on his phone, hoping for its correctness. He lay unconscious on the floor for a while. All the guys were tense, but without noticing any movements for years, they began to think that they had won. Ikikawa ran up to Jajima, rejoicing that he was able to defeat the guy. He thinks Jajima is extraordinary. The guy asks Ikikawa not to get too close to him. Then Ikikawa remembers about Shoko. He pushes Jajima away and runs to the girl. The guy runs up to the cage and says he will get the girl out. Shoko looks at Ikikawa and doesn't say anything. Somewhere to the side, Tanabe shouts that he has found the key to the cage. Ikikawa praises Tanabe and takes the key from him. He opens the lock. Suddenly, sounds can be heard behind the guys. Number 4 shouts at them to turn around and look back. Guys get scared. They anxiously turn around and look with horror at the year, who still got up from the floor. Goto reached out to Ikikawa's head and leaned him against the cage. Shoko was scared for the guy because he was bleeding. The guy slowly slid down the cage and fell on his back. Shoko shouted his name, fearing for Ikikawa's life. Jajima was growling. He got into a fighting stance. Goto noticed this and went down. He was sitting in a squat. Number 4 looked at the years in surprise. Jajima was also looking at the guy, trying to figure out what was going on with him. He thought that he would continue to attack, but in the end he retreated. He wonders where his whole attitude has gone. Jajima takes a closer look at the years and realizes that something is wrong. It's as if the year has ceased to be a person. He was so angry and dangerous. The guy thinks that the strange reaction of the year can be explained by self-preservation instincts. The year seemed to have turned into a wild beast. God suddenly puts his hand on an iron rod and pulls it out of the ground. Jajima is stunned. He can't believe that the guy pulled out the iron rod with his own hands. Only monsters can do that. Goto shouldered the iron rod on his shoulders. It was very long. Because of this, the guy could not calculate the affected area. Goto tightened his grip on the iron rod that was on his shoulders and threw it towards Jajima. The guy dodged, surprised that the year also threw an iron rod at him. The guy swears because he can't keep a fighting stance. Years, on the contrary, prepare to attack. Jajima swings, asking if he can survive such a strong blow. He hits right on the leg, but the iron rod just breaks, which terrifies the guy. Goto squeezes Jajima's head with both hands and knocks him in the face with her knee. The guy falls back, but the hand of the years grabs his head and strikes another blow. and so a few more times until the guy began to lose consciousness. The guy was already unconscious, but the year continued to inflict powerful blows on him with his knee. Jojim's face was covered in blood. Goda looks at Jojim in surprise. He realizes that he has overdone the punches. If he doesn't stop, then the guy will definitely not live. He's covered in blood, and the year is dizzy, which is why he can't think properly. This has happened before. All this is happening because of his father. My father was the head of the foreign mafia department in Japan for many years. He often treated the mother of the year terribly. He also often got it from his father, in cases when the guy earned few points for the test. When he watched TV, when he walked too loudly. It wasn't difficult for my father to find a suitable reason. He endured his father's aggressive behavior every day of the year. Therefore, his body became stronger. When he was in high school, his father, as always, came to him to teach a lesson. But this time it was different. He lost consciousness and bled to death. He was almost finished. But suddenly the guy woke up, and the father was already lying in front of Godoy in a pool of blood. The year guessed that he had done it. He was called to the police. Extenuating circumstances were attributed. Thus, he spent the entire year of high school in a temporary detention center for juvenile offenders. Goda believes that it was a useful experience. If you want to survive, then make everyone bow to your power, the absolute rule of their world. Only then did I realize that I was finally free. Suddenly, he came to his senses as he heard someone shouting that if he didn't stop, then the guys were finished. Goda looks at Jojima, who was lying unconscious. He was holding him by the neck. The guy started rubbing his neck as he realized that he had lost control again. Someone appears behind the year. He opens his eyes wide and turns around very quickly, asking who is next to him. The year sees Taiga Banjo in women's clothing. The guy without emotion looks at the guys who were lying unconscious. Goda is happy that Taiga Banjo has come. He still thinks he's a girl. He says that of all those who came to their party, it was Taiga Banjo who was the best. Goda comes closer to Taiga Banjo and says that he initially decided that he would treat him gently so as not to break him. Then the guy raises his hand and says that now he is afraid to break it with one blow. Goda smiles and says he can't take it anymore. The guy pounces on Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo exhales and gets into a fighting stance. Goda, seeing the look of a guy disguised as a woman, became alarmed and jumped back. He watches Taiga Banjo and thinks that he is not a weak opponent after all. He wonders if he can beat him at all. The year is set up for a fight. He slams his hands on the floor and starts screaming. Then the guy takes off and jerks like a gorilla, runs to the Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo looks at the guy and doesn't understand why he suddenly started moving on all fours. Taiga Banjo dodges while Goda runs past him and crashes into the stands. Taiga Banjo looks at the year and thinks about why he moves so strangely, like an animal. He had never fought a wild beast. Goda looks furiously at Taiga Banjo and rushes into battle again. Taiga Banjo understands that he is very strong. If he gets caught, he's finished. The year swings and seeks to strike. Taiga Banjo understands that attacks should be avoided, since blocking is not an option. The guy dodges when Goda tries to get him. Then Taiga Banjo doesn't have time to dodge, so she puts her hands in front of her to block. He thinks that for the first time in his entire career, he finds himself in a similar situation. Goda starts laughing. At this time, Taiga Banjo thinks that, having fought with people, he has never lost. Not the same killer as him, not the same bodyguard, not the same thug or military. Taiga Banjo dodges and gets back into a fighting stance. He thinks that he has never lost to anyone. The experience of all the battles will remain in his body for the rest of his life. Therefore, no matter who he faced, he always won. Since the guy understood at first sight how he could win, Goda pushed Taiga Banjo away and went to the iron bars to pull one out of the ground. The guy pulls it out and throws it at Taiga Banjo while he dodges. Taiga Banjo notes that the movements of the year are very difficult to predict. At this time, he climbs to the top of the cage and jumps off it directly onto Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo immediately jumps back to avoid injury. He understands that it will not be easy to win. All this time, Number 4 and Shoko were watching their fight. Tanabe opened the cage and shouted for the girls to run. The girls were running to the exit, but the year was hanging right over the exit. They all looked up in fright and saw Goda smiling madly. He jumped right onto Tanabe, Shoko, and Number 4. They all froze in fear. Taiga Banjo saw this and moved towards them. The guy with the help of several jerks ran to Shoko and pushed her away. The girl screamed and rolled back to Tanabe and Number 4. Taiga Banjo stayed at the place where he was going to land for a year. He was looking straight at the guy who landed on the ground a second later, causing dust to rise. Tanabe, Number 4, and Shoko stared in horror at the place where Goda was supposed to land. He held Taiga Banjo by the neck for a year. He smiled rapaciously and said that the guy got caught, so now he can't escape. 10 seconds remained. The guy said that according to his calculations, that's how much Taiga Banjo has left to live. The years were slowly counting. Taiga Banjo rolled his eyes. His head hung down. Goda smiled, glad that he had won. Suddenly, Taiga Banjo grabbed Goda's hand. The guy was at a loss. The guy crossed his legs and grabbed the hand of the year, which was holding him by the neck. The guy grabbed the leg of the year and knocked him to the ground with a grab. The year fell to the ground from surprise. Taiga Banjo held the guy in a grip. Goda opened his eyes wide, as he did not understand how this was possible. He decided that Taiga Banjo had already lost consciousness. How can he move in such a case? Taiga Banjo exhaled while Goda stared at him dumbfounded. He assumes that the guy took a deep breath right before the year grabbed him, but he thinks it's nonsense. Goda wonders how big Taiga Banjo's lungs can be if he could take in so much air. Taiga Banjo was silent for a while, holding the guy in a grip. He recalled how, a long time ago, one of his training sessions took place underwater. A guy at a younger age had to hide from sharks underwater for 20 minutes. Goda smiles and says it's all very funny. He swings, about to strike Taiga Banjo. He says he wants to break the guy even more now. The year misses and hits right on the floor. Taiga Banjo manages to bounce away from the place of impact. Taiga Banjo notices that the last blow was even stronger than the last time. He understands that if he gets caught again, he will definitely not let him go for more than a year. Goda turns around and looks rapaciously at Taiga Banjo. He takes off and runs straight to Taiga Banjo on all fours again. The guy folds his arms on his chest, noticing that he is moving like a gorilla again. The year swings for another blow. He strikes right into the guy's hands. Taiga Banjo does not immediately understand what happened. Taiga Banjo was thrown a huge distance away. He practically lost consciousness. Shoko shouts Taiga Banjo. Number 4 says it definitely hurt. Taiga Banjo is still sitting on the floor. He clears his throat, thinking that Goda has unsurpassed strength. It seems to him that he is fighting with a real beast. Taiga Banjo rises from the floor. At this time, the year is trying to attack him again. In this case, the guy comes up with a new strategy. He stretches his arms and decides to cheat the year. Taiga Banjo runs towards the year. He claps his hands right in the face of the year. The guy was confused because he did not understand what had just happened. While Goda was distracted, Taiga Banjo moved behind his back and grabbed the guy by the head, wrapping his arms around his neck. The year began to choke. While he was in the capture, he spoke negatively about the guy and tried to break out of the capture, but nothing worked out for him. Taiga Banjo was amazed because he could not speak for a year, but people lost consciousness instantly because of this capture. A wild animal always has a good sense because its instincts lead it. Taiga Banjo knew that people like Goda could easily be distracted by a loud sound, such as a clap. The guy would never have thought that knowledge would be useful to him in a battle with a man. But knowledge always opens the way to victory. 10 years ago, Taiga Banjo was in the forest. There was a man sitting near the tree who, addressing the guy, said that he had been teaching him the art of murder for a long time. He thinks it's time for them to move on to the next step. Taiga Banjo twirls a knife in her hands and asks what will happen next in this case. The man says that all this time he was teaching the young man how to cope with a person. While the man was talking, a snake appeared behind him. The guy reacted quickly and threw the dagger straight at the snake. The man continues and says that Taiga Banjo has learned to cope with those who are his size or smaller. Taiga Banjo confirms his words and asks what he will do in this case. The man continues to explain. At this moment, an animal appears behind Taiga Banjo. The guy turns around and sees a bear in front of him. And the man says that the guy now needs to learn how to cope with those who are bigger than him. The man said that it was easy to cope with the bear. Taiga Banjo needs to grab the bear's neck from the back. In this case, the animal will not be able to reach the guy with its paws. What needs to be done next? The guy remembers at the moment when he holds his head firmly in his hands for years. He needs to be strangled and not let go. Taiga Banjo remembers the man's words that no matter how big and strong the beast is, as soon as the blood flow to the brain weakens, he will lose consciousness. If the guy doesn't let go, then the victory will be in his hands. A year is unexpectedly enough. Taiga Banjo loses his vigilance for a second. At this time, the guy falls on his back with him, swearing at the same time. Taiga Banjo clears his throat and then quickly gets to his feet and bounces off. At this time, Goda is sitting near the wall and rubbing his neck. Taiga Banjo thinks that his neck muscles are too strong, so he could not finish what he started. Last time, to deal with the bear, the guy used a cedar cord. He can't handle Godot without him. Goda gets up from his seat and growls angrily, looking at the guy. Taiga Banjo thinks that the guy must still have some weak spot. Dota starts shouting that he has no weaknesses. Suddenly, Taiga Banjo hears Akikawa telling everyone to run, as Gota is not someone who can be defeated. Akikawa tells Taiga Banjo to take Shoko and run away as far as possible. Taiga Banjo takes off and heads towards the year, as he believes that this is not the end yet and that he can win. Taiga Banjo is sure that there is always a weak spot in the human body, even if it is made of steel. Taiga Banjo assumes that the weak point of the years are the legs, so he strikes at them. Gota lowered his head. Taiga Banjo stared intently at his opponent. Jajima was swearing, and Akikawa shouted that it was useless. He says that the low kick won't help in the battle since the year. Gota stands up and says that his opponents are making the same mistake. Both Akikawa and Jajima made the same mistake, despite the fact that their idea was not bad. I am sure that it will not harm his body. Then the guy's legs give way and he falls to his knees. Years in perplexity, Taiga Banjo was approaching him. Taiga Banjo thought he was a special opponent and wasted so much effort to find other ways to defeat him. But it turned out that he was also an ordinary person. Taiga Banjo stood right in front of Godoy. He stared intently into his eyes. Gota stared at him angrily. Gota is trying to figure out how he could have fallen to his knees. He wondered if his steel body could really be penetrated. Everyone was shocked. Akikawa couldn't believe that the guy had punched a steel body for years. Akikawa recalls that they hit the legs a lot of times, but nothing worked for them. Taiga Banjo was standing right in front of Godoy, who was on all fours. He says that, apparently, he was just lucky. Gota starts to get angry because the guy thinks he's lucky. He asks if this guy wants to say that he accidentally broke his opponent's leg. Taiga Banjo closes her eyes for a second, and when she opens them, she turns to Jajima and Akikawa, asking what needs to be done to break through the iron wall. Akikawa doesn't understand what the question is. Jajima says they have no choice but to beat until it breaks. Taiga Banjo confirms Jajima's guess. He says you have to beat until it breaks. That's his answer. The guy is sure that any metal will eventually break if it continues to be affected. Taiga Banjo says that he was able to break the year with one blow, as Akikawa and Jajima had beaten him several times before. The guy thanks them. Jajima looks at Taiga Banjo and says it's all nonsense. He tries to convince the guy that even if a person has a stick, he will not be able to break through an iron wall with a hail of blows. Akikawa intervenes in the conversation and says that the guy clearly has something wrong with his body. He kicked the year with all his might, but he didn't even move. But when Akikawa hit the leg of the year, he was in a lot of pain. Taiga Banjo asks if the guys can move. The guys look at Taiga Banjo in surprise. Taiga Banjo says it's time for them to leave. Men in green suits appear behind the year. They ask where the students are going to go. They say they won't let anyone go. One man comes up to the year and asks if he is alright. The guy looks angrily ahead and says to forget about him. He demands that men take care of school children. Men obey. Taiga Banjo looks at the guys and thinks that it will not be easy for them to get out of the room. First they fought with a real beast, and now they were surrounded by a whole crowd of angry men. Taiga Banjo looks at Jajima and Akikawa, who are breathing heavily. He thinks about whether he has enough strength to help them somehow. It would be better if they could escape. As a result, the guy gets into a fighting stance and decides that he will have to give his all to detain the bandits. Shoko gets into a fighting stance. She asks number 4 if she can fight. The girl raises her hand and asks what kind of recklessness. She does not believe that they will be able to withstand a huge crowd. Shoko thinks that this time they are really finished. The next second, one of the bandits shouts for everyone to move forward to attack. There were sounds of fighting and screams. The same man turned around to find out what was going on. At the same moment, he was struck right in the face. The man fell right in front of Taiga Banjo, who was standing in a fighting stance. Then a motorcycle flew right over the guy. The motorcycle landed on the ground. Everyone stared in shock at the motorcyclist who flew through the crowd. The guy in a motorcycle helmet stops after a sharp turn. He points his finger at the exit. Taiga Banjo immediately realizes that the guy has opened a way for them to retreat. Shoko turns around and asks where the other girls are. Tanabe smiles and asks her not to worry, because while they were participating in the fight, he managed to get everyone out. Akikawa praises Tanabe, and Taiga Banjo speaks positively about the situation and says that there is no need for them to stay in this room anymore. When everyone ran to the exit, a guy on a motorcycle began to block the path of the bandits who tried to stop them. Everyone got out onto the street and ran to the nearest park to get their breathing back to normal. Taiga Banjo looks around to see if everyone got out. A motorcycle stops near the school children. Taiga Banjo looks at the guy in the motorcycle helmet and thanks him for saving her. He asks who their savior is. The guy on the motorcycle is silent at first, and then takes off his helmet. Under the helmet is a high school student Kayose. He is studying in the 2nd grade at Kisaragi-shin. Shoko recognizes Kisaragi, but the guy doesn't react to it in any way. Instead, he points his finger at number 4, who looked very suspicious. The girl sighed and, crossing her arms over her chest, said that the guy had come to save his younger sister. Shoko was surprised to learn about the family ties of number 4 and Kisaragi. Number 4 remembers that she did not introduce herself and, standing in a pose, said that her name was Kisaragi Misei. Shoko is amazed. Kisaragi Sr. shows very strange gestures. Everyone looks at him with a question. The girl explains that the guy has already called the police, so they can all go home safely. Everyone gets gloomy. They look at the girl who is smiling and wonder if she is a translator. Nissa says that in this case, they will be the first to go home. The girl gets on the guy's motorcycle, and they go home together. Shoko is stunned that Misei's brother was hitting drivers on a motorcycle. She hadn't expected to meet Kisaragi's younger sister in such a place. Kakawa puts his hand on Jajim's shoulder and says that everything ended well. He assures everyone that the most important thing is that they are all alive and well. Everyone agrees with this statement. While Misa and Kese were driving home, the girl began to tell that the person the guy asked to study was not there. Kayose doesn't look too annoyed. He tells his sister that there was no need to take such a big risk. The girl is embarrassed. They stop at a traffic light. The guy asks the girl not to say that she just wanted to eat delicious food. He doesn't understand how she could have gone into enemy territory. The girl blushes and says that the food was very tasty. The guy is silent at first, and then speaks negatively about the girl, asking her to save at least a little for herself. The girl still agrees. A man waters the plantations with combustible oil. He says that their whole plan in the Midorikikai branch has come to an end. The man lights a match and says that Alex played a very important role in the creation of Midorikikai, but now it's over for them. The man throws away the burning match and says that in the end he was an arrogant person, and he remains so. Miguel expected a lot from Alex, but now they have to move on. The plantation is starting to catch fire. Then Miguel lowers his gaze and sees broccoli under his feet. He looks at the vegetable for a while, and then presses on it with his foot. All the bandits start shouting that a fire has started. They're going to run away. At this time, Alex is lying on the floor of the room. Alex opens his eyes, noticing a strong flame. The guy puts his foot on the floor, but can't get up. Alex starts chuckling as he can't move. He hears everyone trying to get out of the room, but no one is going to help him. It seems funny to the guy that he thought all his life that he was the strongest in this world. No matter what happened, he never admitted his weakness, but now he realizes that he was very much mistaken. Alex looks at the flames and remembers Taiga Banjo. He could never have imagined that at the end of his life he would meet a woman he would fall in love with. Alex vowed to live his life without regrets. He can't believe that in the end, he will still regret it. The guy looks up and, turning to God, tells him that this is very mean. He thinks it was karma that worked. The whole building collapses and the year says goodbye to life. Several days have passed since the raid on Midorikikai. At lunch break, Jajima comes into the office. He greets guys. Akikawa asks if the guy is skipping classes. Jajima gives a negative answer. Jajima says that he was not going to skip. The guy takes out his lunch and starts eating it, saying that he got into a fight on the way to school. Akikawa asks what the fight is. Jajima tells how he was leaving the store and immediately noticed the bandits who surrounded him. He assumed it was the remains of Midorikikai. The guy says that he had to teach a lesson to all the bandits. As soon as the guy dealt with all the bandits, he headed further to school. Akikawa apologizes. He says that because of his fault, now none of his friends will have a quiet life. Jajima asks the guy not to apologize, since the bandits are nothing anyway. Tanabe smiles and says that Midorikikai means nothing to them. Then the guy says that as long as they are together, they have nothing to be afraid of. Akikawa looks at his Jajima and Tanabe, who say that they were able to survive after all. Akikawa turns to the guys, bends down and thanks them. Jajima and Tanabe look at Akikawa with a smile. Jajima remembers a moment. He says that he is very interested in what kind of girl Tanabe brought. He reminds her that she was able to win the year. He thinks she is beautiful and extraordinary. Akikawa becomes serious and asks if Jajima has fallen in love with her. The guy asks if Akikawa likes older girls. Akikawa is embarrassed. He begins to hesitate and in the end can't say anything. Tanabe interrupts the guy and asks what they will do after school. Tanabe suggests they all go to karaoke. This time Akikawa interrupts Tanabe and apologizes, as he already has plans after school. The guys look at Akikawa suspiciously, and he gets embarrassed and turns away. Then they look at Shoko. Shoko also turns around and meets Akikawa's gaze. Then she turns away and blushes. Akikawa looks at her with a smile, and the guys immediately frowned, guessing where Akikawa would go after school. The guys turn to Akikawa, speaking negatively about him. They say that the guy is going to arrange his personal life. Tanabe takes the edges of Akikawa's hoodie and starts shaking him, asking if he's going on a date. Shoko hears everything and she feels uncomfortable, and the guy asks Tanabe to calm down. Akikawa is embarrassed and says he just wanted to walk Shoko home. Akikawa met Shoko after the lessons and they went home. The guy asks the girl if everything was fine with her leg. He asks if the girl missed the class of the circle. Shoko lifts her leg and says she's fine. She had serious injuries, if we understand that they escaped from Midorikakai. Shoko says she can't run fast yet, but there's nothing wrong with that. She will have time to recover for the competition. The guy is glad to hear that. Shoko turns to the guy and asks how Yusei is feeling. After all, he was dealt a lot of blows back then. Akikawa blushes and says he's fine, but in fact, his body hurt very much. Shoko notices an interesting place. She asks if she and the guy can go there, because they haven't played for a long time. Akikawa smiles and agrees. The crane in the toy machine releases the toy, and it falls. Akikawa starts swearing because of the failure, and Shoko is standing next to him and laughing. The girl leads the guy to the photo booth. They get up in different poses. The girl asks the guy to smile, and he listens to Shoko. Then they buy ice cream together. Shoko asks if she can try the ice cream that Yusei bought. The guy does not refuse and shares ice cream with the girl. Shock invites him to try her ice cream. The guy is embarrassed and says he will refuse. The girl just smiles. Then he tries ice cream and is very happy. Shoko is also very happy to spend time together. Shoko and Akikawa then went into the store. They were passing by shelves with groceries. The guy at that moment thought that they were in a very tight space. The girl shows the toy and asks the guy to look, because she thinks it's cute. But the guy seems quite the opposite. The girl asks if Akikawa will buy something. She holds a soccer ball and says it's very cheap in the store. The guy looks at the football with sadness. He says he doesn't mind at all since the store is cheap. The guy kicks the ball in the street and the girl says that he is still good. Akikawa answers her uncertainly. The girl sits down on a bench and says that after all, they haven't walked together for a long time. The guy says that ever since he left the football club, they didn't even talk. Shoko asks why the guy left the football club. She doesn't know if the guy wants to tell her about it, but she's still interested. The guy stops the ball with his foot and says that he would not like to talk about it at the moment, even though it sounds like an excuse. The girl stands her ground and asks the guy to tell her, because Akikawa has always loved football. Akikawa sits on the bench and says that he quit the football club because of the coach. She asks if teacher Ikuhara was the coach. The guy confirms her guess. Akikawa says that he was the coach of the football club, and he was also popular with women. Ikuhara was put in charge because he said he had all the necessary knowledge. But all this knowledge and techniques were already outdated. He was doing the wrong training. Because of his techniques, the whole team went tired and battered. And those who could not keep up with his frenzied pace of training always heard from him only negative. Akikawa says there was a terrible atmosphere in the team. Shoko looks at the guy gloomily. She would never have guessed that Ikuhara was a terrible coach. Akikawa exhales and says that Ikuhara outside was very nice. You won't know about this if you don't go to his classes on your own. Thus, Akikawa decided to play football on his own. But, apparently, not all team members were satisfied with this arrangement. Everyone began to treat him with disgust. As for them, it looked as if he decided to run away. Shoko gets gloomy after hearing the story. She remembers saying a lot of terrible things to guys. She apologizes, and the guy says there's nothing wrong with that. He also apologized. Akikawa is sure that if he had not started communicating with the bad guys, Shoko would definitely not have got into a dangerous situation. He takes the blame. Shoko is glad that Akikawa told her about his departure from the football club. The guy starts to get angry, asking why the girl is interested in this at all. Shoko says that they have been friends with him since childhood. The guy points his finger at the girl and asks what this has to do with it. The girl says that this also plays a big role. Both fall silent and blush. Akikawa looks away and says he should have listened to the girl and stopped talking to the bad guys. Akikawa apologizes for dragging the girl into a dangerous situation. And then he quietly starts saying something else, but at some point breaks down and screams and tries to convey to the girl that he just realized something. The girl looks at the guy in shock. She blushed with embarrassment. The guy turns to Shoko and tries to say something. But at that moment, a football hits him on the back of the head. The guy swears while the girl looks at him in shock. School children appear from the side, apologizing and asking to give them the ball. Akikawa is angry. He grabs the ball with one hand and, cursing, throws it to the students. The kids thank the guy. Akikawa shouts at them not to bother them anymore. Shoko looked at Yusei and laughed. She said the guy was acting just like a junior. The guy frowned. He started saying that he doesn't behave like that. Then the girl says she's glad it's over. She suggests the guy to take another walk like this sometime. The guy looks at the girl in amazement and then smiles and agrees. They're going home. Akikawa asks if Shoko knows what kind of girl ran away with them from the Midorikikai base. Shoko replies that it was an acquaintance of her acquaintance. At this time, a man approaches Hoshino's teacher and asks if she can leave for a minute. Ami turns around and recognizes Ikuharu. She asks what happened. Ikuhara Sugio is the coach of the football club. He's standing right in front of the teacher. Ikuhara smiles grimly and says that his former student was involved in the fire case. He asks if the girl has heard about it. The teacher looks away and at first cannot answer anything. Then the man asks her to let him say directly that at the next meeting he is going to propose all those involved in the expulsion. Ami is shocked. She remembers all the possible students who can now be expelled. Hoshino immediately screams and asks the man to stop. She says that first you need to wait until the students tell you all the details. She asks the man to give them some more time. Ikuhara looks gloomily at the girl and says that since the girl is asking for it so much, he will give them some more time. Before leaving, he turns around and says it's a waste of time. After a while, Hoshino was sitting at the computer with her arms crossed. She considered Ikuhara's words. She understands that Jojima and the other guys were very close to Godoy, who died in the fire. Therefore, the fact that they were all at the scene looks suspicious. But the girl is still sure that there is some way out of this situation. Suddenly, the girl hears the sound of the door opening. She shifts her gaze and sees Shoko, who has asked for permission to enter. Hoshino lets in a schoolgirl. Shoko was shy. Hoshino then pulled out a chair and asked her to sit down. The girl thanked the teacher. Hoshino heard rumors that Shoko was also at the scene. She wonders what an excellent student like her was doing in that place. Ami has to find out. A minute of silence passes and Ami says she has to ask Shoko something about the fire. The girl does not resist. Ami apologizes and asks if it's true that the girl was at the scene. Heroes immediately gets nervous. Shoko looks away and says it's true. Ami is surprised. She asks why the girl was there. Shoko admits that she went after Yusei because she was afraid that he would be involved in some dangerous business. She was worried about him. The girl hesitantly says that Akikawa is her childhood friend. Ami pauses and then says that she understands everything. She understands the girl's feelings. Then the teacher says that it was too dangerous to go to that place. Shoko says that she asked someone for help. The girl shudders because she realized that she probably shouldn't have told about the person who helped them. Ami asks what kind of person helped them. The girl raises her hands in alarm and says it doesn't matter. Shoko tries not to look into the teacher's eyes, and Ami begins to guess what kind of person we are talking about. The teacher comes to the janitor's room and calls Taiga Banjo. She comes into his room and asks if he has a free minute. The guy did not expect the teacher's arrival. He turns around and says that the girl can pass. He asks what Ami wants to talk about. Taiga Banjo and Ami were sitting opposite each other at the tea table. The girl starts talking about heroes, asking if he went with her to a creepy and dangerous place of bandits and drug addicts. The guy replies that it was him. Ami goes into shock. She puts her hands on her head after hearing this. Ami says she would like to hear the reason. She was sure that the guy was going to go there alone. She asks why Taiga Banjo let Shoko go with him. Taiga Banjo says he let Shoko go with him because she was determined. He tells that he taught her basic self-defense and took the girl with him. The girl, based on what has been told, asks the guy if he understood where he was taking the girl. Ami slams her hands on the table and says that, knowing about all the circumstances, the guy still took Shoko to such a terrible place. Taiga Banjo stands her ground and says that Shoko was ready. He asks what's wrong with that. Ami jumps up from her seat and says that even if the girl was determined, he should have stopped her. She asks what he would do if something happened to her. Taiga Banjo says that as a result, the girl was not injured. Ami looks very angry and worried. Taiga Banjo asks that since everything has worked out, then they shouldn't have any problems. Then Ami lowers her head and says that their student died in the fire. Taiga Banjo does not change face. Ami notices this and asks if the guy doesn't feel anything. Ami starts to tremble. She wonders if the guy has a heart. Ami comes to her senses and apologizes, realizing that she shouldn't have said such a thing. Ami realizes that it's her own fault. She asks how she was allowed to become a class teacher if even the children don't trust her. Even heroes went to Taiga Banjo's aid, not to her. Ami thinks it's all because she's weak. And now she's accusing the guy, too. She apologizes again. Taiga Banjo says the girl doesn't need to apologize. Ami bends down and says that now she will do everything to prove that her students can rely on her. Ami is about to leave. Taiga Banjo first looked at the girl, and then at the tea. Looking at the tea, he thought about the phrase about the heart. Taiga Banjo gets up from his seat and says that if you think about it, then the heart has never been useful to him yet. The guy puts his hand in his pants pocket and pulls out his phone. He dials a number and leans the phone to his ear. On the other side, a man's voice is heard saying that Taiga Banjo has not called him for a long time. He asks what's the matter. Taiga Banjo asks if he can come to the sauna in the evening. The man is surprised and says that this is rare. He asks if the guy has any problems. Taiga Banjo replies that you can say that. He explains that he has relationship problems at work. The man says that the guy can drive up. The man also adds that to warn someone important. The guy thanks him. In the evening, in the sauna, a blonde man added water to make it hotter. Two men were sitting in a sauna. The guys who were sitting in the next room felt the heat. The blonde man turned to Taiga Banjo and said that he hadn't changed at all. He says his body is still in perfect shape. Taiga Banjo turns to the master and says that he has completely changed. The blonde guy folded his arms and grinned. He says that his master is a completely different person every meeting. The man asks the guy to look into his eyes so that he can recognize him. Taiga Banjo says she can handle it without it. The master asks what Taiga Banjo wanted to talk about. He asks if the guy wants to know the latest trends in the field of murders. Taiga Banjo asks to tell him about the heart. The blonde guy looks at the guy in shock. He asks what it means. Taiga Banjo explains that in order to successfully complete the task, he needs to successfully establish a friendly relationship with one person. But it seems to him that he has lost trust. He mentions Ami, who said that he doesn't have a heart. The blonde man seems to understand what's going on. He says that the guy was just told hurtful things. Taiga Banjo asks what the girl meant by that. He is interested in how to regain his trust. Taiga Banjo looks suspiciously at the master, who sighs and says that he never thought that the day would come when he would have to advise him on such issues. The master tells the guy to tell him the details. Water drips in the sauna while Taiga Banjo tells everything. The master says he understood the situation. He can say that the guy is not to blame. The man takes the blame and says that he brought up Taiga Banjo incorrectly. The man destroyed all the emotions of the guy and brought him up to be an ideal and cold-blooded killer. He taught him hundreds of ways to kill. That was his upbringing. Taiga Banjo pulls a little, but still asks if he has a heart. The man replies that this cannot be, because there are no people in the world who do not have a heart. The master says that the whole point is that the guy has zero experience with ordinary people. The master is going to tell the guy everything in detail and in stages. Taiga Banjo's mistake was not that he took Shoko heroes with him. It was that he didn't know how to behave with Ami, who was angry because of this. The man raises his index finger up and says that it was at this moment that the guy failed. The man says that every person has their own views on life and their own opinion. It is very important to understand the views of your interlocutor and adapt to him. The guy thinks about how to adapt to the interlocutor. He asks the master if, in this case, he does not need to apologize to Ami first. The master smiles and says that the guy thinks right. He says that the guy quickly forms the right idea. Taiga Banjo gets up from his seat and says that he understood everything. Now he decides to contact Ami. Taiga Banjo turns around and asks if the master wants to give up and go out first. The man seriously asks the guy to shut up and says that he will not lose. The next day, Ami was walking down the hallway. She talked to Jajima, Heroes, and the others. Without a doubt, the beautiful woman who saved them was actually Taiga Banjo. But still, the girl still has some questions. Ami tightens her grip on her notebook and walks into the teacher's room. She apologizes to Taiga Banjo. The girl turns to the teacher Ikuhara. A man meets a woman and asks if she has talked to the students. A man smiles as soon as he sees the gloomy look of a woman, and he had told her it was a waste of time. He already knew everything from a reliable source. The man believes that no matter what the girl says, the students should still get what they deserve. Although if the girl does not want to make a scandal with her students, then he may change his mind. The teacher asks the man not to talk about the scandal related to her students to other teachers. Only Ikuhara should know about this. The girl says she's going to be frank. Ikuhara laughs, but Ami continues and says that a beautiful girl with long hair was seen at the scene. It was this girl who dragged Heroes into that very place, and she also involved Jajim and the rest of the guys in all this. Ami says that this girl was her. Ikuhara doesn't understand what the girl is talking about. The girl bends down and apologizes for not telling about it earlier. She takes all the blame on herself. The man becomes more serious. He asks what he means by that. He wonders if the girl wants to say that her students are not to blame. The girl bows her head again and says that's exactly what she wants to say. She tries to convince Ikuhara that her students are not to blame. The man smiles and says that the girl says unexpected things. The girl raises her voice and says that if the man does not believe her, then she can ask the students about it. Ami claims that there was another girl with heroes and, as she said earlier, it was her. Ikuhara knocks on the table and says that he understands everything. However, he wonders why the girl went to this. Ikuhara says that if the girl doesn't give him a decent reason, he won't believe them. The girl was confused. Ikuhara noticed this, so he laughed and asked her to tell him everything in detail in the evening, taking her time while they were having dinner. He asks if the girl agrees. The girl guesses what Ikuhara is talking about. The man puts his hand on her shoulder and says that they are already adults. He thinks she understood him correctly. The man leaves and says goodbye, that they will see each other soon. The girl folds her hands and thinks that only the stupidest will not understand this, but for the sake of the students she must do everything possible. The girl remembers how she was struck. At school, her classmates often mocked her. At one of these moments, the girl covered herself with her hands from blows until she noticed that someone stood in front of her and spread his arms, covering her from blows. The girl noticed the dark-haired guy and looked at him in shock. The guy did not let other classmates touch the girl. One of the classmates spoke negatively about the stranger. He was about to strike. The guy didn't dodge, so he got punched right in the face. The guy recoiled, and the girl was watching all this time with her mouth open and couldn't do anything. Then all her classmates at once attacked the stranger while he was trying to cover himself with his hands. When the classmates finished hitting him, the guy was lying on the ground. One of the students said that at the moment they have finished. Before leaving, one of them said that it was better for the guy not to show up at school. The girl jumped up from her seat and ran up to the guy who was still lying on the ground. She tried to reach out to him and help him somehow. The girl asked if the guy was okay. At that time, he turned to her and replied that he felt fine. He says he's fine and then asks how the girl is feeling. Ami replied that she feels great. The guy got up from the ground and said that in this case he was going home. The girl stopped the guy by grabbing his hand. The guy turned around and saw the serious look of the girl. The girl asked the guy why he didn't hit back. The guy was silent for a while, and then he started talking about the fact that the master did not teach him that way. He was told not to resist. The girl squeezes the guy's hand harder and asks why to say this so that he continues to bring pain. The girl thinks it's cruel. Both teachers and adults say the same thing. If you answer, you will lose. The one who turns the other cheek is really strong. They all say the same thing. But in the end, those who behave terribly, conscience does not torment at all. Nothing will change. The guy frees his hand and says there's nothing to be done about it. He is sure that he is still too immature. He doesn't know the right way. The guy says he can't let these students continue to do whatever they want. He doesn't agree with that. The master once told him that only those who know how to leave the victim in such a state that she was on the verge of death, but survived, will be able to truly take revenge. The guy meets with school children again. He attracts their attention. One of the students turns around and, seeing a man, gets scared. Master Taiga Banjo demands that students come up to him and talk to him. A terrible aura emanates from the man. The girl looks at all this with surprise. The girl thinks that a teacher who protects his student who fully trusts him, this does not happen often. Thus, Ami decides that she also wants to become a teacher who will protect her students. Ami still goes to dinner with teacher Ikuhara. She understands that she has to protect her students in a different way. A man brings a girl to a coffee shop. They go inside, and the girl is surprised by this choice of coffee shop. They are greeted by a waiter. Ikuhara and Ami sit down at the table. The man asks the waiter to bring them 2 coffees. There was silence. The girl looks gloomily at the man while he smiles. The girl is going to say again that she is to blame for everything. Ami takes responsibility and says she's even ready to quit. The man smiles, but at the same time wonders what the girl is saying. He thinks the girl decided to escape from him in this way. Ikuhara folds her hands on the table and asks the girl to take her time. He puts his chin on his hands and says that he would like to hear her motive first. The girl is tense. After a second, she starts talking about how she has heard a lot of rumors about this bad party. She decided to investigate. The man screams and says that the girl cannot continue her story. He is sure that the girl is lying. Ami screams that she's not lying. The man says that it wasn't her who was with heroes. He knows that that beautiful girl was their disguise cleaner. The man also adds and says that Jajima, Tanabe, and Ikikawa were subordinates of the criminals. He is sure that all the students acted on their own. The girl exclaims dumbfounded. The man taps his finger on the table and says that he can provide a rebuttal to any statement of the girl. He asks if the girl still wants to continue. The girl squeezes the fabric of her skirt. She looks down, realizing that she has lost. The man says that if the girl has not changed her mind, then maybe she will have a chance to negotiate. Then her lies can become the truth in his eyes. The girl asks what she should do. The man smiles rapaciously, as this is exactly what he has been trying to achieve for so long. He's glad they're getting down to business right away. The man gets up from his seat and says that there is a hotel very close by. He offers Ami to be alone there until morning. The girl's hands trembled. She holds one of them to her chest. Suddenly the girl's phone rings. She looks at the screen and sees that Taiga Banjo is calling her. The man smiles and says that the girl can answer, but she does not rush it. Immediately, the girl resets the call. She says it's alright. Taiga Banjo held the phone in his hand, hoping to reach Ami, but she didn't answer. He can't get in touch with her all day. Then the guy decides to call someone else. Yamada immediately picks up the phone and asks Taiga Banjo what happened. Taiga Banjo says it's a very urgent matter. He says he needs 100 people right now. Yamada is shocked. He asks why the guy needs such a huge number of people. Did he really decide to wage war? The guy says that he needs to find a person, and very quickly. He will send the man a photo. Before saying goodbye, the guy says that he hopes for him. Taiga Banjo drops the receiver, and Yamada looks at the phone with incomprehension. One of his men asks what happened. Yamada says that Taiga asks to gather 100 people. He shows a picture of Ami and says that Taiga Banjo wants them to find her. He asks what the guys think. His people say it's not a problem for them. They cheerfully exclaim that they have to help Taiga Banjo. They believe that if they do not agree, it will be difficult to call them men. Yamada smiles and says they are right. The man opens his eyes and tells them to gather everyone. On the streets, people are very alarmed because of the appearance of a huge number of men in uniform. They were all looking for one particular person and frightened ordinary Japanese residents with their appearance. Yamada calls Taiga Banjo and says that he has gathered everyone who used to belong to the Yamada clan, but now they're all cleaning Yamada. He says there's a whole 100 in the collection. Yamada tells one group of guys to go and search the South Station as quickly as possible. The men here are going to carry out the instruction. Taiga Banjo and thought about the fact that Ami was never found. Yamada noticed the strange behavior of the guy. He had never seen Taiga Banjo so impatient. Yamada's phone rings, and he thinks that the girl could be found. Then the man says that she was found at the hotel after all. Yamada turns around and notices the gloomy look of Taiga Banjo. He doesn't understand what the girl is doing at the hotel. Taiga Banjo says they need to hurry. Ikuhara sits on the bed and asks the girl if she likes the hotel. He says it's his favorite hotel. The girl is silent. The man notices that she does not react in any way, even though he chose the most luxurious hotel. The man slaps the bed and asks if the girl wants to sit down first. Ami exhales and says that it's better to stand. The man grins darkly. He turns to the girl and asks her if she understands what is happening at the moment. The girl tightens her hands on her chest. She assures herself that if she endures everything, she will save her students. But she's very scared. Ikuhara gets out of bed and says that he will have to do everything himself. The guy grins and touches the girl's chin with his finger. Suddenly, men from Yamada cleaning burst into the hotel room. Ikuhara and Ami are shocked by their appearance. Their room includes a huge number of men from Yamada cleaning. They apologize and say that they came to them to clean up the room. Ikuhara asks what's going on. Taiga Banjo comes into the room. Everyone immediately gets straight into line and waits for his further instructions. Taiga Banjo says he was finally able to find a girl. Ami is very happy about the appearance of the guy. Ikuhara clenches his jaw. He points his finger at the guy and asks who he is. He says he'll call the police right away. Taiga Banjo looks menacingly at the man. He, in turn, gets scared. Taiga Banjo comes closer and tells the man not to interfere with his speech since he has not finished yet. Taiga Banjo addresses Ami. He presses his hand to his chest and says he was wrong. The girl does not understand what is happening. Taiga Banjo continues and says that protecting their students is the duty of the homeroom teacher. For some reason he forgot about it. The guy made a decision without consulting her and acted recklessly. Ami listens attentively to Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo asks to understand him, all because he was trying to understand what the girl was feeling. Taiga Banjo understands why the girl is angry, so the guy asks her for forgiveness and bows before her. Ami and Ikuhara are shocked. Yamada just sighs, and all the other guys from Yamada's cleaning tried to hide their tears. The guy pressed his head to the floor. The girl asks him to raise his head, as she is not angry with him. Taiga Banjo gets up and asks if it's true. Ami just told him all sorts of things. She also bends down and asks her to excuse her. Taiga Banjo jumps up and asks if the girl wants to continue communicating with him. Ami gives a positive answer. Taiga Banjo adjusts her cap and smiles. He is pleased with her answer. Then the guy turns around and says goodbye to the girl. He apologizes for interrupting him and Ikuhara. The girl tries to stop the guy, not understanding where he is going. Ami and Ikuhara look at the guy in shock as he leaves. The cleaning guys are happy for Taiga Banjo. They noticed his personal growth. Ikuhara smiles. He thinks guys aren't the smartest people. He thought that they had come to Ami's aid. Ami then looks at Taiga Banjo, who got a call. Ikuhara was also watching the young man. The guy answered the phone. He asked what had happened. It turns out that Shoko called him, who said that a terrible accident had happened. The girl told about the fact that Jojin was attacked by older guys. He dealt with everyone, but these guys said that they planned to expel everyone involved in the fire incident from school. Taiga Banjo is trying to find out the details. Shoko says that one of the guys sold the information to teacher Ikuhara. Taiga Banjo learns that a man wants to use this information to take advantage of Ami. Taiga Banjo listens to the end and turns around. He glares at the man while he asks the girl if this information is accurate. Ikuhara at this moment looks at the guy with a question. Shoko says the information is completely accurate. Yuki told the girl that he had seen Ami and Ikuhara in a coffee shop. It turns out that Yuki worked part-time in this coffee shop as a waiter. But while working, she took off her glasses. That's probably why the teachers didn't recognize her. Taiga Banjo is getting very gloomy. He says he understands everything. Ikuhara gets scared and falls on his back. Yamada returns to her guys from the Yamada cleaning and, pointing to the man, says that it's time for them to get out. His people are preparing to carry out the instruction. Ikuhara looks at the man and wonders if it's definitely a cleaning company. No matter how you look at it, they look more like bandits. The man tries to run away, but his face is pressed to the floor with a mop and they say they noticed a big spot. Then they put a vacuum cleaner on his head and say that it is necessary to vacuum. The man starts screaming. The man from the cleaning put another cloth on top. The man continues to endure all this and shout. Yamada joins them and tells them to work harder. All this time, Ami and Taiga Banjo were watching them. The man continues in the same spirit. Ikuhara runs out of the room without clothes. He believes that some inadequate people came to their room. He shouts on the move that he remembered their faces. He's going to accumulate more information about them and ruin their lives. The man reaches the exit and goes outside. He realizes he's almost out of the hotel, but the man suddenly notices Taiga Banjo, who was looking at him menacingly. Ikuhara turns to the guy and, pointing at him with his finger, asks who he is. The guy adjusts his cap and says that he is just a janitor, whose name is Taiga Banjo. He is not happy to meet them. Ikuhara, even when meeting at the hotel, thought that he knew the face of Taiga Banjo. He recognizes the janitor of their school. He asks the guy not to think that he will succeed. He will seek his dismissal. Taiga Banjo says he doesn't care. He starts to climb the stairs. He says he has no idea who Ikuhara is or if he has any power. Then the guy looks menacingly at the man and makes a dash in his direction. The man just screams. Taiga Banjo organized the takeover. The man tried to escape, but he couldn't do anything. The guy said he was just doing his job. The man asks what it all means. Taiga Banjo jumps down the stairs, starting to talk about garbage. The man asks him to stop, but when he realizes that this will not help, he starts screaming. The guy continues and says that the garbage should be in the trash can. The guy throws the man into the tank. At the moment, a loud sound of falling is heard. Ikuhara was lying unconscious in a trash can. Taiga Banjo landed next to the trash can. He adjusted his cap and, turning around, said that the cleaning was over. Ami runs out of the hotel. She calls out to Taiga Banjo. The girl stumbles and falls right into the guy's arms. The guy says that the girl can get dirty if she hugs him. The girl says that there is nothing to worry about because she is not afraid of dirt. She thanks the young man. Then the girl realizes what position they are in, so they start asking if the guy is okay because he fell from a huge height. Taiga Banjo assures her that everything is fine with him. Taiga Banjo asks the girl if she is okay. He asks if Ikuhara has done anything yet. Ami says that thanks to Yamada's cleaning, the man didn't have time to do anything. The guy asks why Ami even met with a man alone. He asks her to tell him everything. The girl lowers her head and begins to tell about the fact that Ikuhara tried to expel her students. The girl ends up trying to deceive Ikuhara, convincing him that she was the beautiful girl who saved the school children, but the plan did not work. Ami desperately clung to every opportunity to save her students from being expelled. The girl bends down again and asks for forgiveness. The guy says she shouldn't apologize. He asks how Ikuhara knew about the Midorikikai case. The girl does not understand what kind of Midorikikai. The girl says that all the teachers knew what happened there. It seems strange to Taiga Banjo that Ikuhara knew that he was the one who disguised himself as a woman. The girl says it's really weird. Even if the teachers knew about the incident, then who could tell about the Taiga Banjo? The girl says that only those who were in Midorikikai should have known about it. The guy agrees with her statement. The guy remembers Ikuhara and assumes that he has connections with dangerous people. The girl becomes more anxious. She can't believe it. The guy says that most likely everything is much more dangerous than he thought. He says that a girl does not need to fight enemies alone. She can always call Taiga Banjo. The teacher tries to resist, but Taiga Banjo interrupts her and tells her to leave everything to experts like him. Taiga Banjo says he hasn't taught her much yet, so it will take time before she can defend herself. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise. A teacher who protects his student, and a student who fully trusts his teacher. The girl looks at Taiga Banjo and decides that she wants to be as strong as the guy. The girl blushes and says that Taiga Banjo is right. She says she relies on the guy and that it suits her. Ikuhara gets up from the trash can and starts screaming. He demands that Taiga Banjo and Ami stop cooing. The man gets out of the trash can and throws the jar right into Taiga Banjo, asking him who he thinks he is. He gets angry because they do whatever they want. He points his finger at Ami and Taiga Banjo, promising to deal with them. Taiga Banjo tells the man not to drag Ami into all this. He demands that Ikuhara only deal with him. The man asks how he can leave the girl alone after everything she has arranged. The man asks whose fault he was attacked by a crowd of strange cleaners, because of which he now goes without clothes. He points at Ami and says it's all because of her. Ami tries to calm teacher Ikuharu down, but the man interrupts her and demands that she not make an innocent face. He points at her again and says it's all her fault. He begins to speak negatively about her. The man is angry because the girl did not do what he wanted. He says he will do anything to ruin Ami and Taiga Banjo's life. Someone puts a hand on Ikuharu's shoulder, calling him very energetic. The man turns around and sees Yamada. He says he adores energetic people like Ikuhara. He asks if the man will play with him. Ikuhara pulls out his hand and asks who Taiga Banjo is. Then he demands that the man leave. Yamada seems confused at first, but then he smiles and says that he and Ikuhara will need to walk to their office. Yamada says that Ikuhara has only two options. Either he goes with Yamada, or he drags him by force to the office. The man tells Ikuhara to choose. Ikuhara asks what Yamada is saying. The man looks away in horror and notices that there is a whole crowd of men from the Yamada cleaning company standing near them. They all look at the man angrily, and he, in turn, is even more frightened. Yamada puts her hand on the man's shoulder and pretends to be surprised at how obedient the man has become. Yamada, holding Ikuhara, turns around and tells Taiga Banjo that they are taking the man. Taiga Banjo says they can do whatever they want with him, since they don't need him anymore. The girl appears from behind Taiga Banjo and asks what cleaning Yamada is going to do with Ikuhara. Yamada smiles and, squeezing the hair on the man's head harder, says that he, apparently, is connected with bad guys. Yamada will arrange an interrogation and a search of his apartment. The girl thinks when Yamada talks about the search of the apartment, she assumes that Yamada is a detective. The men from Yamada's cleaning take Ikuhara by the shoulders and lead him to the office. Yamada shouts to all his employees and says it's time for them to leave. All employees immediately follow the instructions. The girl turns to Taiga Banjo and asks if they should have given Ikuhara. The guy folds his arms on his chest and asks the girl not to worry, since Yamada is an expert in this matter. The girl calms down. The guy picks up the jar that Ikuhara threw. He says that Ami can leave everything else to him and be calm. He says she doesn't have to think about it, because now it's not her problem. The girl thanks him. The guy throws the jar back into the trash can and says it's time for them to go back. Ami smiles and agrees, and the jar at this time lands in the trash can. The next day, Taiga Banjo's phone rang. He answered the phone. Yamada called him. He started talking about Ikuhara being inadequate. The guy at first did not understand who he was talking about, but Yamada then reminded about the teacher from school, whom they had captured at the hotel. The guy understood. Yamada tells how he came to his room and, seeing its furnishings, realized that he was an inadequate stalker. Yamada said that Ikuhara's entire room was covered with photos of a teacher and a student who worked in a cafe. The man held photos in his hand and said that all the women whom Ikuhara periodically saw were photographed. Taiga Banjo asks if Ikuhara could be the killer who photographed his targets. Yamada says that Ikuhara is just a terrible man with perverted behavior. Then the man says that this is not the most important thing. He talks about how Ikuhara has real connections. Taiga Banjo asks if he has any connections with Midorikikai. The man confirms his words. He says Ikuhara had their numbers. Apparently, Ikuhara really bought the information about the fire incident from them. Yamada says that the man was clearly no longer an amateur in this business, so he has a huge amount of photos. Taiga Banjo asks if what Ikuhara was doing is normal. Yamada says it's not normal. He wants to turn him into the police, or even better, make him quit. Taiga Banjo says he understood and thanks Yamada. Yamada notices something and says that's not all. He asks the guy not to reset the call. Yamada opens a drawer and takes out papers with the initials cats and chips. The man asks if Taiga Banjo knows anything about them. The guy replies that he has very little information. Yamada says that this is another criminal organization of the Midorikakai type. It looks like Ikuhara was also connected to them. Taiga Banjo hears a man say that he has found something very valuable information. Taiga Banjo listens to him attentively. Yamada says that among the huge number of photographs he found something valuable. The man says he will immediately send all the photos of Taiga Banjo. The guy presses a button on his phone and sees the photos. He starts to speak, but Yamada interrupts him and says that the photos are of girls who, apparently, are schoolgirls. Yamada asks if the guy sees familiar faces. The guy says he sees a familiar face. He says he sees one student who disappeared after the incident. He remembers that the girl's name was Anna Shiraishi. Ami was sitting at the table. She was sorting through the documents. A few days have passed, and she has not seen teacher Ikuhara at school. Teachers and students were told that Ikuhara just decided to go on vacation. Ami does not know what was eventually done to the man, but she is sure that Mr. Yamada took appropriate measures. Thus, the girl and all the other students returned to normal life, but still there were some nuances. Worry still hung in the air. The whereabouts of Shiraishi and Kusumoto are still unknown. It seems to the girl that the students are up to something. Ami walks into the classroom, and everyone immediately pays attention to her. She believes that the students are trying to hide something from her. Students corresponded in a general chat discussing the earnings of one of the students. Soma drew in an art class. All the students were already going home. They said they were leaving and asked the girl if she was staying in the office or going with them. The girl smiles and says that she will sit in the classroom for quite a while. Her classmates stood in the doorway and said that the girl always works late. They ask her not to overexert herself too much. The girls say goodbye and leave. Soma also waves goodbye to them. While the girls are walking down the school corridor and discussing what they really want to eat, so they decide to go to some coffee shop. A guy runs towards them. The guy runs past, almost pushing the girls on his way. The schoolgirls were very worried. Soma was sitting in the study and continued to draw. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her. The guy called Soma. She was scared because she didn't notice that someone was standing behind her. The guy rubs the back of his head and says that he has a conversation with the girl. He asks if she will give him time. Soma recognizes Shijikura. He sits down opposite the girl and asks if she needs money at the moment. The guy asks if the girl got involved in business with adult men who dated girls who were younger than them. The guy made such an assumption because the girl needed money very much. The guy says that now he has a lot of money, but he will bring more later. The guy shows her the bills, and the girl looks at him anxiously. The girl pushes the guy away from her and says that this is wrong. She says that she will earn money on her own, so she asks the guy not to worry about it. Shijikura falls to his knees and asks if this is not enough. The girl steps back and says that's not the point at all. The guy asks the girl not to worry. He says he can now earn as much as he wants. The girl strikes right on the guy's hands and shouts that the guy is not listening to her. Money is scattered around the class, and the guy's wallet is flying right out the window. Taiga Banjo was sweeping leaves near the school. Shijikura's wallet fell right in front of the janitor. The guy was surprised. Shijikura started screaming while the girl was trying to apologize to him. Taiga Banjo was looking at the very top at this time. He realized that someone had dropped a wallet. While the guy was picking up the wallet from the ground, Shijikura was going to jump for the wallet right out of the window. The girl tried to stop him. She pulled him by his jacket and told him to get off the windowsill. The guy still started to fall in the direction of the girl, and the girl fell to the floor and tried to catch her breath. Soma opened her eyes and noticed how the guy was shouting something about a wallet. He ran out of the classroom, and the girl looked at him in shock. Taiga Banjo was standing right in front of the school door. He was looking at the wallet and assumed that he had dropped out of art class. Suddenly, Taiga Banjo noticed a schoolboy rushing towards him, who shouted that it was his wallet. Shijikura snatches out his wallet and demands that Taiga Banjo not even look at him. Taiga Banjo stares at the guy who seemed to be hiding something. Taiga Banjo says he didn't open the wallet. Suddenly something fell out of the wallet. Taiga Banjo lowered himself to pick up the paper. The guy gets scared. Taiga Banjo carefully looks at the piece of paper and falls into a stupor as she sees Anna's photo. Shijikura snatches the object out of Taiga Banjo's hands again and tells him not to look, and then he runs away very quickly. Taiga Banjo looks at the guy suspiciously. He remembers Ikuhara and the fact that he had the same photo. Soma goes downstairs and, noticing the janitor, asks if everything is okay. The guy turns around and says that everything is fine. At least he's okay. The girl looks intently at the guy. Taiga Banjo turns to Soma and asks her to talk to him. He says he will also call Yamada. The girl begins to blush when she hears about Yamada and agrees. Soma and Taiga Banjo head to his room. After a while, Yamada and Ami join them. Ami immediately joins in the conversation, asking if there is any news about Shiraishi. Yamada says he has learned something new. He shows the photo and tells the girl to look at them. The girl picks up the photo and looks gloomy. She says it's some kind of advertisement for a brothel. When she realizes that her student works in a brothel, the girl screams. Yamada folds his hands and says that it's too early to draw conclusions from one photo. He says they didn't plan to show her the photo at all until they figured out what was going on. Then Taiga Banjo continues for Yamada and says that the situation has changed, so they decided to show the photo anyway. The guy says he saw the same photo from a student named Shijikura. The girl begins to worry at the mention of her student. She thinks about how such a quiet boy can have a picture from a brothel. Ami turns to Soma and asks if she knows anything about it. Soma thinks about it and says that Shijikura was also mocked earlier, just like her. But the girl always saw him calm and quiet. Then the girl stops, and a second later continues and tells that he has changed recently. The guy started throwing money around. There are rumors around the school that Shijikura has become addicted to the casino. The girl assumes that if the guy went to brothels, he wouldn't have so much money for the casino. Yamada says that the girl thinks wrong. He says a guy can make money in an underground casino and then spend it on a brothel. Ami asks if this is allowed by law. Yamada says that's why it's called underground. Naturally, this is illegal. Ami thinks it's kind of crazy. Taiga Banjo suggests that people from Midorikakai are involved in this, but Yamada says that this is most likely an erroneous assumption, since Midorikakai specialized in other black business. Yamada searched for some information and found something interesting. He decides to share this with everyone gathered. Yamada says that in addition to Midorikakai, there are 2 other criminal groups in Ihoda. The girl says that if there is a Shiraishi in that place, then they need to help her somehow. Yamada says that not everything is so simple, since these cats and chips are headed by Ren Natsume, a former Yakuza and an assassin. Cats and Chips is a whole criminal gang trained to get rid of their targets. Ami assumes what it all means. Yamada says that they already know Ren Natsume. He shows the photo and says Taiga Banjo definitely has to remember him. Taiga Banjo remembers this guy. Soma also remembers seeing him at the hotel that let them leave. The guy remembers that he was fine. Then he thought he was either a Yakuza or a murderer. Taiga Banjo thinks about it and remembers that then he felt that there would be problems from him. Taiga Banjo didn't realize how serious his mistake would be. He also did not understand how serious the situation with the disappearance of the students would be. Ami turns to Taiga Banjo, trying to support him. Yamada says that at that moment the building was surrounded. Therefore, even if the guy had attacked Natsume, they would not have left there alive. Taiga Banjo says that Yamada may be right, but he still thinks that he made a mistake somewhere. Taiga Banjo says they have to save Anna. Yamada smiles because he knew the guy would say that. Yamada says that he practically found out about the location of the brothel. Ami is amazed that the man found out everything so quickly. She says she will go with them. Then Yamada says that there is another nuance. The fact was that the guys from Yamada Cleaning had already been sent to this place. The Wheel of Fortune was spinning in the luxurious building and the clink of machine guns could be heard. There were people in business suits and maintenance staff in rabbit suits everywhere. Near one of the entrances there was a sign saying that no outsiders were allowed to enter. Taiga Banjo comes closer to the door and informs that there is no one from the back entrance. Yamada, Ami and Taiga Banjo put on a janitor's uniform. Yamada began to look around. He says that everything in this place smells of carelessness, lust and excitement. Taiga Banjo tells them not to let their guard down, as they are in enemy territory. Ami comes to the door and says that there are a lot of rooms in this building. Yamada screams and says that the girl better not come so close. Ami turns around, not understanding what the man is talking about. And then she hears strange noises outside the door and is confused. The girl turns away and speaks negatively about the people in the room. Yamada rubs the back of his head and apologizes, believing that he should have said this earlier. Yamada says that there are customers and a dealer in these rooms. The girl asks about the dealer. The man says that the dealers in this place act as a model. If you win the dealer in the game, you will be able to remove an item of clothing. Yamada continues and says that in VIP rooms with dealers you can do whatever you want. This is their system. Ami screams in horror. Yamada adds that you can also choose for the dealer yourself. You can choose a person of any age and type. Yamada says that you can pick up something in between. Taiga Banjo asks if Anna Shiraishi is a dealer. Yamada says that most likely it is, because she was wearing a suit. Ami opens her mouth in shock. Ami hides and runs into the room, thinking that Shiraishi is there. Taiga Banjo stops the girl and says that they will check the VIP rooms at the very last turn. They can't be kicked out. Moreover, this is an unusual brothel. The girl thinks that if you don't lose, then nothing will happen to you. She's trying to think positively. Suddenly someone calls out to them. One of the employees of this place comes out to them and tells the people from the cleaning company to go and clean up. Yamada just looks at the employee, and Ami was already scared. Taiga Banjo lowers his cap and says that they will all get to work right away. Taiga Banjo is behind the employee's back in a second, and the employee rolls his eyes and falls to the ground. Taiga Banjo turns around and says they need to hurry up. Yamada says that young men are the fastest reaction in the Wild West. Taiga Banjo notices the right room and decides to take clothes there so as not to attract too much attention. The girl wears a red dress, Taiga Banjo wears a black suit, and Yamada wears a brown one. They disguise themselves perfectly and enter the hall. Ami says Shiraishi could be anywhere. Taiga Banjo confirms her words, adding that there is too much space. Ami hears someone's displeased cry. One of the guys tells his interlocutor that he will not be able to beat Anna, because she plays too well and has never lost yet. Another guy asks if this means that no one has ever used the services. If this is really true, then he wants to win more now. Ami sighs, realizing that Shiraishi has never lost. She turned to Taiga Banjo and said that they needed to find a student as soon as possible. Taiga Banjo suggests splitting up and looking, since if they walk three together, they will arouse suspicion. Ami agrees and says that whoever finds the girl will have to inform the others about it. Taiga Banjo walks through the hall and looks for Anna. He doesn't see anyone who looks like a girl. Then the guy hears some sounds behind him. Taiga Banjo goes to the sound and sees Shijikura, who was playing something. The guy recognized him immediately. The student was smiling. Someone in the crowd admired the guy. Shijikura placed some chips and told the girl to give him the cards. The dealer obediently gave out the cards. The guy started looking at the cards while everyone else stood and watched him in shock. The guy looked at the map and smiled. It shows the king depicted on the map. Everyone else starts to admire because the guy managed to win again. They are all wondering if the invincible legend has really come to an end. Shijikura laughs and looks at the dealer. He was sure that he would defeat the girl. Taiga Banjo sees the guy already approaching the girl, informing her that he has come for her. Shijikura says that the girl mocked Soma, so now he will make her feel the same. The guy asks the dealer to say at least something. Taiga Banjo stares at the dealer. He sees that the dealer is Anna Shiraishi. Shijikura gets up from his seat and shouts to Anna to say something to him. Taiga Banjo stares at the girl, namely Anna Shiraishi, who was standing with a drooping look. The guy knew that the next card would be an ace. He was smiling broadly because he knew everything. Then the guy decided to cover his mouth with his hand, trying to hide a smile. He understood that it wasn't over yet and that he needed to be more careful. Anna was laying out the cards right in front of the guy who knew that she could also draw an ace. Shijikura had 20 points. In a normal situation, it would be possible to stop. But the guy understood that if Anna scored 21 points, he would lose. The guy looked at the cards and knew for sure that the next one would be an ace. It was obvious. He decided that it was necessary to take, so he shouted to the girl to give out more cards. Anna began to deal out new cards from the deck with a gloomy look. She put one of the cards right in front of the guy. Shijikura immediately picked up the card and began to rejoice at the victory. The guy took the card, holding it up in front of the watching crowd. But then he sees that he has drawn the card at number 9. All the people started shouting that the guy had lost. Many were glad that Anna had won again. They were praising an invincible legend. The guy gritted his teeth and started shouting that it was all a hoax. He thinks that the girl somehow deceived him. He points his hand at the girl and says that she has always been so dishonest. The guy with tears in his eyes says that Anna always encouraged her friends to mock her classmates. And at this time she was standing behind their backs and hiding. There is silence in the hall. Anna sighs and asks what the guy is talking about. Shijikura starts to get angry. He tries to blame Anna for everything again, but he is stopped and asked to stop. The guy was approached by a casino security guard, Akutagawa-jun, who told him that it was forbidden to make a scandal in their institution. The guy pushed the guard's hand away and told him not to joke with him. He is convinced that all casino employees are scammers. The guard asks the guy if he has any evidence. Shigekira says that the girl had to draw an ace, another card fell out. The guard does not react to the guy's statement. He asks why Shigekira is so sure that an ace should have fallen. The guy replies that it's obvious. Immediately he begins to explain and reveals his lies. The girl puts her hand on the table and says that's why the guy lost. She looks at him with contempt. Shigekira tries to justify himself. The girl takes out the card and says that it was deliberately bent. The girl believes that Shigekira conspired with one of the past clients to bend the right card. Jun adjusts his gloves and says that Shigekira should not have done this. He says the rules are designed to be followed. The guy only manages to scream, and then Shigekira is heard trying to escape. Jun approaches one of the clients and asks him to lend him a shoulder. The guy stands on his shoulder and jumps. He looms right over Shigekira, who is trying to escape. Jun does a somersault and lands right in front of the guy. Then Jun kicks, and the guy falls on his back. He looks up and sees Jun trying to land her foot on his face. And so it happens, after which the guy loses consciousness. Jun lifts her leg from his face. Everyone is shocked to look at the guy who lost consciousness. One of the clients understands that it's a bad thing, and immediately breaks away from the place to escape. The guy practically runs to the door, but he bumps into someone. A guy appears right in front of him. He is also a casino security guard, whose name is Dazai Rutaro. He holds the man by the shoulders and asks him why he is in such a hurry. The guard just grabbed the guy by the shoulders, but he can't move anymore. Then Dazai picks up the guy and says that they need to go away for a while to talk. He looks at the guy with a smile and says that they have something to talk about. The guy gets very scared. He shouts that he doesn't want to talk to him. Then all the guards, along with the cheaters, approach the elevator and apologize to everyone for disturbing them. Taiga Banjo understands from the movements of the muscles that the guards are very strong. They are both extraordinary. Taiga Banjo then turns his gaze to the girl, as she is his original target. He came precisely to find Anna Shiraishi. Taiga Banjo approaches the girl and says he has a conversation with her. The girl immediately recognizes the guy. Taiga Banjo says that she knows that the girl has never lost yet. Looking at the girl, he can tell that she is in perfect health. The girl says she's at work. Taiga Banjo confirms her words. He says that the winner has the right to a private conversation. He remembers the rules of the institution. The girl confirms his words. The guy says that it never ends with one conversation. Taiga Banjo invites the girl to play once. He does not think that there is a rule in the institution according to which she cannot play with friends. The girl agrees and starts shuffling the deck. She says she'll just get to work. Taiga Banjo asks Anna to answer him one question. He asks why the girl didn't deal the top card in the last game. The girl stops shuffling the card. Taiga Banjo says that Shigekira was the first to go for the trick, so he does not argue with this. So he sees no reason to complain about how he was treated by the security guards of the institution. But the guy points out the deception of the girl. Anna asks what the guy is talking about. Taiga Banjo says that Anna used fraud. The girl immediately tenses up, and the guy says that this is one of the main tricks of dealers. Taiga Banjo indicates that the girl has good movements. He asks if the girl is a gambler. Taiga Banjo says that he had an experience from his last job. Somehow he had to break into a gambling house. Taiga Banjo says that in this institution the girl is known as an invincible dealer. He warned the girl that if she tried to use her tricks on him, he would see everything. Taiga Banjo told the girl to take this into account. The girl strains harder, but still says that she understood the warning. Shigekira and his accomplice were taken out of the establishment. Dazai demanded that they leave. He also warned them not to catch his eye again. Jun says that guys should be happy that they can leave the institution without injury and damage. Dazai turns to Jun and asks if this is overkill. Jun replies that it is their job to get rid of visitors who climb to dealers without following the rules. Dazai said that probably the whole point is that he likes Anna. He assumes that if the guy was climbing to another dealer, then Jun wouldn't have reacted like that. The guy asks him to shut up. Then the guards stop. Dazai notices someone and says that they have found another lucky customer. Jun looks wide-eyed at Taiga Banjo and Anna, who enter the room. Jun sees a guy standing next to Anna and doesn't understand how this could happen. Jun points to Taiga Banjo and asks what he is doing. The guy turns around and says that he beat Anna and got his right to spend the whole night with her. He sees no reason to be outraged. Taiga Banjo and Anna enter the room. Anna is embarrassed, and Taiga Banjo asks the girl not to worry. He says the rules are designed to be followed. Water is pouring out of the shower head. The girl shifts from one foot to the other. She decided to take a shower. Anna comes out of the shower and asks if there is anything wrong that she and Taiga Banjo did not go to the shower together. The guy says he doesn't care. Anna does not resist and says that the guy should go to the shower soon, so that they have already dispersed. Taiga Banjo raises her hand and says that she refuses to go to the shower. He says he doesn't need it. Anna is worried that the man will be dirty. Taiga Banjo asks what Anna is talking about. He points out that it was Anna who made the decision to take a shower. Anna didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Taiga Banjo wonders why the girl decided to take a shower at all. No matter how much he thinks about it, he still won't understand. Anna is confused because she does not understand why the guy does not know about elementary things. She asks if the guy didn't beat her and drag her into the room in order to spend time together. Taiga Banjo says that all this is a misunderstanding and that he won it so that they could be alone. The girl is stunned by the guy's answer. She asks what he just said. Then the girl leans back on the sofa, covering her eyes with her hand and sighs. Anna gets up from the sofa and says that she needs to find clothes to put on. The guy tells her to look for clothes and cover up before she catches a cold. Taiga Banjo asks how the girl came to work in such an institution. Anna replies that she was dragged by a guy with glasses. Anna says that Taiga Banjo and the blonde Yakuza gave them a lot of problems. She asks if they are related to Natsume. The guy says they are not connected together, and then he apologizes to the girl. Anna says that at that time they were not comrades. She is sure that she deserves it. Taiga Banjo says that by getting involved in a dangerous business, you have to mentally prepare for any difficulties. Taiga Banjo believes that this will be a good lesson for the girl for the future. He says the girl needs to be more careful. The girl asks what kind of dangerous business. Taiga Banjo asks if she wasn't in cahoots with Midorikakai. Anna says that she would never agree to do business with such a dangerous organization. She points out that her friend Erika was in charge of everything. It was she and her friend who invited her to join them. Taiga Banjo says that the girl should have known what her new friends were up to. The girl leans over to the guy and says that this is a black business. Anna is sure that people from Midorikakai could do whatever they wanted, but it didn't concern her. Taiga Banjo thinks about it and remembers that Anna was not there when they were dealing with that business. The guy says that everything is clear to him, and then points out that this does not cancel her inaction during the mockery of herself. The girl says that the guy is right. She is not going to make excuses. In any case, Anna understands that she has done terrible things, for which she must now repay. Taiga Banjo turns to the girl and asks why her self-abasement. Usually the girl behaved more self-confident. Anna looks menacingly at the guy and asks what he knows about her. He asks if Anna wants to go back to school. Taiga Banjo says that the girl should have already been put on the wanted list. He thinks she hasn't shown up at home. Anna says she doesn't want to come back. The guy asks why the girl doesn't want to come home. Anna says she has no parents. In any case, her current life is not much different from the past. Taiga Banjo stares at the girl and asks if she really is not going to leave the institution. Anna says that she used to stream and earn money with the help of her appearance, and her job at the casino is not much different from that. Anna looks at the guy and says that if he doesn't need anything, then he can leave. She convinces him that she is happy in this place as well. Taiga Banjo says he will leave. June is lying almost unconscious near the room. Dazai walks up to him and asks if he's okay. He asks if June will be lying on the floor for a long time. June doesn't look well. Dazai sighs. He looks at the door and says that maybe the guy who entered the room with Anna will turn out to be a gentleman. Dazai asks the guy to listen. There is complete silence outside the door and no moaning. June cries, but still agrees. June starts to get up from the floor, and Dazai asks him if the guy has started to come to his senses. He is afraid that the guy will get rid of all of Anna's potential clients. Giant asks the man to shut up and says he won't do that. He treats any client with respect. June says that if Anna finds her love, he will be happy to congratulate her. Then the guy hears the sound of the door opening. Taiga Banjo comes out of the room. June approaches him and asks if he and Anna had a good time. He addresses him as a dear customer. Taiga Banjo gives a positive answer. June starts to get angry as the guy says that he is very lucky. Dazai looks at Taiga Banjo in surprise. June suggests that luck is a special metaphor. June gets even angrier and starts banging her head against the wall. Dazai approaches Jun and asks him to finish hitting the wall. At that time, Yamada was playing cards with one of the dealers. The girl dealt the cards, and the man saw that he was unlucky. He hit the table with his fist and started swearing because of the loss. Yamada screams that he must win. A man walks through the hall and realizes that he has played too much. He decides to find the others. Then the man hears some noise to the side. He decides to see what happened. Yamada thinks it's unusual for a place like this. It used to happen during the game with Anna Shiraishi. Yamada walks past the crowd as he needs to see what's going on. He pushes forward as he wonders who the lucky one is. When a man comes forward, he sees Ami sitting at a table with a huge number of chips. Yamada is amazed at the girl's luck. Ami notices Yamada. The man comes closer to her and asks what is going on. Ami says that if she hadn't started playing, people would have started suspecting her of something. So she decided to play at least once, and the winnings were getting bigger and bigger. Yamada is amazed at the naturalness of the girl. The girl calls the number 7 and the color is red. The whole audience began to scream with delight. They were glad of another bet. Then someone appeared in the crowd. The man started clapping his hands. Yamada and Ami turned around to see who was attracting so much attention. The man comes forward and says that he noticed how the girl is very lucky. Yamada recognizes Natsume Hasu. Natsume Hasu inhales as he remembers the man he met at the hotel. Smiling, he says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Hasu turns to Ami and says that she has a real talent for gambling. Then he just compliments her. The guy asks what he should do. He bends down, pressing his hand to his chest, and asks if the girl would like to be their dealer. Ami replies that she already has a job. Natsume doesn't give up and says many of their employees have day jobs. He convinces the girl that they do not skimp on salary. Ami tries to wriggle out, but she does not have time, because Taiga Banjo appears behind her, who asks permission to interfere in the conversation. Natsume recognizes the guy. He smiles rapaciously. Yamada returns to Taiga Banjo and asks if he understands what it means to be a local dealer. Taiga Banjo says he has a condition. He asks to be hired as Ami's bodyguard. A 25-year-old teacher worked in the prefecture of S. It turned out that she also worked in a brothel. The school made a decision on her dismissal. The man turns off the radio and grins because of what he heard. He says it's just outrageous. Ami at this time begins to worry. The man asks if she's okay. The girl begins to justify herself. Ami says that this news about the teacher is really outrageous. The man says that photos of this teacher will be distributed all over the internet. He thinks it's terrible. The man asks what is going on in their world. The girl tries to keep up the conversation. She never thought that she would earn extra money in a casino, which is a brothel. Also in the role of a dealer. If the girl is discovered, then she will not be able to get away. After working at school, the girl went to her part-time job at the casino. She wore bunny ears and a tail. The girl was handing out cards. The man who was playing with her started swearing because he was unlucky with the cards and he lost. The man begins to speak negatively about the girl, asking why she, being a beginner, wins all the games. He is sure that the girl is cheating on him. Taiga Banjo approaches the table and, addressing the client, asks what the client does not like. The blonde guy gets scared and falls off the chair. He says it's alright. Then the guy runs away. Anna watched the whole scene. She wonders why the school staff comes to such a place. Taiga Banjo leans closer to Ami and says that the time has come. The girl reports that she understood him. Ami goes to the women's locker room and changes clothes. She notices someone else coming into the locker room. It turns out to be Anna. Shiraishi asks Ami what happened. Ami says she wants to know why the girl can't come home. Anna asks why the girl asks such stupid questions. She says that teachers don't earn extra money in such a place. Ami knows about it. Then Ami continues and says that she decided she had to go through the same thing as Anna. Anna asks if the girl really wants them to be equal. She wonders if the teacher understands that if she passes the teacher, she will be fired immediately, and Ami's career will be gone. Ami says that she understands Anna and that she knows she is a completely different person. The girl tries to convince Anna that she can go back to school, since no one knows where she is yet. Anna asks what's wrong with that. She says that as long as she can work, she won't change anything. All the guards were leaning against the wall. Dazai was yawning. Then he noticed the girls and says they need to go to the dorm. Dazai turns to Taiga Banjo and Ami. He says that they should also go to the hostel, since they have become employees of their institution. And Cats and Chip's employees have to live in a dorm. The girls and the guards were sitting in the car. Dazai was very gloomy. Jun started talking to Taiga Banjo about revealing Anna's tricks. Taiga Banjo says she really revealed how she plays cards while winning. Jun doubts that an ordinary man in the street is capable of such a thing. He assumes that someone sent the guy. Taiga Banjo just looks at the guy, and a second later reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone, on which he shows a video about how dealers cheat. Taiga Banjo points to the phone and says that the guy will not be able to believe that there are a lot of experts on the network. Jun says Taiga Banjo is evading the question. Ami begins to worry. She asks Jun if they are expecting someone to send a spy to them. Dazai says that in addition to their organization, many other guys are interested in Anna. Jun asks Dazai not to talk about it. Dazai says trust is important. Jun looks askance at Taiga Banjo, and Dazai says that although he does not know what their new employees are up to, but now they are comrades with them. Jun sighs. He still decided to accept the circumstances as Ami and Taiga Banjo recognize Natsume. The guy starts tossing a coin. When the coin falls back into the guy's hand, he says that if something happens to Anna, he will get them from any depths of hell. While Jun continues to warn the new employees, Anna sighs. But the guy continues. He crumples the coin and says that Taiga Banjo and Ami can't hide from him. Taiga Banjo inhales and mocks the guy along with the girl. The car stops. Dazai goes out first and says that they have arrived. Taiga Banjo closes the door while Ami looks at the building with her mouth open. She was amazed by the height of the building. She is not sure that such a building can be called a dormitory. Dazai asks why the girl started talking very loudly. He points everyone to the entrance and says they need to go inside. Dazai points to the door and tells Taiga Banjo and Ami that they will be in the same room. He asks the new employees not to worry as there are 2 bedrooms in the room. As soon as Ami and Taiga Banjo enter the room, they see a luxury apartment. There is a huge TV hanging on the wall. All the furniture looks very expensive. Ami says that this building looks like a 5-star hotel. The girl looks at the guy who starts checking the number. She asks what Taiga Banjo is doing. The guy asks the girl not to pay attention. He is trying to find and remove all listening devices from the room. Someone was watching Anna, who had just entered her room. She turned it on and began to look around. While the girl was fixing her hair, the guy who was watching her was humming a song. A second later, he reported that the target had returned to the room. There were 3 people standing near the huge building. A guy with dark hair was asking how they would get inside. He asks if they will go ahead. Nissa asks the guy to be quiet for a while. Someone's voice is heard in the girl's earpiece, demanding that the guys concentrate. A voice in the earpiece reports that he sees 2 30-story apartment buildings. He adds that the buildings are connected to each other by a bridge. One building is packed with cats and chips people, since this is their building, and the second one is inhabited by ordinary people. The guy who was watching reports that the security at the entrance is serious, but only on the cats and chips side. The guy says that it's up to the guys to decide how they will get inside. Nissa asks if they really have to break through a huge number of guards. She says it all sounds terrible and it would be better if they tried to cross the bridge. The dark-haired guy smiles and says he has a better idea. He decides that Misa will be able to distract the guards. The girl blushes and asks what the guy is saying. Kayose started laughing at this time. The girl asked him not to laugh. The guy raised his head and began to explain to them the plan he had come up with. He decides that they will have to enter through an ordinary building and then make their way to the bridge cover. He says they will storm the Cats and Chips fortress across the bridge. Then they will need to go down to the 27th floor and get Anna out. The dark-haired guy rubs the back of his head and says that the plan is perfect. And the girl folds her hands and says she accepts the guy's plan. The guys make their way through the streets and enter the building of ordinary people. Misa is happy that they got into the building very easily. Suddenly, a guard appears behind the guys. One of the guards asks what the teenagers are doing in the building. He starts adjusting his glasses. The man then asks if they know they are on private property. Misa asks what it means. She wonders if those who live in this building do not have the right to rest on the roof. The guard asks if they really just moved in. He is interested in whether the guys have not heard the rules according to which the residents of the house cannot go out on the roof. Kayose points his finger at the guards and then folds his hands in a strange gesture. The guards are trying to figure out what the guy is trying to say. One of the guards laughs and asks if the guy is working as a clown. Suddenly, this guard is hit in the face and falls unconscious. All the guards look at their colleague in amazement. Misa stood with her hand raised. She demanded that the man shut up. She can't stand people who make the rules. The man does not get up from the floor, but shouts to all the guards to sort out the teenagers. All the guards move towards the teenagers. The dark-haired guy need one of the guards. The man fell to the floor. At some point, the dark-haired guy was surrounded. Everyone ran at once to attack him. The guy squatted down, deciding to act. He gets on his hands and kicks. All the guards fly away from him. A dark-haired guy stands right in front of the guard. The guard doesn't understand what kind of madness is going on. He clears his throat and loses consciousness because the guy is too strong. He can't do anything about it. One of the guards tries to hit Kayose. He says the guy dressed funny. He asks who the guy got the idea for the style from. The guy kept silent on such an obvious provocation. The man began to get angry. He says he's always dreamed of dealing with a guy like Kese. Kayose dodges, and the guard misses him. Then the guy hits the edge of his hand on the man's shoulder. The guard hears a terrible crunch and feels a lot of pain. He starts screaming loudly while everyone else looks at Kayose in horror. Kayose walks past all the guards. Then he turns around and looks at them menacingly, showing his hand. Nissa brings out her hand to strike. She strikes the guard, who has folded his hands in front of him to defend himself. The guard notices that the girl has heavy blows. Then the man begins to attack, because, despite the blows of the girl, her small fists cannot cause damage to his untrained body. The girl notices the jerk of the man. She retreats, and then the sounds of gunshots are heard. The man turns around and notices that he was hit by a weapon. He starts screaming and collapses on the floor. The bullet went through the window glass. Someone let out a heart-rending scream. The guy with the sniper rifle was smiling. Nissa stepped over the guard who was hit by a bullet and said that she knew perfectly well that she was weaker than the others. That's why her task is to get the enemy out, and she's good at that. Kayose says that their business is quite good. He tells his team that they have to move on. Taiga Banjo and Ami hear someone's voice asking if they are in the room. They open the door together and see Dazai, who says that someone attacked them through the roof. Dazai assumes that the attackers came for Anna. He says they need one person to protect Anna. Dazai would like Taiga Banjo to help them on the roof, but Jun is already coming to the roof. Dazai is surprised by Jun's appearance. Jun says that nothing terrible will happen if Anna is protected by someone else. He points to Taiga Banjo and says that he is much better suited for the role of a bodyguard. Jun says that Dazai should stand at the door so no one will pass through him and attack. Jun knocks on Dazai's shoulder with her fist and tells him to protect Anna. He can't entrust it to anyone else. Dazai chuckles and says that Jun is right. He is really very strong and no one will pass through him. He convinces Jun that he can protect Anna. Jun points his hand at Taiga Banjo and says that he will have to help him on the roof. The guy agrees. Dazai turns to Ami and tells her to lock the door and wait for their return. The guy also convinces her not to open the door to anyone. The girl says she will do so. Dazai runs to Anna, and Jun and Taiga Banjo on the roof. At this time, Anna was sitting in her room and looking somewhere to the side. The girl sighed. Then she heard a loud sound and immediately jumped up from the sofa to see what was going on. Anna was looking at the door. She was very scared. But still, the girl decided to go to the door and ask who was behind her. Dazai on the other hand says that the girl should not pay attention. He'll just be guarding her. At this time, Jun and Taiga Banjo were running up the stairs. They reached the wooden door and immediately ran out through it to the roof. The guys stopped and fell into a stupor as they saw a huge number of guards lying unconscious on the floor. A dark-haired guy appeared, who started talking about how he made an ideal place to sit out of security. The guy climbs over the bodies and sits on the very top. He looks at the guys and decides to add more of them. Jun is amazed that the dark-haired guy coped with the security guard alone. Taiga Banjo gets into a fighting stance and asks if they will fight 2-on-1. Jun says he doesn't want to fight with Taiga Banjo. Then the guy says that if Taiga Banjo is sure that he can keep up with Jun, then he can do anything. Taiga Banjo says that everything is clear to him. Taiga Banjo takes off and runs to attack the dark-haired guy. He says he will finish quickly and that he doesn't need to adjust to Jun's pace. The dark-haired guy whistles. Taiga Banjo almost approached the dark-haired guy, but he in turn said a strange phrase about flowers. Taiga Banjo doesn't understand what kind of flowers we are talking about. The dark-haired guy smiles, and then he pretends to shoot the guy from the finger. Taiga Banjo gets injured. He doesn't understand what happened, and then he kneels down and presses his hand to the wound. Taiga Banjo turns around and sees the dark-haired guy smiling. The guy says they're fighting 2-on-2. The guy with the sniper rifle is smiling. He says that next time he will aim at the knee. The guy looks through the scope and sees Taiga Banjo. He's aiming straight at him, but Taiga is Banjo and glaring at him. The guy recoils, as he is afraid that in just one shot he revealed his position. Taiga Banjo moves around the room to hide behind the furniture. Jun turns to Taiga Banjo and asks if he was really hit. Taiga Banjo says that the sniper is on the roof of the building, which is located opposite. Jun is also starting to move. He hides behind a chair. Jun says the guy gave himself up so easily that he was hit. He speaks negatively about Taiga Banjo. Taiga Banjo takes a table with his hand and puts it sideways to organize barricades. He believes that if they put up barricades, they will be able to move normally. Jun also puts down a table and says he doesn't like snipers. He believes that they have nothing to oppose the enemy, who hid so far away. Taiga Banjo asks if the guy has a gun. Jun opens his vest and says he only has one gun. Taiga Banjo demands that the guy give him the gun. Jun starts to get angry because of the guy's arrogance. He asks who Taiga Banjo thinks he is. At this moment, a dark-haired guy appears behind Jun, who kicks Jun. Jun falls to the ground, and the guy notices that his opponent managed to defend himself. Jun looks at the guy and says that he has a good shot. The dark-haired guy smiles and says that the movements of his legs are gorgeous. He is confident that he is number one. The dark-haired guy praises Jun, noticing that he blocked the blow well. Jun asks why the guy considers himself number one. He raises his leg and strikes the dark-haired guy, from which he flies off to the side. He asks how the guy could have thought he was number one. When the dark-haired guy falls, Jun pulls out his gun. He throws it right into the hands of Taiga Banjo and says that now he will show the long-haired guy who is really number one. Jun turns around and tells Taiga Banjo to take care of the sniper. He is convinced that the guy has some kind of plan. Taiga Banjo accepts the assignment and runs to the sniper. The sniper at this time sees that Taiga Banjo has taken a gun. He thinks the guy expects to beat him with his gun. The sniper aims at Taiga Banjo, while he in response directs a gun at him. The sniper smiles and says that his end has come. A bullet hits the window. The sniper gets scared. He hears people saying that the window has broken. Now they're trying to call the police. The sniper dodges and, realizing that Taiga Banjo was shooting through the window, began to get very angry. The sniper turns to the dark-haired guy. The guy asks what happened. He's busy at the moment. The sniper says that the police have been called, who will now surround the house where he is hiding. The sniper apologizes for the fact that the dark-haired guy, Mise and Kese, will have to perform the task without support. The guy accepts this information. If the police catch the sniper, then the whole mission is over. He puts down his rifle and runs off the roof. The dark-haired guy grins, as now there is even more chaos in their escape. Jun starts attacking and asks him to stop talking nonsense. The dark-haired guy dodges, and then jumps up and tries to kick Jun. But Jun fights back. Then the dark-haired guy gets to his feet. He says Jun moves well. Jun asks what it means. He asks if the guy is sure that he is still the only number one. Jun bends down and swings. He says he has never done anything like this, but then he still tries to deliver a twisted kick. The dark-haired guy is shocked. He puts out his hands to block the blows, but still gets a strong blow and steps back while Jun gets back on her feet. Jun asks if the reception of a dark-haired guy is so difficult. The guy says that Jun is still not very experienced. Now he's going to fight seriously. The dark-haired guy starts attacking and asks if Jun can handle it. Jun also begins to perform the same technique and asks why the guy doubts that he will not cope. Both guys are hitting each other. The dark-haired guy shows another trick. Jun looks at the guy in surprise, and then tries to repeat after him, saying that it won't be a problem for him. Taiga Banjo turns to Jun and says he's done. The guy asks if he needs to join. Jun says it's his dance, and then tells the guy to run to Anna as fast as possible. Taiga Banjo listens to his colleague and runs to Anna. At this time, someone approaches Anna's room and says that there are a lot of rooms in the dorm. It was Kayose who thought it would be difficult for him to find the target's room. Dazai turns around and sees Kayose, who says he noticed him too. Kese realizes that he has found the right room after all. Dazai smiles and says it's good news since the guy found him. He asks if the guy is one of those who broke into the dorm. Dazai puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says that he will deal with him. Dazai thinks the guy is very scared, but Kayose only says that Dazai is really strong. But the guy was ready for it. He makes a strange sound and puts his fingers right on Dazai's chest, thinking that one hand is enough for him. Kese says that the number of muscles does not matter since the joints are still vulnerable. Dazai looks gloomily at the guy, and then chuckles and asks if the guy has ever watched an anime about robots. Kayose doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Dazai continues and says that in this anime, robots usually fight more than buildings. Dazai takes his own hand and says that he liked this anime since childhood. He sets his arm and thanks the guy for making him feel like a robot. Anna is in the bathroom. She hears some loud noises outside. She hopes Akutagawa is okay. The girl continues to wash her face. Anna wipes her face with a towel and sighs. And then he hears a loud sound behind him. She sees Misa peeking out of the ventilation grate, who was glad that she had found the girl. There are a lot of footprints in the hallway of the dormitory. Taiga Banjo examines the tracks. He notices that most of the footprints belong to the bodyguards who went up to the roof. Only one trace goes in the opposite direction. The guy grunts, and then opens his eyes wide and sees the traces of the attacker he needs. Taiga Banjo runs to the women's restroom. He doubts that this is the right place, but the guy still goes to the toilet. He hears a creak and immediately turns his attention to the ventilation shaft. He realizes that the intruder made his way through her to Anna's room. Taiga Banjo picks up the phone and calls to report the bad news. Dazai asks what happened. Taiga Banjo says that the attacker went directly to Anna's room through the ventilation. He tells the guy to be careful. Dazai smiles and thanks Taiga Banjo for warning him. Then the guy says that he would prefer to find out about it earlier. Right in front of Dazai is Mise, who still grabbed Anna. The girl was holding a knife right next to Anna's throat. Anna screamed at Dazai to save her. She is sure that he has enough strength. The girl sighs as Mise leans the knife closer. Dazai says that in such a situation, it is better for a girl not to open her mouth. Mise smiles and says that the guy is very similar to God, but stands out for his intelligence. Mise advises Anna to listen to the guy. Mise becomes more calm and says they need to go. Kayose, who was standing next to her, agreed with the girl. Nissa and Kese were taking the girl out of the dorm. Dazai asks if the guy and the girl are sure about this. He says they have a chance to get rid of him. Kayose turns around and says that their duties do not include such actions. Moreover, he does not like extra work. Dazai bows his head and asks if they would regret leaving him alive. He says that while he is alive, he will pursue them and treat them very cruelly. Kayose says he doesn't mind. The guy reminds that Dazai always wanted to be a robot, and since childhood, Kese himself loved to break toys. Dazai sighs, realizing that he has no chance. Misa says that guys are just wasting their time talking. Dazai says he will wait for their next meeting. Anna grits her teeth, and then he starts screaming how a guy can give up so easily. He is also her bodyguard. Misa starts to get angry. She strikes the girl and tells her to rest. The girl starts coughing and collapsing forward. Nissa holds the girl, but she is too heavy. Nissa asks Kese to pick up Anna. The guy listens to his sister and lifts Anna in his arms. Dazai watches as Kese and Nissa carry Anna out of the dorm. Kese reports that they are ready to evacuate. The sniper smiles and says that they have taken Anna Shiraishi now and are coming back. All this time, June and the dark-haired guy were fighting, but the guy heard that they had grabbed the target and started running away. Jun noticed that the guy gave up and decided to leave. It turns out that now he is number one. The dark-haired guy stops and says that they have a draw so far, since he is already on his feet. The dark-haired guy kicks the fire extinguisher and says he had fun. Jun didn't expect this. He calls the guy a coward. But when the smoke clears, the guy is no longer there. He is angry because his opponent has left. The guy gets a call from Dazai. June answers the phone, suspecting that something has happened to Anna. At this time, the car was driving through the night city. There was a team in the car that took Anna with them. Kayose started making strange gestures again. The sniper asked what his gestures meant. He asks the guy to say what he thinks instead of waving his hands. The dark-haired guy notices that Kese abruptly stopped talking. But during the mission, he spoke normally. Nissa explains that her brother only speaks when he is nervous. For example, when he is driving on a mission. The sniper asks the girl why she didn't tell about it earlier. Nissa only says that they haven't had hard work for a long time. The dark-haired guy agrees with her. The dark-haired guy doesn't remember when Kese said something. The sniper says that this definitely happened. The guy can't remember at first, but then he remembers. He's happy that the guy remembered. Kayose turns away and makes strange noises. Misa tells him that there is no reason to laugh. The guy exhales, and Misa turns to the window and asks if they are driving too slowly. She is afraid that they will be caught up. The sniper asks if the girl has heard anything about speed limits. The girl asks why the guy cares about speed limits. Nissa mocks the guy, saying that he shoots with a sniper rifle, but follows the rules of the road. The sniper says about 100 kilometers per hour maximum. And even at this speed, they can get into an accident. The guy goes exactly 100 kilometers per hour, no more. Nissa leans towards the sniper and sees the speed indicators. She is surprised at how the guy perfectly keeps the balance. Nissa turns away again and says that at least they won't get caught that way. She reminds me that they have a rifle in the back. The dark-haired man asks why they are being paid 50 million for the abduction. He's interested in who their client is. Kayose starts making gestures. Nissa looks at the guy in shock, and then asks if what he just tried to explain is true. The dark-haired guy asks what Kese said. Nissa smiled and said that their client is the boss of the Shiraishi clan, Kidzuro Shiraishi. The girl herself did not assume who would be their client. At this time, June and Dazai came to Anna's room. They were standing in the bathroom, exactly in the place where the abduction was committed. June was holding a needle in his hands and looking at it. Then the guy started gritting his teeth in anger. He turned to Dazai and asked how he allowed the girl to be taken if he was near her. Dazai replied that he had allowed the girl to be taken away because she was being held hostage. There was nothing he could do. While Jun is angry, Dazai calls Taiga Banjo and says that Anna has been kidnapped. He informs that they will go after the kidnappers and try to catch up with them. Taiga Banjo says he has already done everything. Dazai asks what it means. At this time, the kidnappers were passing near the tunnel. The guy was right on the roof of the kidnapper's car. He says he is very close to the kidnappers. The car stopped right next to a wooden building. Men in suits were standing near the building. The kidnappers approached them. Nissa says that as they agreed, they brought Anna. The girl stood with her hands tied and looked away. One of the men in suits praised the kidnappers for their work. He tells them to leave Anna and leave. Missa stares into the man's eyes and asks if the father wants to personally pick up his daughter. Also, the girl reminds about the award that they would like to receive right away. A man exhales cigarette smoke and asks why school children are not afraid of them. He says their boss isn't going to date people like them. Missa bends down and asks if they can get their reward in this case. Then the girl gets up and asks if they decided to cheat them. The man exhales cigarette smoke again and apologizes. He says he is surprised that school children like them managed to guess that they were being deceived. The bandits immediately took out their weapons and surrounded the kidnappers. Nisei, Kase, the sniper and the dark-haired guy were confused, as a huge number of bandits pointed pistols at them. The sniper raises his hands and says that this whole situation is very unpleasant, since pistols were pointed from all sides. The man who smoked a cigarette waves a gun and tells the students to leave. Missa tusks, but still raises her hands and leaves. The rest of the kidnappers follow her. At this time, Taiga Banjo was watching everything. He saw the bandit leader grab Anna. Kayose and Missa were walking back. The girl sighed and began to apologize to her friends for having to work for free. Kayose puts his hand on the girl's head and asks her not to worry. He says with a serious look that the bandits will still pay them. Anna was brought into a beautifully furnished room. She looked very unhappy. The man who led the girl reported that they brought the mistress. The man told Anna that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man who was smoking a cigar at the table was the boss of the Shiraishi clan. His name was Kajiro Shiraishi. The girl sat down on the sofa and agreed with the man. They really haven't seen each other for a long time. She adds and says that she has not seen her mother for a long time either. The man smiles and says that his mother is gone. The girl is at first amazed by such news, but then she comes to humility. She just says that she understands everything. Kidziro says that the mother died a month ago. He says that Anna's mother was going to run away with some handsome guy, even though Kidziro took care of her. It seems funny to a man that a woman decided that she could escape. He was convinced that wherever she went, he would find her. A man saw his wife with some man and at first thought that everything would be resolved peacefully, but then he could not restrain himself and got rid of both of them. While the man smiles and rubs the back of his head, the girl sits and is silent. She speaks negatively about her father. She realized that her father needed a new toy, so Anna was brought to him. The man says that he is amazed by the girl's willpower. She somewhat resembles her mother at the same age. He asks if the girl has any idea what kind of look her mother had when he got rid of her new man. Anna gritted her teeth and began to squeeze the fabric of her clothes. Several banknotes of money were laid out in front of her. The man tells the girl that she will live in his house. He promises to provide all the amenities. Anna wonders if the man wants to ask her opinion first. The girl turns away and says that she does not need her father's money. Then the girl is suddenly gagged with her hand. The man assumes that Anna did not understand. Kajiro leans closer to his daughter and says that she has no right to choose. The girl spits in his face. The spit gets into Kajiro's eye. While the man is stunned, the girl throws off his hand. The girl is very angry. She tells the man not to touch her with his hands. The next second, Anna gets hit with her hand. The girl opens her eyes wide, and the man says that everyone from her family is very lively, both father and mother. The man takes Anna by the hair and, lifting her up, offers to talk about her past, about their organization. Kajiro says that from the very beginning their organization solved everything with the help of illegal actions and controlled gambling. Anna's real father, Genisuke Nakahara, was an excellent commander. It was his guys who solved all the problems. With them, no one was afraid that the negotiations would go wrong. Nakahara's people were the mainstay, their striking force. The man was one of those who made their organization so strong. Then Kajiro continues and says that at some point everything went wrong according to plan. Nakahara suffered a crushing defeat. Because of what he had to do the terrible thing, to give up what is dear to him. Nakahara just disappeared. He abandoned his beloved wife and daughter. The man grins and calls Nakahara Father of the Year. Anna asks what the man means by this. She asks why the man tells her about it, because she already knows about it. Ana says that any professional can't win forever, but as soon as he lost, he immediately ran away and abandoned his family. The girl calls the man a terrible person, the same as Kidzuro. Kidzuro looks at Ana and praises her. He smiles and rejoices that the girl knows something. The man lets go of the girl and she falls to the floor. The man bends down and says that he was the one who defeated Nakahara. Ana is shocked. The man makes a plaintive face and asks what happened. He asks where all the hatred for his father has abruptly disappeared. The man says that at that time he was the second head of the clan, and he and Nakahara quarreled. Ana asks if this is the reason why the man decided to deceive Nakahara. The man confirms her words. He is convinced that someone had to do it. At that time, the police tightened their supervision. It was dangerous to continue doing business the same way. A man couldn't let Nakahara pretend to be the smartest person forever. It's time to get rid of the one who interfered with the advancement of their cause. The girl looks shocked at Kidzuro, who smiles as soon as he notices Ana's look. It was this look that the man wanted to see. Kidzuro grabs Ana by the neck and bends her to the floor. The girl coughs. The man asks if the girl thought she wanted to get rid of him. Kidzuro really likes to give to people who look at him with hatred. The girl coughs, and the man continues and says that it's not for nothing that he waited for the girl to grow up. The man laughs, and the girl closes her eyes. There is a ringing of glass. Right through the window flies Taiga Banjo, who holds his hand in front, ready to strike. The man is shocked by the appearance of the guy. He asks what's going on. Taiga Banjo lands in the room and, turning around, notices a vase that was standing next to him. He takes the vase in his hand. The man is still shocked. He asks what the guy thinks he is. Kidzuro shouts that the vase that the guy took is worth a huge amount of money. The guy at this time throws a vase directly at the man. It breaks on the man's head and Kidzuro falls on his back. Blood drips. The man presses his hand to his face and asks what Taiga Banjo is doing. He is very angry because the guy broke the vase, which was very expensive. Taiga Banjo makes a long sound. He asks if there is anything valuable in the mansion. The man does not understand the question. The guy asks him to judge himself. He looks at Kidzuro and says that on all counts, the man is just a coward who collects various garbage. Ana tries to say something, but a man interrupts her and asks if the guy is a friend of the girl. He turns to Taiga Banjo and asks who he is. Taiga Banjo says he's a janitor who was just passing by. He says that a girl like Ana doesn't look right in this terrible mansion. He looks menacingly at the man and says that he will fix everything right away. Kidzuro starts to get angry. He asks what the guy is saying. He's wondering where the guards are. He shouts that there is an intruder in the mansion. The enemy is attacking. The guards rush into the room and ask how the guy got into the mansion, also unnoticed. Taiga Banjo takes off and runs straight at the guards. He slams the door with his foot and then locks it. The guard knocks on the door and demands that the guy open it. The man is told to open it, but he can't. Taiga Banjo says that he really got into the boss's room. He says the door is made of very good material. Taiga Banjo looks at Kidzuro and says that help will not come to him. The man is silent, and the guy goes on and says that if he doesn't want to lose his other eye, he will have to give Ana away. Taiga Banjo gets into a fighting stance. Kidzuro smiles. It seems to him that he has aged a lot. He was scared of some unknown guy. The man turns to Taiga Banjo and asks him to listen. He asks if the guy thinks he's some kind of weak person. The man assumes that he thinks that Kidzuro is just another weak opponent who will fall after the first blow. The man puts his foot under the table and says that if the field is not visible, he will remind you that he built his life on bad actions. The man throws up the table with his foot. The table flies straight into the Taiga Banjo. The guy holds the table with his hands, but it's very hard for him. He shouts, because of the wound in his shoulder, it becomes even more difficult for him. The guy covers his shoulder with his hand, from which the blood started. The man smiles rapaciously when he sees that Taiga Banjo is injured. He takes off and runs to the guy, deciding to hit the weak spot. Taiga Banjo puts his hand to block the kick, and then he tries to dodge the blows of the man. Kidzuro picks up a pot with a plant and raises it high above his head. The man is madly looking at Taiga Banjo. He throws the pot right at the guy. Taiga Banjo looks gloomy as he realizes that his right hand is essentially useless. He will have to use only his left arm and leg. The guy takes off again and turns out to be behind the man. Taiga Banjo kicks him. Kidzuro falls back and lets out a scream. Taiga Banjo pushes off the ground and jumps towards the man again. He kicks him, but Kidzuro blocks the kick. The man smiles and tells Taiga Banjo that he struck a good blow. Then he says that the guy is not good enough to defend himself with one hand. The man swings his arm and strikes a 50-carat blow. Taiga Banjo retreats to a distance. He grunts when he notices that the man's fist has almost reached his face. He manages to bounce a huge distance. Then the guy notices that the blood trail on his shoulder has become even larger. He realized that the wound had opened completely. Taiga Banjo squatted down while the man stood and looked at him. The guy shifts his gaze and then thinks to himself that fortunately, there is not enough in the Kid-Zero room that he can use as a weapon. The guy stares at the man and thinks that if he uses the environment, he can win. The guy takes the mirror by the handles on the sides and throws it to the man's scream. The man only has time to shout that the mirror also cost a lot of money. And a second later, the mirror flies right across the man's face. The man pressed his hand to his face, and as soon as he noticed that Taiga was Banjo to a vase of flowers, he started pointing at him with his hand and demanded to stop. When a man says the price of a vase with flowers, this very vase flies into him. He turns back to the guy, trying to get his attention. This time Taiga Banjo raises a huge painting with flowers. The man also shouts out her price. And then the guy throws a picture at him and the sounds of falling are heard. Taiga Banjo exhales and realizes that he has succeeded. The car was driving at that time. She was picking up speed and overtaking other cars to get there as fast as possible. Jun banged his fist and asked Dazai if he could go even faster. Dazai raises his tone and demands that the guy shut up. So he's going twice the speed limit. June grits her teeth and swears, and Dazai asks his colleague not to worry. Taiga Banjo is with Anna. Dazai says that Taiga Banjo fought on equal terms with Natsume. He asks Jun why the guy thinks he can't get the girl out of there. June sighs and, turning to the window, says that the guys overestimate him. Dazai asks if the guy really thinks so. Jun says that Dazai just doesn't know what Kajiro Shiraishi is capable of, so he should keep quiet. Jun swallows his saliva and says that the Shiraishi clan, even after the tightening of the laws, was hard to control. They never fell apart. June folds her arms over her chest and asks if Dazai understands what this means. Dazai can only guess. Jun smiles and says that Shiraishi has connections with the police. He says there is no way they can deny this possibility. Dazai looks at the guy, and Jun goes on and tells that in the era of conflicts, when the police were noticeably weaker, there were Yakuza who made a name for themselves on pure bad action. The current head of the Shiraishi clan, Kajiro Shiraishi, is one of them. When Jun was a small child, Shiraishi became famous for dealing with whole groups of bandits with his own hands alone. Dazai was still silent, and then he asks how Jun knows so much information about Shirais. Jun replies that it happened. Jun says that there were legends about Kajiro Shirais in his prime. Things and shards were scattered all over the room. Kid-Zero was calculating how much the damage caused by Taiga Banjo was worth in total. The man says the guy made a terrible mess. The man says that he just remembered his youth. Then he started to get up from the floor and say that he remembered again what he felt when he was poor. Kid-Zero takes off his ring and calls the price of the ring. He's getting stronger. The guy looks at the man with horror. Then the man calls the price of the ring again and takes it off, becoming stronger. Kid-Zero says he hasn't felt such a lift in a long time. Taiga Banjo does not understand what is happening to a man and why every time he takes something off, the air seems to get heavier. The man smiles rapaciously. He takes off his belt, saying that it is worth $1 billion. He says that when he was little, he even had nothing to eat. The man had to eat rice and drink water once every 3 days. Then he turns to Taiga Banjo, demanding that he listen to him, and says that those who stood above him, every time he defeated someone, gave him an extra portion of rice. A man takes off his chain for $2 billion. He then fights to survive. Nostalgia visited him. June is still talking about Kajiro. It was said about the man that the more he starved, the stronger and fiercer he became. That's why they called him the Hungry Devil. Taiga Banjo looks at the man and realizes that it's a bad thing. He takes off. A man at this time drops his watch for $10 billion and becomes many times stronger. The guy looks with horror at the fist that Kid-Zero swings. Taiga Banjo gets hit in the face and falls to the floor. Anna looks at the fight with horror. The man says that Taiga Banjo was unlucky. In this mansion, the guy will leave the world of the living. Taiga Banjo lay under the man's hand, not moving. The man says that Taiga Banjo was unlucky. In this mansion, the guy will leave the world of the living. Taiga Banjo lay under the man's hand, not moving. Taiga Banjo regains consciousness. He opens his eyes and asks where he is. Right in front of him is Kajiro, who is mocking the guy. Kajiro says that Taiga Banjo is in a place where he is destined to leave the world of the living. The man tells that they are in a place where he disposes of garbage. There are guards everywhere. Kijiro presses his finger on Taiga Banjo's wound and asks if he knows how the Yakuza do business. He says that if garbage appears, then you need to get rid of it. The Yakuza dispose of broken pistols, syringes, various documents, and even bodies. The man shows the guy his tongue. Taiga Banjo looks gloomily at the man. Then the guy turns his head and looks at the utilizer. Kijiro asks if the guy understands why he left him alive. He's wondering if the guy has any ideas. Taiga Banjo says she doesn't even think about it. The man says not to smear the office, on which he spent a huge amount of money, with his blood. Taiga Banjo says that it was necessary to get rid of him earlier, otherwise the man may regret later that he left him alive. The Yakuza laughs and thanks the guy for the advice. He asks the guy not to worry and, showing the belt, says that first he will drive him to despair, and only then he will finish everything. The man hits his hand with a belt and says that he will take care of the guy carefully. Taiga Banjo asks what's wrong with Anna Shiraishi. The man says that Anna is being looked after. He asks the guy not to worry about it. He adds something that will teach the girl discipline. And until he's done, she's not going anywhere. But he would do that later. The man asks where they will start. There was a pogrom in the room where Anna was kept. There were unconscious bodies and ropes lying around her. Jun and Dazai freed Anna. The guys stood in front in a fighting stance and demanded that the Yakuza did not interfere with them. Anna sighed. Jun noticed this and asked if the girl was okay. The girl replies that everything is fine and says that it wasn't so painful for her. Jun asks if Shiraishi Kijiro did this to the girl. The girl presses her hand to the bruise and says that it really was him. Jun clenches her hand into a fist and speaks negatively about the man. He doesn't understand how a man could do this. Anna is silent, and then suddenly she asks the guys why they came for her. She says that even if they are obliged to protect workers as bodyguards, but their enemy is the Yakuza. She says they got into a dangerous business. Jun smiles and says they are free to do whatever they want. He assumes that the girl has forgotten it. Dazai turns to them and says that what matters at the moment is where Taiga Banjo is. After all, he came before them. Anna says that Taiga Banjo tried to save him, but Kijiro grabbed him. At the moment, most likely he will laugh at the guy and get rid of him. Jun steps forward and asks Dazai to keep an eye on Anna. Dazai asks what Jun is going to do. Is he really going to save Taiga Banjo? Jun says he doesn't care what happens to Taiga Banjo. Moreover, he can't say that he likes the guy, but if he goes after him, he'll run into Shiraishi Kijiro. Jun says he has an agreement with him. The sounds of blows are heard. The man belts and punches the guy. There are bandits standing near Taiga Banjo, who have also joined and are now hitting him in turn. All bandits speak negatively about Taiga Banjo. The guy is sitting on a chair at this time and does not react in any way. The man notices that Taiga Banjo is still not begging for mercy. He asks if the guy will say anything. Taiga Banjo says that the man is a Yakuza but does not know basic things. The man doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. Taiga Banjo talks about how murderers are trained to endure pain. The man asks about the murderers. He wonders if the guy is a murderer. He asks the guy to tell him if he is a member of Yamada's group. The rest of the bandits started hitting the guy again, saying that they were tired of talking. Kijiro ordered his men to stop and struck them. All the men flew to the side. Taiga Banjo turned around. He saw the man thinking about something. Kijiro assumed that Taiga Banjo was working for Yamada. He thinks that he can be used. The man remembers Yamada. He heard that he now runs a cleaning company. He still didn't understand why Yamada decided to quit the game. It seems to him that the man is definitely up to something. Yamada couldn't have sent an assassin to him. The screams of bandits are heard. The man interrupts his thoughts and turns around to see what is happening. The men flew away one by one. Someone appeared near the doorway. It was Jun. The guy took off and went straight to Kijiro. The guy stopped for a moment and tried to kick the boss. Jun glares at Kijiro and tells him to leave the world of the living without further ado. The man raises the bat, but does not have time to react. The bat and belt fall out of his hands. Jun notices that even though he hit the man, he is still standing and talking. Kijiro asks who is hitting so immediately. He swings and punches the guy while he's blocking him. Jun blocks the blow. He asks what it means right away. He tells the man that he may have forgotten, but he hasn't put it out of his mind for a second. The guy smiles, and then drops his hands and, looking menacingly into the man's eyes, does he know the name Akutagawa-Jun? The man repeats his name. Then he remembers something. The man assumes that Jun is the son of Genosuke Nakahara's bodyguard Kasuke Akutagawa. Jun says that his father is Kasuke Akutagawa, the bodyguard of Genosuke Nakahara. He is the son of the man who was betrayed by Kijiro. The man laughs. He says he was suddenly visited by nostalgia. Then he gets serious and asks what now. He He wonders if the guy is going to take revenge. Jun says that all of Kijiro's subordinates are defeated. Now the man has nowhere to run. Kijiro laughs and says that the guy doesn't understand anything at all. He says that it is not necessary to be angry. Jun looks at the man in shock. Kijiro says that Jun's father was the man who betrayed Genosuke Nakahara, and no one else. Jun can't believe the bandits' words. 10 years ago, Akutagawa and Genosuke were standing in the elevator. Nakahara was asking his bodyguard who their enemy was. The man replied that Ikiakai was from the Eastern District. Nakahara decided to find out if their enemy was connected with the Olympics. He speaks negatively about them, then remembers that there are rumors about their bad character. Akutagawa says they need to be more careful. Nakahara laughs and slaps the man on the back. He says that this is nonsense since he has such a reliable bodyguard as Akutagawa. Nakahara smiled and was confident that they would easily cope with the enemies. He relied on Kasuke. The man somehow gloomily gave him a positive answer. Nakahara remembers something. He asks the man to hold one thing in his hands while he plays. A man picks up a thing and asks what it is. Nakahara blushes and says that his daughter has gone to junior school. Kasuke understands that this gift is in honor of admission. The man says that everything is correct. Nakahara gives a thumbs up and says he bought his daughter expensive branded cosmetics. The man was puzzled. He looks at his friend and says that his daughter only went to elementary school. He asks if it's too early to give this to a girl. Nakahara starts stomping and saying that all this is nonsense, because sooner or later she will start using makeup. He thinks a good girl deserves a good gift. The man says that he was advised by this cosmetic sales consultant, so she will definitely like it. Kasuke agrees and says that he will keep the gift for now. There were 4 men sitting at the same table in the room. The bodyguard was standing next to Nakahara. One of the men says that now he will have a con. Nakahara thinks that since a man will have a con, then he needs to get the West. He assumes that either the man is not very smart, or it's just a bad move. The guy puts a chip and says that he has a pawn. He throws out a few more chips. The same man who spoke about con raised his chip and said that a very unpleasant situation had developed. Nakahara does not understand what an unpleasant situation has developed. He thinks the man has the South in his hands. Nakahara thinks about what there is no point in hiding. Nakahara thinks that the Minami family is on their side. No matter how hard they try, they both play on the same side. The man with the nose ring puts out his chip and says Ron. Nakahara is shocked. He notices the gloomy appearance of a man from the Minami family. A man with a ring in his nose spreads his hands and says that he has collected 4 pleasures. He's winning. Nakahara slams his fist on the table and, looking menacingly at the guy, says that he has the courage to cheat. The man asks why Nakahara thought he had deceived someone. The dark-haired man is smiling, and the man from the Minami family is sitting and silent. There was silence in the room for a while until Nakahara turned to his bodyguard and asked him if he had seen the deception of the man with the nose ring. Kasuke stares into Nakahara's eyes and remains silent. A man can't believe that his bodyguard betrayed him. The others laughed. The man from the Minami family was still sitting with a gloomy look. Nakahara started shouting and speaking negatively about men. At this time, Kasuke put his hands behind his back and began to take off the gift that Nakahara had bought for his daughter. Kidziro rubs the back of his head and says that the men got along very well, so he is still sorry. The man approaches Jun and asks him to listen. He puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says that it is in June that the blood of a traitor flows. He asks what the guy wants from him. Jun turns around abruptly and strikes the man. He demands that Kijiro be silent. He says his father didn't betray Nakahara for money. In fact, it was an order from above. At that moment it turned out that then the man was the deputy boss. Kijiro rubs his face and begins to smile. He hits the guy and says he knew the truth all along. The guy's hands start to shake. He grits his teeth. The guy knew that his father regretted his action. Remorse tormented the man every day. That's why he decided to pass away. Jun strikes Kijiro and then breaks off from the spot and kicks again in a jump. The man smiled. He did not understand why the guy was going to take revenge on him. The man swung his fist and struck Jun. The guy stops the fist with his hand and asks the man not to pretend. The man looks at Jun, puzzled. The guy says that when he was little, he read his father's will and everything was written there. The man was constantly holding Nakahara's gift in his hands. This is what he had to give to his daughter, but he still couldn't muster the courage to show himself in front of her. While he was hesitating, Kijiro took his daughter to him against her will. If Akutagawa had been a little stronger, he would have been able to protect Nakahara's daughter. He was sick of his own weakness. In his will, he apologized to his son for shifting this responsibility to him. The man wrote that when his son grows up and meets a girl, she will surely grow into a beautiful woman. Jun jumps again to strike and shouts that he has come to fight for Anna. He's not going to take revenge. At this moment, the guy strikes the man in the face. Sounds of pain can be heard. The man wipes his mouth and says that the guy just struck a good blow. The man spits his golden tooth on the floor, and then it becomes more serious and strong. The man says that Jun has now knocked out his tooth worth 100 million. The man smiles. Dazai and Anna left the mansion. They were walking back to the dorm. Near the exit, Dazai noticed a man. The guy started to approach them. He was surprised that there was someone else near the mansion. He asks Dazai to stop. The guy takes off his mask and says that he is not from the Shiraishi group. Dazai sees the guy's face and falls into a stupor as he recognizes him. It turns out to be the executive director of Bright Junk Kisaragi-shin. The guy says that's right. He says that they were on the same side from the very beginning. But now they are enemies. Dazai didn't think it would turn out like this. He asks Kisaragi if he thinks the guy is stupid. He assumes that Kisaragi is trying to deceive him. The guy needs his hands. Kisaragi asks if Dazai really thinks fighting is the best idea. He points to the incinerator and says that Dazai's friends are there. They have a serious fight going on there. Dazai shouts out the names of Akutagawa and Banjo. He doesn't understand why they got into a serious fight. Anna takes off and runs to the incinerator. Dazai tries to stop the girl. Anna runs as fast as she can. On the floor lies a golden-toothed Kidziro. He wipes his mouth and says that Jun knocked out his tooth worth 100 million. The man says that Jun really works well with her feet. He says the guy is a lot of trouble. Then the man puts his hand forward and says that since that's the case, he will try something new. Jun looks at the man suspiciously. Kidziro picks up one of his subordinates. The guy looks at the man with suspicion. He sees that for some reason Kidziro took the subordinate unconscious. He's trying to figure out what the man is up to. The man smiles and says that Jun looks too thoughtful. He lifts the body of his subordinate and says that now he will show what he has in mind. The man throws the subordinate's body directly towards Jun. The guy clicks and holds the man's body with his foot. Kidziro looks at the guy with a crazy smile and says that it all looks very curious. He was able to hold the man's body with his foot. The man says that the guy is not bad. At this time, he takes another subordinate's body and lifts it. He throws another body and asks if the guy will hold two bodies at once. The man does not have time to react. A second person arrives in it, and then a third. As a result, the guy still holds their bodies, and then begins to tremble and falls. The bodies of men fall on him, and he cannot get out from under them. Kidziro approaches Jun and says that two people weigh about 150 kilograms. He has been very curious since childhood. As soon as he wants to conduct an experiment, he can't do anything about it. The man comes closer and asks if the guy is interested. Jun opens her eyes wide and chuckles. He sees a man standing right in front of him and holding several of his subordinates. A man wonders how many people it will take to crush another person. He starts dumping the bodies of his subordinates on Jun. The guy starts to get angry, but the man continues. He throws off another person and says that now another 80 kilograms will be added. The guy starts screaming. Then the man throws another man, who weighs about 100 kilograms. He throws another body while Jun lies under the subordinates and makes sounds of pain. Jun says Kidziro treats his subordinates like trash. The man first just looks at the guy, and then asks what else he needs people for. He thinks they should be used somehow. The man says that he was almost never given weapons on assignments. He had to fight unarmed many times. Therefore, he is used to using everything that falls into his hands. Then he realized that the best weapons are the bodies of enemies. The man stepped on his own subordinates and was sure that they would be grateful to him for finding a use for them. The guy asks what kind of nonsense the man is talking about. Kidziro picks up another subordinate and says that he is heavy. A man drags a new body. He says that with another body it will be more than 400 kilograms. Jun looks at the man with hatred, believing that he is really dangerous. The man swings and is about to throw another body, but someone strikes him right in the face. Taiga Banjo hit the man with his knee in a jump. There was a cough. Kidziro stared dumbfounded at Taiga Banjo. He covered his nose with his hand and asked when the guy managed to get free. Taiga Banjo says he found a rat, and etching rats is part of his job. The guy begins to stretch his arm in order to strike the man. Taiga Banjo takes off and tries to stab the man. Kidziro manages to react and evades, but then a few more blows follow, from which it is more difficult for a man to evade. The man looks at the guy with hatred and asks where he got so much strength after all the torture. Taiga Banjo says he watched the man fight and figured out how to beat him. The guy was still throwing punches while the man was dodging. At some point, the man reached out with his hand. and Taiga Banjo began to say that Kijiro likes to use weapons, which means that he simply does not need to give it in his hands. The guy swings his leg and strikes again. The man puts his hands in front of him to block the blows. He's swearing, but the guy still hits with his foot, and the man flies away. Kijiro opens his eyes wide and tries to find at least some kind of weapon. At this moment, Anna runs into the building, asking if the guys are okay. Taiga Banjo looks at the girl dumbfounded. He shouts at the girl not to approach them. The man smiles and reaches out to the girl. He manages to grab her. The girl screamed. Kijiro praises Anna. He says she came very timely. He turns to June and Banjo, speaking negatively about them. He says that if they move even one step, he will get rid of Anna. June wipes her mouth and says that the man is just terrible, as he takes his daughter hostage. The man says that he will use everything to win. That's how he got to the top. Anna clenches her jaw. She suddenly bites the man's hand. Kijiro shouts and asks what the girl is doing. He demands that she stop biting. Anna screams to be let go. The man lets go and she falls towards the incinerator. The girl pulls her hand and screams.